How would you like your haircut this time? Same as always, just a little shorter. Aunt Linda, 5'1", always smelling faintly of lavender and antiseptic, fired up the electric clippers with a practiced hum. She leaned in, her eyes sharp and her mouth already chatting away. Short hair looks clean and honest. Girls love it these days. Charlie didn't respond. Outwardly, he gave a nonchalant nod. Inwardly, he scoffed. Whether you're a magnet for dates has less to do with hair and more to do with your face, he mused. If you're good-looking enough, even your tax bracket becomes negotiable. Cross-cultural boundaries? Ignored. Gender? Fluid. Morality? Optional. TL note. If you're pretty enough, you can mess with the yin-yang balance and still pull fans. Science pending. To Charlie, hairstyles were trivial. He was handsome enough to make flowers blush and Annie swoon. In fact, he'd become something of a local darling since moving into the neighborhood a year ago for university. Every nearby aunt knew his name, his class schedule, and whether or not he'd eaten that day. After the trim, he lingered for polite chatter. The aunties showered him with compliments and unsolicited dating advice. Eventually, he excused himself and headed back upstairs to his apartment. The apartment belonged to his uncle, an absolute unit of a man who lent Charlie the place for 4 years because it was near campus. It meant Charlie got a spacious, rent-free pad, while his classmates were crammed into dorm rooms. Many classmates assumed Charlie used the freedom to bring girls over. Some imagined a harem, others a revolving door. They couldn't be more wrong. Charlie didn't invite girls over. He didn't invite anyone over. Why? Because it would interrupt his gaming time. To quote a great, possibly deranged man on the internet, women are like bugs, annoying, noisy, often useless. They flit and crawl and distract. But they do remind us of life's imperfections, and in that there's value. Charlie didn't entirely agree, but he saw the logic. He was a proud, self-declared grandmaster of single-player games. If he had let romance get in the way, he would never have achieved his current godlike gaming skills. His edited game runs had the visual flair of a Hollywood blockbuster. Fans adored his deathless playthroughs, and his subscriber count climbed daily. Love? Distractions? Relationships? Please. Charlie was married to the grind. TL note. Dear female readers, I didn't write that bug quote. I just edit. I still love you. Ding. Charlie had barely stepped into his room when a crisp notification sound made his heart skip a beat. Could it be? Had his system finally arrived? A month late, but fashionably so? Yes, Charlie was a transmigrator, a traveler from Mother Russia who died under suspicious circumstances, read, hit by a truck, and awoken in this Earth-like parallel world. It was a world without borders. Literally. No nations, no flags, just regions and continents. Evolution and history had taken a sharp left turn at some point. But otherwise, civilization chugged along like it always had. In fact, things were pretty chill. No zombies, no magic, no sudden sword fights with gods. He'd accepted the chill life with open arms. Still, he couldn't help hoping that he'd been gifted some kind of protagonist-grade cheat. In 90% of web novels, a ding sound meant his system was activating and his glow-up arc was about to begin. Heart pounding, Charlie shifted his posture, summoned his inner voice, and called out. System. No response. Confused, he followed the sound to its source, his computer, still running from last night. He moved the mouse. The monitor blinked awake. A new desktop icon gleamed at him. Avengers vs. Justice League. A new age. Charlie blinked. What? He knew this game. It was the last thing he bought before getting iSkyed. It had been downloading in the background when he got hit by the truck of destiny. He'd completely forgotten about it. But now, somehow it was here on this earth. But that made no sense. This world had never heard of Marvel or DC. No superheroes. No capes. No billionaire Batman. So how was this game on his desktop? Is Steam doing interdimensional shipping now? Charlie hesitated for a second, then double-clicked. According to web novel logic, anything you carry from the original world into your new one is automatically overpowered. So even if this was just a game, it had potential. The screen flickered. Logos loaded, Steam, then the dev studio. A black background faded into two silver icons. One A for Avengers, the other gel for Justice League, split diagonally. A slender loading bar ticked across the bottom. Charlie read the updates. Hero character loaded. Role loaded successfully. Game map loading. Map information missing. Loading failed. Repairing. New map system loaded. The game kept stumbling, but auto-repaired each hiccup. Charlie began to sweat. Something about this didn't feel normal. Eventually, the title screen appeared. He exhaled slowly. Time to dive in. He clicked start. This game, like most superhero standalones, promised cinematic missions and open-world exploration. Please choose your hero. Except, there wasn't much of a choice. All the hero portraits were grayed out with giant question marks. Every time he hovered, he got the same message. Invalid selection. Except for one. The Dark Knight himself. Batman. The only hero available was Batman. Charlie stared at the screen. A shiver ran down his spine. In Charlie's previous life, Batman wasn't just a superhero. He was a legend. The Dark Knight. The world's greatest detective. A martial arts master, billionaire playboy, orphan child of tragedy, and a relentless force against crime. The man behind the mask? Bruce Wayne, shaped by trauma, forged by purpose. Bruce didn't become Batman because he wanted to. He became Batman because the world gave him no other choice. That's what set him apart from the usual cape-wearing crowd. His pain wasn't just backstory. It was the engine of his crusade. Some argued that Batman's true power came from his wealth and gadgets. Others insisted it was his training, intellect, or endless prep time. But in truth, Batman was still that boy kneeling in an alley beside the bodies of his murdered parents. And Charlie? Charlie had just selected that man as his character. The screen faded into darkness. A deep metallic groan followed as an elevator descended into a dim cavern. Chains rattled. Bats scattered. The platform creaked to a halt. From the rising mist stepped a broad-shouldered figure in a carbon fiber suit, boots hitting the steel floor with solid, crisp thuds. Batman. Charlie's eyes widened. This wasn't just familiar. This was jaw-dropping. It reminded him of Batman, Arkham Origins, but the realism was next level, like someone had filmed a live-action movie and rendered it into playable form. The light from the back computer illuminated the cave, casting shadows across the glinting metal of servers and cables. Every detail, right down to the subtle texture of Batman's armor, was immaculate. Charlie had played hundreds of high-end games, edited fan content, and reviewed AAA titles like a pro. But this was on a different plane. Then came the voice. Simulation training system activated. The Batcave faded away. In its place appeared a sprawling industrial warehouse, silent and cloaked in night. Batman now stood atop the roof, cape fluttering in the breeze. A prompt popped up. Use WASD to move. Tutorial time, Charlie thought. Having conquered every Arkham game on the hardest difficulty without taking a single hit, Charlie felt confident. This was his territory. He tested the controls. Smooth, responsive, familiar. He moved across the rooftop, finding a skylight. A new prompt appeared. Press E to interact. Batman slipped through the opening like a shadow and landed silently on a support beam inside the warehouse. Press X to activate detective vision. Charlie hit the key. The screen bathed in eerie blue. Below, outlines of enemies glowed in infrared, 7 hostiles, all armed with automatic rifles. Just like Arkham. He smirked. Detective vision was more than night vision. It was Batman's secret weapon. It could highlight heartbeats, footsteps, weapons, even weak points and structures. Charlie scanned the scene. The enemies patrolled lazily. No threats here, just tutorial-level goons. Probably half-blind AI. He moved to the shadows, positioned above 2 targets. Now, time to strike. Charlie dropped from the rafters. A perfect dive. Or so he thought. Batman. A grunt spotted him. From the other end of the warehouse. What? Gunfire erupted. Muzzle flashes lit the dark like lightning. Batman took 2 hits to the chest and staggered, landing hard. Charlie blinked. What kind of tutorial gives NPCs sniper-level eyesight? Press Q to throw smoke bomb. Reflexively, Charlie dropped a smoke bomb, filled the area with a thick cloud, then fired the grappling hook upward. Batman zipped back onto the beam. Safe. Or not. He's on the roof. More shouting. Another volley of bullets. Are you guys cyborgs? Charlie shouted at the screen. Another hit. Batman swayed. Then, bam, he fell from the beam, landing on the ground like a sack of high-tech potatoes. All the enemies turned and opened fire. Dead. Large red letters filled the screen. Silence. Then the Batcave returned, and the Batcomputer spoke once more. Simulation failed. Restarting. Ready. A soft chime. The start button reappeared. Charlie leaned back in his chair, stunned. Then slowly, he grinned. This wasn't just a tutorial. This was a statement. So the enemies don't miss. The AI doesn't sleep. And the Dark Knight can die in the first 10 minutes. Charlie cracked his knuckles. All right, you want to play rough? He muttered. Let's play. Despite the brutal failure, he was hooked. Every visual, every movement, every ounce of this game oozed with realism. The lighting, the tension, the atmosphere. It wasn't a game anymore. It was a simulation, a test. And Charlie wasn't one to back down from a challenge. This is what I was made for. He clicked. Start again. Round 2. Let the hunt begin.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Dead. The bright red word flashed on the screen repeatedly, making Charlie almost slam his fist into the keyboard. He hesitated, however, as the cost of the keyboard flashed through his mind. With a sigh, he restrained himself and clenched his fist instead. Poverty brings peace of mind. Charlie was increasingly convinced that this game was completely off the mark. He had played countless games, including some notoriously difficult ones that players had dismissed as impossible. Yet, he had managed to complete them unscathed through skill and perseverance. It was unprecedented for him to keep failing in the novice tutorial. This game was unlike any Charlie had played before. Its realism was so extreme that it affected his overall gameplay experience. For instance, Charlie kept failing as a beginner. He deduced that his deaths weren't due to minions having extraordinary vision, rather it's because they could hear sounds. Indeed, if Batman landed from a significant height, the hula wind sound from his cloak might alert nearby minions. Additionally, the ground is also a key factor for his failures. Despite Batman's training to move silently, he could still make noise on certain materials. For example, wooden surfaces could create loud noises. Loose metal plates might make sounds when stepped on, drawing attention. When crouching, moving slowly was crucial. If Batman moved slowly while crouched, he would make almost no noise on most surfaces, thus avoiding unnecessary attention. After repeatedly alerting enemies and failing missions, Charlie abandoned his initial contempt for them. The Batman he controlled had fully entered stealth mode. As soon as his boots touched the ground, he switched to a crouching position. Using this approach, Charlie managed to stealthily position Batman behind the first armed criminal. He pressed the right mouse button, and Batman swiftly covered the man's mouth and nose, pulled him into his cloak, and choked him into unconsciousness. He repeated this with the second enemy and approached the third. Batman closed in quickly and was about to succeed when the gangster suddenly turned around without warning. Batman, controlled by Charlie, froze. The two sides locked eyes in a tense standoff. Batman! The gangster exclaimed. At the same time, Charlie made Batman charge forward with full force, delivering a quick punch. However, the remaining gangsters had already gathered and opened fire. Although Charlie managed to make Batman temporarily retreat from the fight, Batman had been injured. With the remaining gangsters now alerted and searching, the difficulty level increased drastically. After a prolonged struggle, he died again. Charlie had initially tried to figure out the minions' positions and patrol routes like in other games but soon realized there were no patterns. The minions' positions were completely random in each simulation, and their patrol routes were unpredictable. They mostly wandered and sometimes chatted with their buddies. These NPCs were incredibly frustrating. They would often look up and around randomly after taking a few steps. Several times, Batman, controlled by Charlie, was crouching in a high spot, observing and planning, when a minion would suddenly look up and spot him. They would then turn their heads erratically, making it hard to predict when they would look back. If Charlie moved Batman from a distance while crouching, he risked being caught if the enemy turned around unexpectedly. On another occasion, while Batman was observing from above, Charlie used the claw gun to reposition. Batman fired a claw that swung to the other side of the room. Despite noise reduction, the minion below still looked up, exclaimed, "Batman," and then opened fire. When the word death appeared on the screen again, Charlie felt as if he had been crushed to pieces, still struggling with a minion in the novice tutorial. This tutorial was so unreasonable. How could anyone play with minions that seemed to have superhuman hearing? Charlie took a deep breath and saw the word death again on the screen. The character on the screen was supposed to be Batman, but the tutorial made him feel like he was playing a game with Hello Kitty dressed in black. This wouldn't do. With his reputation as a top player in single-player games, he had to conquer this challenge? Charlie soon realized that the difficulty wasn't as extreme as it initially seemed. His repeated failures were more due to unfamiliarity with the game mechanics than an actual handicap. After calming down, Charlie adopted a more cautious approach. As a seasoned game expert, Charlie had solid basic skills. With careful attention to the game mechanics, he knew success was achievable. First, he avoided rushing in recklessly. Charlie observed Batman's surroundings, enemy positions, and terrain before taking action. When observing from above, he ensured Batman was hidden in shadows, using darkness to stay concealed. Otherwise, a minion below might spot him if they looked up suddenly. When enemies were close, Charlie avoided using the claw gun. Despite noise reduction, the sound of the claw line could still alert the enemy. When moving on the ground, he stayed hidden in shadows as much as possible. When moving out of shadows, he ensured there was no direct line of sight towards him. Detective vision helped with this. The order and method of taking down enemies were also crucial. If a gangster noticed a teammate was taken down, he would call out, and all the gangsters would begin searching. Additionally, Charlie avoided staying exposed for too long without cover. Enemies might turn around unexpectedly. He made sure Batman's time without cover did not exceed 2 seconds. Ground material was another factor. If stepping on quiet concrete, he could stand up and move faster, but on wood or metal, he had to move slowly and stealthily. There were many details to manage. To avoid missing anything, Charlie took notes on all the necessary precautions. Before each simulation, he reviewed his notes thoroughly to ensure nothing was overlooked. Eventually, although it took extra time, he managed to eliminate all the enemies one by one. But the simulation wasn't over yet. After taking down the 7 armed gangsters, the warehouse door suddenly opened, and a burly man charged in. The screen announced the next step, a fighting training program. The burly man was a combat expert, and Charlie needed to control Batman in a direct fight. The fighting system was similar to the Batman games Charlie knew, relying on 2 buttons for attack and defense. Charlie clicked the left mouse button, and Batman would automatically choose the best offensive move. Batman, a master of all martial arts, could quickly exploit the opponent's weaknesses and select the appropriate attack. When the opponent planned to counterattack, a blue warning sign appeared above his head. Charlie just needed to click the right mouse button, and Batman would counter the attack with the most effective moves. When facing a difficult attack, a red warning sign appeared. In this case, Charlie needed to control Batman to dodge sideways or roll to avoid the attack. Many action games have similar controls. For Charlie, who had extensive training, this combat system felt almost instinctive. Although the difficulty was higher than traditional Batman games, it was manageable for someone with his experience. He quickly adapted to the controls and defeated the strong man without injury. He thought this was the end, but it wasn't. Then a group of ninjas with knives and guns appeared, and the system instructed him to fight them all at once. Following that were tutorials on using Batman's various advanced gadgets. Surprisingly, Charlie spent almost the entire day stuck on the tutorial. Aside from eating, drinking, and using the restroom, he dedicated the whole weekend to this tutorial. He swore this was the most outrageous novice tutorial he had ever encountered. It was not only extremely challenging but also incredibly long. Given his extensive gaming skills, he wondered if a less experienced player might need a day or 2 to get through it. Mission complete, all simulations ended. The long-awaited notification finally sounded, and the warehouse screen returned to the Batcave. Charlie exhaled deeply. Batman crouched on the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the brightly lit modern skyscraper across the street. It was an imposing structure, however, Charlie was uninterested in its architecture. What caught his attention was the striking circular bat symbol displayed above the building, reminiscent of the iconic bat signal from the comics. This symbol served a similar purpose to that of the traditional Batman series. It guided the player, paying homage to the original work by indicating that Batman's presence was needed. Like many players, Charlie typically ignored the plot in games, focusing only on the location, targets, and enemy count. However, the tutorial taught Charlie not to underestimate the game's NPCs. It showed him that recklessness was counterproductive, charging headstrong into danger was futile and only led to failure. Stealth and strategy were essential. So, instead of rushing in, Charlie maneuvered Batman around the perimeter, using detective mode to assess the building's situation carefully. Detective mode was highly effective. After scanning the area, Batman's analysis highlighted potential sneaking routes with different colors. The background appeared in cool ice blue tones, while marked people or objects stood out in warm hues, making them easy to spot. The first marked area was the building's main entrance. 2 security guards were stationed at the door, and cameras were positioned in the corners. Charlie considered this option only as a last resort. Batman knocking on a door seemed absurd, even though there were instances in recent movies where Batman did just that. In the new Batman film, the rookie Batman went to a bar owned by the criminal Penguin, knocking on the door to gather information. He then defeated all the bodyguards to get in. That scene felt oddly reminiscent of playing Assassin's Creed rather than a Batman movie. The new Batman seemed to have abandoned stealth for heavy armor and firearms, relying on brute strength rather than finesse. From the tutorial, Charlie knew that this game's Batman was still a traditional assassin, not a tank. Therefore, careful planning was crucial. Engaging in direct combat would be better suited for characters like Superman, who will be available later in the game. Charlie soon realized this game was different from other Batman games he'd played. It offered genuine freedom of choice, unlike the illusion of freedom in many other games. He explored the building's perimeter using detective mode, discovering at least 7 possible infiltration routes. Charlie could choose any of these routes or opt for a more direct approach, like in the new Batman movie. However, the latter would be far more dangerous. Considering the game's AI intelligence, Charlie decided against a berserker approach and selected one of the routes identified by Batman's analysis. Batman pried open a utility room window from the outside and entered the building through it. Detective mode revealed another camera in the corner outside the door. Charlie used the keyboard to activate one of Batman's gadgets, the universal decipher. Batman crouched and used the decipher to disable the camera. With his black leather-gloved hands, he operated the holographic screen with impressive precision, soon hacking into and deactivating the camera. Such advanced technology was familiar to Batman fans from previous games and movies. Charlie then directed Batman to open the door and walk confidently down the corridor, now free from the camera's surveillance. A security guard was approaching at the end of the corridor, but detective mode had already alerted him. Charlie had Batman crouch at the corner, waiting patiently for the guard to come closer. When the guard neared, Batman emerged unexpectedly from the corner. The guard saw a shadow flash by, and before he could react, Batman's powerful hand slammed his head against the wall. The guard fell to the ground, unconscious. Of course, it wasn't lethal. Batman's code of not killing was well known. In the games, players could be aggressive, breaking bones or using the Batmobile to knock enemies around without worrying about killing them. They would be incapacitated or, at most, left in a vegetative state but not dead. With his position secured, detective mode revealed several figures in a room upstairs. For a stealth master like Batman, this task seemed easier than the novice tutorial. Charlie felt the NPCs in the first level were less intelligent than those in the tutorial, possibly due to his increased skill. Charlie guided Batman to the top floor, where detective mode revealed multiple heat sources in an office. A group was gathered around a long conference table, seemingly in a meeting. Instead of taking the direct route, Charlie opted for the classic Batman approach, the ventilation duct. The game was committed to high realism, even in the ventilation pipes. The pipes were covered in exaggerated dust, mold from condensation, and various bugs crawling across the screen. The grimy scene made Charlie shiver, even through the screen. Indeed, superheroes weren't as glamorous in real life as they appeared in movies. The ducts were often pristine in games and films, but this scene made Charlie think, as long as you don't vomit, you've succeeded. Batman, however, remained unfazed by the dust and bugs. Charlie maneuvered Batman to the end of the duct and paused to listen. From here, he could hear the conversation in the conference room, which might be crucial to the plot. The people in suits were not speaking at the moment but seemed to be involved in some activity. A short-haired man with a cold smile stood at the end of the table with a small box placed in front of him. Each person at the table stood up, took something from the box, and returned to their seats. Charlie used Batman's perspective to zoom in, discovering they were drawing lots. The crew-cut man glanced at what he drew and then scanned the room. So, who is the lucky one today? A blond man stood up. He was stocky with a typical Western appearance. Charlie noticed that about 2/3 of the people in the room had Eastern features, while only a third looked Western, which was unusual for a superhero game. The crew-cut man took the drawn paper from the blond man, checked it, and smiled while patting him on the back. "Edge, you lucky guy," he said. Edge smiled and followed the crew-cut man to the front of the table. The crew-cut man retrieved a blade from under the table. It appeared to be a samurai sword gleaming with a mirror-like finish. The blade is about 28 inches long and curves gracefully with a sharp, single edge. The crew-cut man handed it to Edge with a solemn expression. Edge held the handle with his right hand. Everyone's eyes were on him. Charlie felt he wouldn't forget what happened next on the screen for at least a week. Edge swung the blade in a peculiar motion. Swish! The blade cut through the air with a sharp sound. Then, Edge's head fell and landed in his open left hand. To be honest, even though it was a game, Charlie was slightly startled by the scene unfolding before him. Wasn't this game advertised as PG-13? PG-13 is a classification for games, films, and TV shows that indicates content that children under 13 might need to watch with their parents. Generally, it suggests an ordinary level of intensity without any particularly shocking moments. Yet here he was, watching a headless man in the conference room below, holding his own severed head. Charlie couldn't help but feel unsettled. He now seriously questioned whether the production team had a peculiar understanding of PG-13. Imagine a kid eagerly starting a new game during the weekend, dreaming of becoming a superhero, only to be greeted with such a gruesome scene. It wouldn't be surprising if such a jarring introduction turned the child away from future superhero games. What kind of children's game is this? And it didn't stop there. Edge, the man with the severed head, not only stood firm but also walked forward step by step with his head in his hands. The head he carried dripped blood, leaving a gruesome trail on the floor. Yet, everyone in the conference room seemed indifferent, as if it were perfectly normal for someone to walk around holding their own head. The crew-cut man stepped aside, revealing a cabinet that moved automatically, sliding apart to unveil a secret door. Behind it stood a black statue. The statue was exquisitely crafted but grotesque in form. It took the shape of an inhuman entity, with numerous arms extending from its skeletal body, twisted and gnarled like deformed tree trunks. Charlie couldn't recall ever seeing anything quite like it. The statue's disturbing form left him feeling deeply uneasy, embedding itself in his nightmares. Although it was unsettling how Edge approached the statue while still holding his head, what was even more unsettling was that the severed head seemed conscious, displaying a pious, almost blissful expression, which looked particularly eerie. The headless body raised its hand, holding its head towards the statue, which caused its head to quickly disintegrate into a mist of blood and flesh, being absorbed into the grotesque statue as if drawn by an invisible force. With the head gone, Edge's headless body collapsed to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been abruptly cut. The eyes of the distorted statue glowed with a sinister red light. The crew-cut man led everyone in the room to perform a reverential bow before the statue. Then, out of nowhere, a whistling sound pierced the air. A pitch-black bat-shaped dart struck the statue with a sharp thud, lodging itself in its chest and abdomen. The crew-cut man was the first to look up in shock, seeing the dart embedded in the statue with a red light flashing dangerously. Boom! The dart's concentrated explosives detonated, shattering the statue into countless pieces. Debris scattered everywhere. Who? The crew-cut man roared in fury. A low, buzzing sound faintly followed, and the lights in the meeting room and the hallway outside went out. It was a tiny electromagnetic pulse, one of Batman's signature gadgets. Darkness is Batman's ally, and he frequently uses electromagnetic pulses to disable electronic equipment, including surveillance cameras and lights, before making his move. The advantage of this tactic is that Batman gains the initiative in the dark, instilling fear of the unknown in his enemies, but the downside is that his presence is revealed before he acts. Everyone in the conference room stood up. But before they could identify the intruder, a small spherical flare rolled into the center of the room. Boom! A bright flashbang erupted, flooding the room with intense light. As everyone's eyes struggled to adjust, Batman dropped from the ventilation duct and landed on the conference room floor. This was not a stealth mission but a quick takedown. Charlie finally let loose, operating the mouse and keyboard with speed. Batman moved like a whirlwind, swiftly knocking out one person and incapacitating two others. But soon, Charlie noticed something strange about these individuals. For example, when Batman used a joint technique to twist the arm of a chubby bald man instead of incapacitating the man, leaving him writhing in pain on the ground, this man seemed unaffected, dragging his broken arm and continuing to attack without any sign of pain. It then got even stranger. Charlie used the quick-fire batarang skill, tapping the number key twice to launch a batarang. There was a danger mark on the crew-cut man, who was about to strike. Batman threw a batarang at him, hitting the crew-cut man's raised hand and pinning it to the wall. The crew-cut man, finding the batarang stuck in his hand, simply pulled out a knife with his free hand and, without changing his expression, hacked off his own palm. He remained unperturbed, continuing his assault despite the blood gushing from his severed hand. Another man, kicked by Batman, who in turn received deformed, dislocated legs, immediately got up and resumed fighting, hopping on one foot as if nothing had happened. Blood and gore splattered across the carpet. The meeting room transformed into a nightmarish battleground, and Charlie could almost smell the foulness through the screen. This game was intense. This group of death-defying lunatics pushed Charlie's sanity to its limits. For a moment, he wondered if he had inadvertently activated a Thulhu-themed game instead of a superhero one. Fortunately, despite their madness, they were no match for Batman with his superior combat skills and advanced gadgets. In just a few minutes, most of the madmen in the conference room had fallen. Only one remained. The crew-cut man struggled to rise from where he had been leaning against the wall. He had a broken left hand, a severe fracture in his right arm, and a dislocated left leg. With 3 of his limbs severely damaged, he still managed to stand. Charlie had to admire his tenacity. His fierce eyes locked onto Batman with a look of murderous intent. He hopped forward on one foot, dragging his injured arms. Blood still oozed from the severed palm, making the scene quite horrifying. Charlie didn't lower his guard despite the opponent's injuries. He remained cautious, ready to continue his assault. But before he could act, the remaining man stopped. Boom! The head of the crew-cut man exploded into a cloud of blood. Mission completed. Charlie had to admit that he felt relieved when he saw these words appear on the screen. The immersion in this game was extraordinary, completely different from any game he had played. He felt that it wasn't just because of its realistic modeling and rendering or the player's high degree of freedom in task execution but also because of the music, visuals, and special effects. No, there were other reasons, things he couldn't quite explain, but somehow they made him feel as if he were actually there. But now the level was over. The game screen exited the eerie meeting room and switched to the results interface. Charlie received a comprehensive assessment of the number of enemies defeated, combo smoothness, mission completion efficiency, and time taken. Charlie felt his tense nerves finally relax. He was surprised to realize that he had been more nervous during the game than he had imagined. Looking back now, the game was quite interesting. Batman's moves were obviously more varied than before, and Charlie didn't notice any repetitive patterns. There were also more auxiliary props than before, a high degree of freedom in task completion, and many details that made the game feel fresh and engaging. Comic book games are very abstract. 10 comic adaptations, 9 of which are usually bad, have been the norm in the gaming industry for many years. Some comic games are born simply because companies don't want to let great IPs gather dust in storage. However, when they decide to adapt them into games, they are often reluctant to spend the necessary money. As a result, some poorly made games were born. These games used simplistic scenes and rough models that seemed to have been done by novice animators, treating players with disrespect. These games forced the idea of nostalgia on players and arrogantly demanded their acceptance. However, with the arrival of high-quality works like DC's Batman and Marvel's Spider-Man series, prejudices against comic games were being eliminated. IP adaptations in the game industry seemed to be heading in a healthier direction. But even so, this was the first time Charlie had encountered such an excellent comic book game. No, even in the entire gaming world he knew from his previous life, this should be a groundbreaking work. The main plot, however, felt a bit unclear. After the first level, he still didn't understand where this building was, why Batman had sneaked in, or what was causing the madness. He speculated that this was just a prologue, an introduction. The follow-up plot should explain the story's details, perhaps involving a crisis in the multiverse, bringing together the Avengers and the Justice League from different worlds. Charlie was really looking forward to the next plot and level, but he checked his phone and saw the time. He immediately dismissed the idea of continuing to play. Tomorrow was Monday, and he had to go to class at 8:20 in the morning. He really couldn't continue playing. As a sophomore, he was neither like a naive freshman nor a seasoned student who stayed in the dormitory all day. He was in a transitional phase. From an overall perspective of the 4 years of undergraduate studies, he was probably in a delicate state of partially being engaged but not completely. Most of the time, he went to class honestly, only occasionally skipping a class or two on a whim. Skipping another class wouldn't be a big problem, but tomorrow's first class was linear algebra, and the linear algebra teacher was strict and would notice if he missed a class. All that aside, Charlie looked back at his computer. Although the style of this game was different from what Charlie expected, it still looked like a typical game without any special features. So, Charlie put his mood in check, quit the game, turned off the computer, and crawled back to bed. For some reason, he felt unexpectedly tired after playing games all day. He closed his eyes, sank his head into the white, soft pillow, and soon fell asleep. On the other side of the city, a cordon isolated the towering skyscrapers, and soldiers in uniforms were scattered around. A black car stopped outside the cordon, and a woman stepped out. She strode through the cordon, and the soldiers on guard saluted as she passed. In all fairness, she had a pretty face and a good appearance. If she were to wear an elegant suit and skirt, she would look like a corporate executive. The woman walked through the cordon, with soldiers saluting her one after another. She entered the elevator in the lobby and went straight to the conference room on the top floor. She frowned slightly as she walked into the conference room, thinking that there might be no worse place in the world. Corpses lay on the floor in disorder, blood mixed with other substances scattered randomly about, akin to an abstract painting. There was a puddle of vomit in the corridor at the entrance, left by the cleaner who discovered the scene. Everyone on the board of directors was in the meeting room when the incident happened, and no one survived. A bald man walked up to her with a cigarette in his mouth. He exhaled the smoke and said, "All of them were infected." "Killed?" the woman asked. "No, they were attacked, but the assailant didn't kill them." The man said, "Their infection level must have exceeded their limit, and they blew themselves up." The woman was thoughtful. Her eyes scanned the messy room and quickly focused on the open secret door and the broken stones beside it. The identification department said it was that statue, possibly the source of infection, the man said. The assailant probably destroyed it. The woman pondered for a moment, then said, "So, someone did our job, and quite thoroughly." "It seems so. Do we have any clues about this mysterious helper?" The bald man exhaled another smoke ring, looking helpless. "The surveillance video was paralyzed, and we couldn't capture their whereabouts. We questioned the company's employees, and there was only one witness. But the clues he provided are vague." "I want to see him," the woman said. A few minutes later, the woman met the unfortunate security guard. The guard seemed to have been knocked out earlier and still had an ice pack on his head. Before anyone could ask questions, he spoke impatiently, eager to recount his experience. "I was on a routine patrol when the thing jumped out quickly. I was caught off guard and blacked out. Later, Xiaoli found me in the corridor. Xiaoli is a member of our security team. I woke up and heard that something big happened." "You said that thing," the woman interrupted. "Wasn't it human?" The guard shook his head resolutely, showing fear. "It happened so fast that I couldn't see clearly, but it was definitely not human. It had very pointed ears, large black wings, sharp claws, and it seemed to have fangs, like the vampire teeth in movies, very menacing. And it was huge, over 2 meters. When it jumped over, it looked like, yes, like a bat. To be honest, I was scared. I've never seen such a terrifying creature in my life." When the woman finished questioning, she looked worried. The bald man was still smoking. He had lit a new cigarette. "What do you think?" The woman pondered for a moment. "I have no idea." Charlie was sitting in the classroom, resting his cheeks in his hands listlessly, yawning 5 times a minute on average. It wasn't until the linear algebra teacher called his name that he became more awake. "Are you so sleepy?" His buddy, sitting beside him, glanced at him. His buddy's name was Walter Freeman, Charlie's high school classmate. Originally, they weren't very close friends in high school, but they unexpectedly ended up in the same university and major. Over time, they started chatting together and developed into buddies. Men's friendship is that simple. They had checked each other's schedules before choosing courses this semester, and the courses they chose were all the same. Whoever got to the classroom first would often save a seat for the other. I slept a little late yesterday, Charlie responded casually, yawning again. Walter looked at Charlie's hand meaningfully as if he understood. He approached mysteriously and lowered his voice. Any links? What? Don't pretend to be stupid. Look at you, the reading materials must have been great last night, right? Share one with your buddy. No. Seeing Walter's disbelief, Charlie couldn't help but laugh. Really? No. I played games last night and didn't sleep until late, he told the truth. Walter had a disappointed expression on his face, showing a look of, it turns out it's a game, and leaned back in his seat to play with his mobile phone. Although Walter also played games, he had no interest in single-player games. He was only interested in competitive games, especially competitive mobile games, because there were many girls in such games. Charlie didn't go to bed until after midnight yesterday. He tossed and turned in bed for a long time, his mind still filled with the shocking scenes from the game's plot last night. To be honest, the first level after the game's novice tutorial was indeed a striking opener. Coupled with the sophisticated production and realistic graphics, it was truly impressive. Charlie, who had been baptized in various horror games and thriller movies, hadn't felt this way for a long time. The last time in his memory that made him feel so uneasy was the classic old movie The Ring. At that time, Charlie hadn't had much exposure to horror movies and was not very resistant to supernatural beings. The movie left a deep shadow on his young mind. He still remembered being scared when he saw Sadeko in white clothes and disheveled hair crawling out of the TV. Although it faded away with time, The Ring became a source of trauma, so much so that he would still be afraid of dark TVs and computer screens when he turned off the lights at night and was alone. This sequela was not completely cured until a close friend gave him a parody book. The general plot was that Sadeko appeared on the TV set of the otaku hero's house. However, the protagonist was poor. The size of the TV was too small, and Sadeko's secondary sexual characteristics were too developed to fit, so she got stuck. This led to some comical situations. Since then, the door to a new world has opened before Charlie. At the same time, his PTSD from Sadeko was miraculously cured instantly. So, this kind of discomfort only appeared for a short time. But now, he didn't know whether it was simply because the game was well made and the picture was too realistic or for other reasons, but the cut-off process of the first level still replayed in his mind, lingering as if on repeat. Fuck. Walter, who was swiping away on his phone with his head down, suddenly made an improper exclamation. Charlie poked his head curiously. What happened? Do you know the Klein Group? I don't know, Charlie shook his head. A company in the lower city. Seems to be a pharmaceutical company, Walter said. I just got the news that someone said the Klein Group's board of directors died suddenly last night. Sudden death. Charlie was taken aback. It had been a month since he traveled to the Pole Star, and everything seemed normal. The memory inherited from the original body also told him that this was a safe and peaceful world. This kind of thing should be heavy news. What happened? Charlie asked. See for yourself. Walter handed the phone to Charlie while continuing to explain in a low voice. The person who posted said he is an employee of the Klein Group. He heard about it when he went to the company early this morning, but the specific reason is still unknown. It seems the company was attacked by unknown people last night. Walter kept talking, but Charlie didn't listen to what he said next. The moment his eyes fell on the picture attached to the post, he was firmly attracted like a magnet. It was a pitch-black building, and the perimeter had been cordoned off by the authorities. Charlie stared at the photo for a while. At first, he felt it looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After a while, his pupils shrank and he froze as if electrocuted. Damn, why does this look so much like the building Batman sneaked into last night in the game? Although it was night in the game and day in the photo, and only a limited part of the building was captured on the screen, Charlie had controlled Batman to circle around the building for a long time to survey. He was confident that it was impossible to mistake its appearance and structure. Wait, the board members of the Klein Group died collectively last night. Charlie immediately thought of the game level last night. The man who raised his head in the conference room and those crazy NPCs who blew their heads after being confronted by Batman. So is there a possibility? Maybe they're not NPCs? Maybe what he experienced on the computer last night was not just a virtual game process. The moment this thought came to him, he felt a chill all over his body, and at the same time, the game screen from last night flooded his mind again, making his spine even chillier. Charlie also read a lot of novels in his free time, and he had seen all kinds of weird cheats after the protagonist traversed. He immediately thought that something was wrong with the game he brought from the original world. Maybe he transmigrated into the world set by the game? He remembered that the game loading interface last night showed that the map had failed to load at first, then the system automatically repaired the problem, and the words "the new map system has been loaded" popped up. So this newly loaded map may be the map of this world. Avengers vs Justice League, New Era automatically analyzed the laws of this world and loaded the territory of this world as the map background. Well, of course, it's all Charlie's speculations. He doesn't know if it's true or not. He swiped down the phone screen to load more information, but a big error 404 popped up on the screen, followed by a prompt, "The post you visited does not exist." Charlie was taken aback. Huh? Blocked again. Walter, still on his mobile phone, continued swiping away at the screen, looking for the previous post, but the post had disappeared like a stone sinking into the ocean. Why do you say again? Charlie asked. Because I heard that there have been similar incidents in the past. Someone posted about people drowning in places without water or getting half stuck in walls, and as soon as such posts appear, they get quickly blocked. Really? Charlie asked. In this information age, where the beginning of a story is all based on making things up, a few words from netizens can't really be trusted. No, to be precise, this blame should not be placed on the internet. Long before the internet was popularized, various newspapers and magazines were full of strange stories. But with the popularization of mobile phone cameras, ghosts no longer come out of the mountains, UFOs no longer fly around, and water monsters no longer bubble up. Yes, of course, Walter said. But this kind of post wasn't blocked before. When Charlie thought about it, he felt that the statement was true. In the past, ghosts and alien stories were all over the internet without being restricted by anyone. But now that these posts are being blocked, it feels suspicious. It would be fine if it was someone else watching the fun, but Charlie was different. After all, the Klein Group building in the posted picture looked exactly like the one he saw in the game last night. Even the news matched the content of the game. It is too far-fetched to say it is a coincidence. There must be something wrong. After finally getting out of class, Charlie was not in the mood for the next class and wanted to go straight home to see what was wrong with the game. As soon as the get-out-of-class bell rang, Charlie asked his good friend Walter to help him sign in for the next class. Then, he got up and squeezed out of the crowd. As he left the teaching building, his eyes were drawn to a scene happening in the square outside. A large group of people had gathered there, the scene was a bit chaotic, and emotional scolding could be heard inside. Charlie leaned over, took advantage of his height of nearly 1.8 meters to look inside, and soon understood what was happening. Surrounded by the group of onlookers were two young individuals, a man and a woman. They both looked like students and were undergoing a heated exchange of words. What the F***ck did you say? That guy is just a cab driver. I don't know him at all. Can't you understand English? I don't fucking know him. Wo ta ma buletin renchi ta. Jenele kana poputane. No lo kanashko. Watushi wa care no koto o mat takushurimasan. The woman's mouth seemed to be endowed with Google Translate. Nonsense? Do you take me for a fool? You hang out with dubious people all day long. You really think I'm a fool who doesn't know what's going on, right? Alright, you wanna go there? I haven't exposed you for the sake of our relationship, but you don't think I don't know about your drug-dealing friends? You think I don't know about your stolen car? You say I hang around dubious people, but aren't those crackhead strippers you call friends dubious? You always question why I'm no longer interested in sleeping with you. You say I'm cheating, but isn't the truth simply that you can't even last longer than a minute? Even when you take medication, what's the result? Another minute? What a joke. After listening for a bit, Charlie understood. In short, it was a classic case of a couple breaking up and airing their dirty laundry. Normally, Charlie might be interested in watching, to see how the drama ends, but today, he had something on his mind and was in a hurry to get back home to his game. He lost interest after a few glances and prepared to leave. But what happened next was beyond his expectations. Slap. There was a loud, crisp sound. The man had slapped the woman on the cheek. This sound was like the bell ringing for the start of a competition, announcing the official start of a WWE SmackDown. The woman quickly got the upper hand, but the man's reaction was quicker. He immediately followed up with a punch, but it didn't seem to have the desired effect. The woman grabbed the man's hair with her hand, but it was too oily to grasp. After a brief stalemate, the woman made a deadly shot. The onlookers seemed to hear the sound of something cracking. At this moment, Charlie realized that something was a little strange. He thought that if he took such a hit, temporarily losing mobility would be inevitable. Even watching from the sidelines, he felt a kind of indescribable pain. However, the man took the hit firmly and immediately launched a counterattack as if nothing had happened. Upon seeing this scene, even Charlie started to view the man in awe. The man punched the woman in the face without holding back. Half of the woman's cheeks swelled immediately, and a trickle of blood began to ooze from her lips. But she was also unmoved and counterattacked with her nails, leaving bloody scratches on the boy's face. Charlie was stunned. It was as if the altercation had suddenly escalated into a life-and-death struggle. The two young individuals wrestled together crazily as if they were mortal enemies. What's even more strange is that as the scene slowly became increasingly bloody and out of control, the crowds of onlookers were indifferent. No one stepped forward to dissuade them, no one called for help, no one even exclaimed, and most remarkably, no one picked up a mobile phone to take a picture. It was as if this was an ancient arena, and the onlookers were cold judges. Looking at these mechanically indifferent faces, Charlie suddenly remembered that he had seen similar expressions before. It was the faces of the men in the meeting room from the game last night. The horrified faces in the conference room overlapped with the expressions of the students watching, making Charlie feel a chill sweeping over his whole body. He had a strong premonition that if he continued to stay here, he might also become abnormal. He must leave quickly. He turned his head and left the ranks of onlookers. He needed to stay away from here and should probably call someone for help. Maybe he should contact the school security department or the sheriff's department, but this kind of thing seemed to be beyond the scope of a mere sheriff's department. But such a thought barely had time to flash through his mind when, swoosh, Suddenly, he felt a chill running down his spine. He turned to look, only to find that the man and woman suddenly stopped fighting, and the students gathered around them suddenly stopped watching. They were like puppets pulled by strings on a stage, and the puppeteer had just moved the strings from backstage, causing crack, crack, crack. All the puppets to simultaneously look at Charlie, their necks snapping in his direction. When he met those eyes, Charlie felt a chill in his heart. Charlie didn't dare to look any further. He turned his head, wanting to quickly run away, but found that the escape route had been blocked. A student had already stepped forward, inadvertently blocking his way. Just when he thought things couldn't get any worse, a black van suddenly drove up. The vehicle drifted smoothly to the sidewalk. The door was then roughly pulled open along the slide rail. Two individuals stepped out of the van. One of them was a striking woman wearing a long, black windbreaker that flowed elegantly with each step. The coat was cinched at the waist, highlighting her slender figure. Her hair, a rich cascade of dark waves, framed a face that could easily belong to a movie star. High cheekbones, a perfectly sculpted jawline, and full lips painted a deep, alluring red contrasted beautifully with her fair skin. Her eyes, a piercing shade of emerald, were sharp and intelligent, exuding confidence and a hint of danger. The other, a towering figure, a bald man exuding an aura of rugged authority, stepped out of the car with practiced ease, the glowing tip of a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. The ember flared briefly, casting a warm, flickering glow over his weathered features and deep-set, piercing eyes. It's quite a commotion, and in broad daylight this time. The bald man exhaled a smoke ring. Looks like it won't be easy to cover this up. That's not our primary concern. The woman shrugged. She stepped forward and pulled out a black metallic-looking stick from the sheath tied around her thigh. She flicked a switch, and the tip of the stick sparked with a silky blue arc. Then, with an exertion of force in her legs, she jumped into the crowd. With the duo's appearance, the crowd staring at him lost interest and focused on the two individuals instead. Amongst the crowd, the arguing couple who somehow squeezed to the front was particularly conspicuous. They were covered in scars, the man's face scratched and bloody, and the woman's originally pretty face bruised and swollen beyond recognition. While none of them seemed to feel pain, their devastated faces were distorted with anger. Not one good thing, not one good thing, the girl said. Are you also here to laugh at me? Laugh at me? Laugh at me? Me. Do you also want to laugh at me? The boy screamed. Die, die, all die. With these two leading the charge, everyone swarmed up. The bald man threw away his cigarette and pulled out a similar electric shock baton. The two, one on the left and one on the right, rampaged in the crowd. Charlie tried to use this opportunity to escape. Although he wanted to stay and watch the chaos, safety was more important than curiosity. But just as he was about to leave, a voice sounded in his ear. Sorry to bother you. When Charlie turned his head, he saw a girl with short hair who seemed to have just gotten out of the van holding a small white tablet, her eyes sharp and dark. Look here. The girl held a strange device that reminded Charlie of a cashier's handheld scanner. She pointed it at Charlie and checked the machine's monitor. Confused, she stared at the monitor a bit longer as if waiting for something to happen while mumbling to herself. Strange, he's not infected at all. At the same time, the bald man and the black-haired woman continued to cause a commotion in the crowd. The electric batons in their hands were skillfully waved around, arcs continued to crackle in the air. Almost every moment, crazed students fell. Finally putting away the strange scanner, the girl stared at the ongoing commotion. Don't worry, it won't take long, the girl said to Charlie. It will be over soon. Charlie still wanted to leave, but he was well aware that simply running away might be flagged as suspicious. Or, would it? Perhaps it would be even more suspicious if he was keen on staying. Charlie finally decided to at least ask some questions first. Not showing curiosity would be even more suspicious, not to mention that he is, in fact, curious about the current happenings. After a short period, the abnormal students all fell to the ground, unconscious. After finishing their work, the two put away the electric batons and walked toward Charlie and the short-haired girl. As soon as they got near, Charlie started bombarding them with questions. Who are you people? Is this a hidden camera show? I don't agree to be filmed unless I get paid an appearance fee. Is that a real electric baton? Why? Stop. The 9th Special Service Division, Melanie Chase. The woman quickly interrupted while showing her ID, which had a silver badge on it. 9th Special Service, Ivan Petrov. The bald man also flashed his ID, then immediately took out a new cigarette and lit it. Considering this a signal, the girl with the tablet also introduced herself, Tara Lane. Solemnly, Charlie reached into his pocket, causing the trio to narrow their eyes. Pulling out his phone and logging into his social media streaming platform. Showing them his phone, Charlie introduced himself, world-class standalone gamer, Charlie. Tara approached the two and whispered, the infection level is below 1%, so he has no problem. Oh, both were surprised. Interesting. Ivan patted Charlie's shoulder. You seem to not be infected at all. Charlie pretended to be shocked and nervous. If they find out that he is pretending, which is likely due to what seems to be their line of work, it should be able to hide the fact that he is, in fact, very nervous. What do you mean by infection? Charlie glanced at the classmates lying on the ground, his lips trembling. Is that what happened to them? We can't say, Ivan replied, his flickering gaze faintly masked by the cigarette smoke. According to regulations, we can't disclose this to the general public. Charlie looked at the messy scene and the distant onlookers, thinking of how this might be covered up. Large-scale hypnosis? As if reading his mind, Yvonne shrugged helplessly. If we can't keep things secret, we simply slow down the spread of information. We can't tell you more according to the rules. We're just humble cleaners. Oh, but the degree of infection in your school is not high. It's a small-scale, mild infection accident. They will be fine. Thinking of the chaos earlier, Charlie wondered if this was mild. What's serious? He then remembered what he saw in the game last night, the man cutting off his own head with a knife. At the two's request, Charlie, as the only sober eyewitness, recounted what he saw in detail. Tara Lane carefully recorded the process on the tablet with a sensor pen. While talking, another car arrived. A team of soldiers in black uniforms jumped out, set up a cordon, and began to clean up the scene. That will be all for now. Thank you for your cooperation, Tara said, putting away her pen. One last thing, please do a physical examination today. Don't worry. You passed the scan, so there should be no problem. The physical exam is just in case. Go to the central hospital today, and they'll arrange a special set of examinations for you with the document number, free of charge. Charlie didn't like physical exams, but thinking of the crazed students, he felt it might be better to comply. On his way to the hospital, Charlie had time to gather his thoughts and realized that he had no reason to be nervous. His unnecessary thoughts and actions might actually garner greater suspicion than if he remained calm. Charlie is aware of why he acted that way. Knowing he now has a big secret, he subconsciously thinks of himself as important, that he is different, yet he should do everything possible not to let others see the said difference. There's frankly nothing wrong with such a thought process. What's wrong is the fact that he executed it poorly and, like a retard, act nervous so they do not know you're nervous. Sigh. Well, what's done is done. Consider me unlucky for thinking of myself clever. Arriving at the hospital, Charlie received the most comprehensive medical exam he had ever had. Then, after eating dinner outside, it was almost 5 when he got home. The first thing Charlie did after returning home was turn on the computer and log into Avengers vs Justice League, A New Era. When the game started, the familiar A and JL logos appeared on the screen, finally causing his tense nerves to relax a little. Charlie logged into the game, entered the main interface, and carefully reviewed the available options. Besides the Start Game button, there are also Store and Settings options below. In the settings, you can adjust the game volume, screen brightness, control keys, and other details. These are general settings and nothing out of the ordinary. But the store is more intriguing. Charlie visited the store yesterday when he first played the game, but it was empty at that time. Today, there are some changes. First, his own characters column, which was empty yesterday, now features Batman's avatar. Selecting Batman reveals a small introduction. Batman, real name Bruce Wayne, is a billionaire from Gotham City. After witnessing his parents' murder as a child, he vowed to prevent such tragedies. After extensive training around the world, he returned to Gotham as Batman, the Dark Knight. Additionally, a new option has been unlocked in the store. Sea-level teleportation array. Use hero points to activate this array, which randomly summons a superhero or hero's equipment from another world. Each activation costs 50 hero points. Charlie immediately recognized this as the card drawing mechanism common in mobile games. The upper right corner of the store interface shows his current hero points, which are just over 500, allowing 10 draws. This is the reward for completing the first mission last night. Classic Novice Bonus, 10 free draws. It's intriguing how card drawing games have become so prevalent. Game developers have seemingly found a winning formula. There is no need for elaborate graphics or hefty investments, just interesting character IPs, and it's a hit. Despite complaints and criticisms, players dive in enthusiastically. While some might think it outrageous for such games to gain popularity, Charlie finds it predictable. It's no surprise when gambling elements are involved, and superhero themes are no exception. However, while gambling elements can be replicated, the superhero theme adds a unique twist. Snap! A flash of white light appeared on the screen, and the teleportation array made a sound like an engine starting. A stunning figure materialized amidst the teleportation effects, an alluring figure in a purple-black mask and high boots, revealing long, snow-white legs and a bust reminiscent of the Mariana Trench. Charlie. It seems he underestimated the industry's approach to character design. These companies have mastered the art of attractiveness. Hero introduction, Huntress, formerly Helena Bettinelli, daughter of a Gotham Mafia boss. Proficient in combat, marksmanship, and vehicle operation. Iconic weapons include crossbows and long sticks. TL note, she seems to be flat in most of the images I've found, so I'm a little confused. The arrival of this new hero was initially surprising, but the excitement quickly faded. After settling down, Charlie assessed the role's pros and cons. Despite the card drawing element, the game remains an action-adventure in which players control one character at a time. Thus, new heroes simply offer more choices. The Huntress seemed less appealing because her role overlaps with Batman's. Both are mortal heroes without superpowers, but Batman is the epitome of this type of hero. She excels in combat, but not as much as Batman. She is skilled in shooting, but not as skilled as Batman. Her equipment is good, but not as good as Batman's. Her primary advantage seems to be her physical appeal. The panel description highlights her unique skill in vehicle operation, but does this skill have a vehicle range limit? As a serious gamer, Charlie had no ulterior motives, he was just curious if this vehicle skill affected the player. If he were only playing the game and got such a capable hero, he might consider it a win. However, given his suspicion that the game might be more than just a game, repeating Batman's role suggests that new heroes with low allocation could be less valuable. With 1 round and 9 left, Charlie took a deep breath and continued drawing. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you. He soon realized the hero shipment rate might not be high, and Huntress might be a rare pull in the first round. After 7 consecutive draws, Charlie wondered if he had bad luck and started feeling uneasy. Fortunately, something came out of the last draw. It was Green Arrow's mask. Charlie, what's the use of this? The description is straightforward, an eye mask made of special fiber, concealing identity without affecting vision or movement. Honestly, Charlie doubted its effectiveness. He recalled a scene from the Green Lantern movie where a similar blindfold was used, and the heroine immediately recognized the protagonist, questioning the disguise's effectiveness. Still, Charlie was curious. This item is game equipment, so maybe it adds some attributes or benefits. Despite this, he didn't want to waste free items. Seeing a summon button under the item, he clicked it, and the green eye patch appeared in his game backpack. At the same moment, his phone dinged with a text message from an unknown number. Your package has been delivered to the door. Please check it as soon as possible. Charlie was stunned. Package? What package? Which door? His gaze quickly shifted to the small green eye patch in his game backpack. Could it be? He was struck by an absurd idea and immediately got up, walked across the living room, and opened the security door. He found a small package lying quietly in the corridor outside the door. Charlie returned to his room and carefully opened the sealed package with a paper knife. When he saw the green eye mask inside, identical to the one from the game, he couldn't help but be silent for a moment. It wasn't an illusion, it was real. He nervously picked up the small mask. It was made of a material he had never encountered before, cold, soft, and very comfortable to the touch. He tried putting it on. Somehow, this small mask didn't need strings to stay in place or any mechanism to secure it. It fit snugly against his skin and was the perfect size, almost as if it were tailor-made for him. Just like in the game, wearing it didn't affect his vision or movements at all. In fact, he could almost forget it was there if he wasn't paying attention. Charlie took off the mask and stared blankly at the empty package. What the hell? A meticulously packaged parcel, without a sender's or consignee's address, without any information, had appeared in the corridor outside his door almost the moment he clicked the mouse to buy it in the game. What is this? Interdimensional express delivery? Instant order and delivery? The efficiency was such that even Amazon would be silenced in awe, but at least it proved one thing, the game could indeed affect his reality. Green Arrow, also known as Oliver Queen, was a shooter who specialized in hand-to-hand combat and was proficient in bow fighting. As for Green Arrow's equipment, his bow and arrows, the black-tack arrows might still be useful, but Charlie really couldn't figure out what use a simple mask would be. However, though Green Arrow's mask seemed useless, it made Charlie wonder about the possibility of other superhero equipment being shipped from this summoning array system. Could it include more useful equipment? Like Batman's dart hook and uniform, Spider-Man's web launcher, or even Iron Man's armor? If those could also be manifested in reality, they would be directly transformed into extraordinary powers he could use in the real world. Charlie sat back in front of the computer, staring at the game on the screen, his expression becoming more complex. He entered the simulation training module again. This time, Charlie's mentality was different. If yesterday's tutorial was just for learning the basics, today was purely for mastering and training. Familiarity with the fighting system, the use of stealth tactics, and the handling of various props. Suddenly, these were not just game skills for Charlie, they were real abilities he needed to learn, master, and skillfully use. Games were Charlie's specialty, and he had never been so serious about any game in his life. His skills improved rapidly throughout the day. He found that although the operation details of this game were more complex than those of previous Batman series games, the performance was better once he was familiar with it. With enough practice, players could almost become Batman himself through the keyboard and mouse. The day was spent in simulation, and night finally fell. He selected Batman on the hero selection interface and logged in directly. After a brief black screen, Batman descended into the urban area under the night sky. He landed atop a building in the brightly lit city, his cloak undulating in the bright moonlight. Charlie immediately recognized the location. It was opposite to the Klein Group building where he had logged off last night. He controlled Batman to walk to the edge of the roof and moved the mouse to adjust to a bird's eye view. Charlie's gaze widened in interest. He could see the cordon set up at the bottom of the building and the personnel standing guard beside it. From this angle, he could even imagine the angle from which the photo he saw in the forum during the day was taken. After logging in, the game first reminded him that both the tutorial and the first mission had been completed. The map function had been unlocked, allowing players to explore the city freely as Batman. Charlie pressed the M key on the keyboard, and the city map of Riverton, where Charlie lived, immediately opened on the screen. He used the mouse to move his perspective on the map and even found his current location. Charlie suddenly had an idea. Could he find himself from this game? Although the city was also called Riverton, like the city he lived in before crossing, it wasn't exactly the same. Some streets and areas were identical to Riverton in his previous life, including the area where his uncle's house was located, but many places were different. For one, the current Riverton was more than 3 times larger than the city in Charlie's previous life. As previously mentioned, there was no concept of national boundaries on this earth. In any city, there might be people with the appearance characteristics of various countries and regions from the original Earth. However, people in the same city usually spontaneously formed different life circles based on race and living habits. Charlie was old-fashioned in playing games. He recalled being ridiculed by viewers every day when he played Dark Souls in a live stream, saying that the biggest obstacle for someone to spread the fire was hand damage, but for him, the biggest obstacle was getting lost. TL note, I don't play Dark Souls, so I don't know if I translated something incorrectly. There's a saying that all roads lead to Rome, but it did not exist for him. He only thought that all roads were mazes. Fortunately, this game was user-friendly enough to include traditional foolproof navigation functions. Mark a coordinate on the map, and as long as you are not blind, you can reach the destination. Charlie marked the coordinates on the map. Then he exited the map, and a small round bat mark appeared on the screen, with real-time navigation reminding the player where the route's target was. Batman's claw gun had a load-bearing capacity of more than 500 pounds, and the cloak behind him was not just for show, it could be shaped into a solid hang glider to help him glide. The combination of these two pieces of equipment made him feel like he was walking on air in the concrete jungle. Charlie could feel the thrill of scaling walls even through the screen. Especially when Batman in the game came to an area Charlie was familiar with, flying past his school, the neighborhood where he walked, and the business district he visited, it felt more and more surreal. Of course, he did not forget to avoid unnecessary sight lines and surveillance cameras during the period. Batman's jet black suit was designed for stealth, which made evading detection much easier. Coupled with the detective mode's perspective hook and a black tech decipherer that could invade any surveillance camera, it was not difficult to avoid eyes and ears. Seeing Batman getting closer and closer to the navigation location, Charlie found his heartbeat gradually accelerating. He wasn't sure if he was mentally prepared for what he was about to see next. Finally, with a shot of the claw, Batman flew into the air under the ejection of the claw gun, opened his cloak for a handsome gliding sprint, and landed on the roof of a residential building. Charlie pressed the X button to activate detective mode, and the screen image entered the first-person perspective under Batman's helmet. The image zoomed in rapidly as he swiped the mouse wheel, finally locking onto a lighted window in the opposite residential building. In the high magnification screen of the detective mode, through that window, Charlie saw himself. That's his room. Charlie took a deep breath. He stood up from his seat, walked to the window, and looked at the opposite roof through the window. Then he saw the Dark Knight standing in the moonlight, his cloak fluttering like a banner in the night wind. Standing by the window, Charlie looked at Batman with his cloak flying across the street and felt unreal for a moment. At this point, there was no longer any doubt. Somehow, all the heroes he plays in this game are mirrored in reality. Those legendary superheroes are like his agents, his clones, who can replace him, doing things he can't. Although he can only play Batman for now, sooner or later, new heroes will be unlocked: Spider-Man, Iron Man, Green Lantern, Doctor Strange, Superman, and other top-level characters. But at this moment, he immediately realized one more thing. Unless necessary, he'd better keep the hero he controls as far away from him as possible. This is a precaution against similar scenarios in DC and Marvel original comics. Spider-Man is always swinging around the school he attends, leading to the guess that he may be a teacher or student there. Some rich folk track Superman's flight trajectory on a map with high-tech instruments, only to find that this guy is always wandering around the daily planet. With these lessons learned from comic predecessors, Charlie immediately realized that the heroes he controlled should stay away from him. If someday in the future, a bored guy chasing after superheroes decides to plot dots on a map, finally discovering that heroes from all walks of life love to wander around this acre of land, he risks exposure. As long as he hides well and stays behind the scenes, all the heroes from Marvel and DC will become his powerful thugs and the foundation for him to settle down in this strange world. Maybe he can develop into a super black and evil force, becoming the leader behind the scenes. Thinking of this, he sat back in front of the computer and manipulated Batman to turn around and leave. His thoughts didn't stop while he wandered through the night. It was only yesterday that he applauded the freedom this game gives to the player, but now, he feels it is a bit too free. Aside from the tutorial, the game hardly provides any guidance, there isn't even a main mission, and he has yet to learn what the game wants the player to do. If you think about it, even yesterday's first task cannot be accurately called a task. There is no clear concept of mission in the game. A bat mark is placed on the roof of the Klein group to remind players that there may be a situation. But Charlie thought that if he ignored this sign and manipulated Batman to go shopping in the city, it wouldn't be impossible. He felt like he had opened a Batman simulator, able to go wherever he wanted, with no missions and no main line, and the story unfolding entirely up to him. Just as he was thinking about what to do in the game, a small exclamation mark suddenly appeared on the game screen. The GPS location had updated the destination, which was not far from Batman. Is there a mission coming? Charlie had a thought, so he manipulated Batman to walk toward the exclamation mark. Emily felt that today was her unlucky day. In the morning, the alarm clock didn't go off and she overslept. She rushed to the office on a small electric scooter. She didn't eat breakfast but was still 5 minutes late. Unfortunately, she happened to bump into the boss in the elevator, who scolded her harshly. While completing her assignment, she realized that, in a hurry to leave, she had forgotten the materials she rushed to complete last night on the table. The boss once again gave her another harsh reprimand. Initially, she wanted to go out with her 2 girlfriends for a free meal and have a good time to change her mood, but she tripped over nothing, chipped her teeth, and twisted her ankle. Walking on the road, she met a group of sleazy street thugs who approached her to strike up a conversation. She ignored them and quickened her pace to leave, but she didn't expect them to drag her back. "Why you being so rude, stupid b*******. Let go." Emily tried to get away, but one of the thugs punched her in the head. This punch made her eyes blur, and she became a little dazed. "You fking b******," the thug cursed. Although there were not many pedestrians on the road, those present were stunned by this group's arrogance. Many stopped, but no one dared to intervene. Someone in the back took out his mobile phone and seemed to want to call the police, but a blonde thug ran up to him, snatched the phone, and smashed it to pieces on the concrete floor. "You like to be brave, don't you?" The blonde boy slapped the man gently on the face. The man, pale in fear, repeatedly shook his head. "Good," the blondie continued with a smile. "I hate brave idiots." Seemingly about to leave, the blondie turns around, causing the man to heave a sigh of relief. Then, swoosh. With a twist of his waist, the blondie rotates his torso. Smack. He threw a backhand slap at the man, sending him sprawling on the floor. "But I hate cowards even more." Emily lay on the ground, half her face hurting. She waved her hands and tried to stand up but was pushed back down. The group surrounded her in a circle, and she smelled a strong scent of alcohol. One thug was still yelling something, but her dizziness made it hard for her to focus. She gave up trying to get up and could only protect her body. She fantasized this was just an incoherent nightmare and hoped she would wake up in a cold sweat and find herself still in her warm bed, and this unfortunate day hadn't started at all. The thug raised his fist again while cursing and about to swing it down. Snap. The lights went out. Not only the street lights but even the lights in the buildings and the hanging electronic signs, as if an invisible hand cut off the light source, dragging everything into eternal darkness. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. The thug stopped his fist, frowning. "What the f***ck is going?" A spherical object drew a parabola and was thrown at their feet, exploding softly. The smoke screen quickly dominated the entire venue of darkness. A shadow then spread its pitch-black wings, like a demon descending from the sky, and fell into the smoke. The thugs didn't see anything clearly, only vaguely seeing a shadow flash before them. Crack. The bridge of a thug's nose broke, causing a scream the next moment. The severe pain hit him like a tide, and he howled like a pig, sobering up. "Brother." His companion waved to disperse the smoke while trying to approach but felt his arms sink after 2 steps as if clamped by something. Before he could struggle, pain caused him to almost faint, accompanied by the sound of dislocating bones. The darkness and smoke blinded them. No one knew what happened, only the screams of their companions echoed in the smoke, weaving a symphony of despair. The first thug recovered from the severe pain of his broken nose, raised his head, and immediately froze. He wasn't afraid of getting hurt or dying. He often got bruised and swollen from fights. He is the kind of person who has nothing to worry about, and fear is a distant word for him. After all, he doesn't even care if he dies, so what is there to fear? It was not until today that he realized he was wrong. He saw the looming shadow in the smoke, and his mind automatically turned it into a hideous and frightening image. Huge black wings, blood-sucking fangs, and sharp claws seemingly born for killing, things only seen in the deepest nightmares. Then he saw the thing coming towards him again. He froze, stuck in place like a meek schoolboy. He stared wide-eyed in horror, watching the bat-like monster cutting through the smoke, feeling his heart almost jump out of his chest, the fear paralyzing him. The creature gave him a punch to the cheek, making him spit blood mixed with a few teeth. The next punch made him feel like 3 of his ribs were broken. The following shots were equally ruthless, the severe pain spread all over his body under the impact. Finally, a forward kick nearly stopped his heart and lungs. The thug broke through the smoke and flew out, landing on the opposite sidewalk, causing passersby to scream. At this moment, he felt like a fragile glass bottle smashed to pieces. Blood poured down his throat, nearly choking him. The smoke cleared, and all the lights suddenly came back on. Panting, Emily sat up and looked around blankly, seeing a group of street thugs lying on the ground. She didn't know if they were dead or alive, still muddled from the punch. The onlookers ran far away in surprise, leaving this half of the street empty except for her. Clutching her head, she felt dizzy and couldn't digest what she was seeing. After completing his first rescue mission, Charlie felt mildly satisfied with his swift and straightforward course of action. In the past, he liked playing superhero-themed games with open maps, the most representative being DC's Batman and Marvel's Spider-Man. Many titles in both series feature a superhero protagonist who lets you roam freely around the city. You can choose to follow the main storyline or perform heroic feats, see fire, go to the fire, see robbery, save people, basically experiencing the daily life of a superhero. However, no matter how realistic it is not as real as the one he is playing now. Moving on, Charlie witnessed many injustices in his previous life. Every time he surfed the internet and saw injustices, he would be filled with righteous indignation like everyone else, but what use was indignation? Can it save people? Can it resurrect the dead? Can it stop hunger? Can it end trafficking? But ironically, or perhaps hypocritically, if something happened right before his eyes, Charlie reckoned that he would probably stay out of it and pretend he didn't see it. Most people are the same. At best, wait until you return home, log on to the internet, and then launch a wave of criticism. Few have the courage to stand up for what is right, especially if it's at their own expense. But it's different now. He has power. A power that would prove difficult to trace back to him. If Charlie himself acquires the physical strength and skills of Batman, instead of going around beating street thugs, he'll most likely huddle up in a corner, pretending to be a normal person. Call him a coward, trash, AP*SSY, or a waste, but it won't change the fact that regardless of the situation, as long as it doesn't harm the safety and interests of himself and his loved ones, becoming a bystander to cruelty is never a crime. Why place your life and future in jeopardy for a stranger? Heroes are honorable, yes, but very idiotic. Fortunately, Batman is different. Such a big bat with a height of 6 feet 2 inches, the face of a villain who beats, smashes, loots, burns, and tortures, doing almost everything except killing people. The most crucial point is that Charlie can stay out of the radar while enacting justice. After all, if Batman is causing trouble outside, what does it have to do with me, Charlie? Not to mention, there are additional benefits to playing hero. After beating the group of thugs, the game gives 12 hero points, 7 of which are for knocking down 7 enemies. The remaining 5 points are for rewarding him for not suffering any damage during his actions. Just after a smoke bomb fell, Charlie pressed the left mouse button. Batman's set of combos directly knocked them all down, not a single counterattack hitting Batman. But this is normal. After all, although Batman was forcibly labeled as an ordinary human being by the screenwriter, audiences who know a little bit understand that Batman has already broken the ceiling of the category of normal people. It would be a miracle if ordinary gangsters could compete with him. After playing for several hours, Charlie roughly understood the objective of the game. In short, you manipulate superheroes to defeat spawned monsters, aka thugs and villains, and collect points, which you can then use to unlock new heroes or draw hero equipment. However, Charlie wondered if he really had to rely on watching the city at night, every night, to help justice in order to earn points to upgrade. The efficiency seemed too low. Not everywhere is as simple and honest as Gotham. After all, the reason the original Batman in the game series can level up so fast is related to Gotham, a villain's paradise. Batman's life can be summarized as follows: on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, stop the lunatics who want to blow up the city hall. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, save the city from being poisoned or destroyed. On Sunday, go on a business trip with Superman, fighting aliens and monsters for a change of pace, then return to Gotham the next day for a repeat. But Charlie wasn't in Gotham, so what would he use to level up when there were no lunatics or criminals to defeat? Would he help the granny cross the road and save the cat that climbed the tree? No, that seems like Superman's job. Charlie initially thought so, but soon he found that the actual situation seemed different from what he thought. As he controls Batman to wander around the city for the night, he encounters many things that require him to take action. For example, goons are taking advantage of the night to rob a jewelry store, creeps are following women late at night, bold individuals are stealing and vandalizing cars, etc. Only then did Charlie realize that this other world was not as peaceful as he had thought. It wasn't until after 1 o'clock in the morning when Charlie realized that he was too sleepy and exhausted to continue. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he had to turn off the game and go to bed. Strangely, after playing the game for the past 2 days, he felt his body hollowed out. He was clearly just sitting in front of the computer and clicking away on the keyboard, but he felt extremely tired. He threw himself into the soft bed without even taking off his clothes and fell into a deep sleep almost as soon as he closed his eyes. When Charlie woke up, the sun was shining brightly. In a daze, he stretched out his arms and grabbed his phone to check the time. It's 11:30 already. I've slept through all my morning classes. Scrolling through his phone, Charlie opened his messages and realized that he hasn't checked his phone since yesterday afternoon. Various groups chats with his classmates seemed to have exploded with unread messages. They were enthusiastically discussing the accident that happened yesterday. Walter even sent several messages asking if he was still there and whether he was affected. Although late to reply, Charlie responded to the message and told his friend that he was fine. Then he stretched himself and got up to do some hygiene. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he almost fumbled to the floor. He felt sore all over and nearly lost his footing. His muscles were terribly aching as if he had been in a high-intensity training exercise with Yujiro Hanma. But the strange thing is, although there is no conclusive evidence, after a good night's sleep, he feels that he has more energy than before, and his physical condition is unprecedentedly excellent. Even his waist feels more powerful than before. But yesterday, he obviously didn't do any strenuous exercise. Immediately, Charlie thought of the game he had played all night. Is there such a possibility that when he manipulates Batman to run around outside, it consumes his physical energy to a certain extent? No, not only is it consuming physical energy, but even the body seems to have been strengthened by exercise to a certain extent. It seems that the feedback ratio isn't 1:1. If Batman's exercise consumption is really fed back to the player on a 1-to-1 basis, with his standard otaku physical fitness, suddenly exercising at such a high intensity all night, he would probably be bedridden by now. After more observations, he learned that this consumption feedback has both advantages and disadvantages. The downside is that he can't manipulate Batman from morning to night without restriction because he risks getting sucked dry. He has reason to speculate that the burden of controlling those heroes may be even greater as the superhero abilities are unlocked and later become super. The good thing is that in just one night, he has vaguely felt a significant improvement in his physical fitness. This is a fantastic effect that is absolutely unimaginable by any conventional exercise method. Relying on this mechanism, as long as he sits in front of the computer without leaving home every day, his physical fitness will improve rapidly, and it will also lay a solid foundation for him to control stronger heroes in the future. Gradually getting used to the sore muscles, Charlie got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. As soon as the toothpaste was applied, the doorbell rang throughout the apartment. Charlie was taken aback for a moment. Putting down his toothpaste and toothbrush, he came to the door and peeked through the peephole. Seeing who was outside, he opened the door. Standing in front of him was Melanie Chase, the Secret Service agent he had met the day before. "Good morning, Mr. Cooper," she said with a professional smile. "May I come in?" When Charlie saw Melanie at the door, his first reaction was panic. Could it be that his nighttime escapades as a superhero had been exposed? But after thinking about it, he figured it shouldn't be the case. The idea of someone remotely controlling superheroes from another world was too abstract to conceive. More likely, she was there to investigate the sudden accident at school yesterday. "Come in and sit down," Charlie replied politely. "Thank you, pardon me for the intrusion." Melanie entered the apartment and took a seat. "Our team just finished some errands and was heading back to the headquarters. We happened to pass by here," Melanie explained. "The higher UPS said they have something to talk to you about and asked us to pick you up. Is it convenient for you now?" Were their superiors looking for him by name? This was unexpected. Charlie wondered if it was really an investigation. Wouldn't the leader need to step in? Was there something special about him? "Okay," Charlie thought momentarily and replied, "I'll go and change first." He returned to his room, changed his clothes, and followed Melanie downstairs. A black van was already parked outside, with the bald detective from yesterday leaning against the side of the car, smoking. When he saw Charlie, he let out a grunt in acknowledgement. "We meet again." He handed Charlie a cigarette. "Want one?" "Thank you, but I don't smoke." Charlie waved his hand. "Sure, come to me whenever you feel the need for a cigarette. We will have more chances to interact with each other in the future." "Thanks, but I really don't smoke." Charlie refused again, wondering if his words had other meanings. But neither Yvonne nor Melanie explained. They simply let out an indifferent smile, opened the door, and took him into the van. Tanya, the logistics girl, was also in the car, still holding onto her tablet. She greeted Charlie politely when he got in. One thing to say, in fact, Tanya is very good looking. Although her attractiveness index is not on the level of Charlie's, she's at least pleasant to look at. Although Melanie is also a beauty, she seems old, perhaps in her late 20s, and, frankly, not Charlie's type. Everyone has their preferences. After Charlie sat down in the back seat, the car started. Yvonne sat in the passenger seat, still smoking, while Tanya earnestly typed away on her tablet. Melanie flipped through the documents, her long legs crossed at the ankles. Wait a minute. Who's driving the car? Only now did Charlie notice that there was another individual in the car, a young man. With the young man facing away, Charlie couldn't get a good look at his appearance. However, looking at him from the back, along with the glimpses through the rearview mirror, he saw disheveled black hair, a pale complexion, and dark circles under his eyes, which made Charlie wonder if it was a bad idea to let this guy drive. The man seemed to notice Charlie looking at him and raised his eyelids in greeting. "Junpei Baichuan." Japanese? Of course, it's just Charlie thinking so. This world has no national boundaries, and names with characteristics of any country are not surprising. But the young man, either shy or aloof, simply mumbled a self-introduction, stopped talking, and focused on driving. "Let me teach you some basic knowledge first." Melanie threw the stack of documents aside and sat opposite Charlie. "You must still be wondering what happened at your school yesterday," she said. "To be honest, your classmates were infected." "Stop." Charlie immediately interrupted her. "I'm just a simple student who dreams of becoming the Pirate King." "Wait. Wrong script. I want to live a peaceful life as the world's greatest standalone gamer. So, before you continue, explain why you are telling me this." Still maintaining her professional smile, Melanie replied, "I'll answer that query at the end. Now, as I've said before, your classmates were infected." Infection. Slightly disgruntled by her dismissal, Charlie still played along. "Is it a virus?" "It's not the kind people generally understand." Melanie shook her head. "No one knows the specific source, but since a particular day, the world has suddenly stepped into an out-of-control track. An unknown ancient existence is waking up, and it uses various media to infect humans in various hard-to-guard-against forms. The human spirit is often the first to be affected. In this regard, we have a dedicated monitoring system to conduct targeted assessments of infected individuals. Individuals with an infection level of less than 10% are generally considered normal but are more sensitive, irritable, or prone to depression, with greater emotional ups and downs and impulsive behaviors. With an infection level of 10% to 50%, the target shows obvious abnormalities, becoming extremely mechanical, numb, or crazy. The infected in this range lose consciousness, show intense aggression, and have the instinct to infect others. the degree of infection between 50% and 99% becomes more serious. The infected person's physical potential will be developed to the greatest extent, reaching the human body's limit in all aspects. At the same time, infected individuals at this level may have strong vitality. However, this varies from person to person. We have seen cases where even severe injuries, like decapitation, is unable to cause the death of an infected. Charlie immediately thought of the scene last night, where that edge guy beheaded himself with a knife in the conference room of the Klein building. So, is that the infected person whose infection level is close to 100%? This ancient existence's awakening, affecting the body and mind, made him have some strange associations. From the beginning of the pollution, the sanity value drops, leading to craziness. When it drops low enough, the mental state reflects on the physical body, causing unexplained changes. So, could the ancient existence she's talking about be similar to Garm, Helheim's blood-stained guardian, who could be calmed only by a slice of cake? If the degree of infection is below 50%, the individual can still be saved. The lower the infection, the less the impact, and the easier the recovery. Melanie said, like your classmates yesterday, although they were infected, the degree did not exceed 40%, so they are fine. Having said this, Charlie immediately thought of something. He pondered for a moment, then asked, what if it reaches 100%? Very few reach 100% infection. At the same time, 100% marks a watershed. She paused, emphasizing her tone meaningfully. A watershed moment beyond the conceptual category of human. Melanie continued, when the infection level exceeds 100%, the infected person may awaken extraordinary abilities. The manifestations can be quite varied. Like what? Charlie asked. Elemental control, enhanced perception, greater physical strength, or other more unusual abilities. Superpowers, Charlie said, catching on quickly. This is easy to understand. Like superheroes in DC or Marvel comics, individuals can possess abilities ranging from incredibly useful to downright bizarre. Charlie mused about this, thinking of the comic book heroes and their outlandish powers. He even wondered if there were any infected who could talk to fish. The strength of an ordinary infected person remains within the limits of modern technology and weapons. We've found that thermal weapons are particularly effective against them. But the real challenge comes from those with unique abilities. Their powers can be unpredictable and hard to defend against. Charlie nodded. Although modern firepower is far beyond what's shown in movies, no carbon-based life form could survive a full-on assault. But those with superpowers are different. Without knowing what kind of abilities you're facing, it becomes much harder to deal with. Infected individuals can be very dangerous, especially those with an infection level above 100%. They often lose mental stability, exhibiting all sorts of unpredictable behaviors. But this doesn't mean they've lost their minds completely. Many retain clear and orderly thought processes, making them even more dangerous as they can plan their actions meticulously. Charlie understood. A madman with a plan is far scarier than one without. But what a coincidence, when it comes to lunatics with a plan, who dares claim to be superior to the residents of Arkham Asylum? Unfortunately, Charlie only has access to Batman's character and not his wisdom and experiences. Melanie nodded. But not all infected develop mental problems. Some, despite being exposed to the infection, remain mentally unaffected. They gain physical strength, enhanced vitality, and sometimes special abilities without any mental side effects. We call these individuals idiosyncratic or specialists. Charlie quickly digested the information. So, these idiosyncratic individuals are crucial for dealing with the infected and eliminating the source of the infection. Exactly. Our 9th Special Service Division was established for this purpose. We often risk contact with infected individuals, so our team mainly consists of specialists. Even those without combat abilities are integrated as civilians within our organization. Specialists are different from infected people. Conventional scanning equipment can roughly detect an infected person's infection coefficient, but a specialist's infection coefficient cannot be detected by a simple handheld device. If you want to know a specific person's infection coefficient, you must conduct a detailed physical examination. Hearing this, Charlie immediately thought of the physical examination he received yesterday. He pointed to himself tentatively. You mean, me? That's right. Melanie smiled. Through yesterday's incident, you have proved that you are an idiosyncratic individual. Although the results of the physical examination show that your infection level is below 10%, you may not have extraordinary abilities, but just by being an idiosyncratic individual, you have obtained the qualification to join the 9th Division. As she spoke, she leaned back, causing her graceful figure to sink into the soft cushion. Her ample chest stood out, highlighted by the outline on her windbreaker. The F***CK, is this old hag trying to seduce me? Charlie could sense that Melanie was testing him, trying to gauge his reaction. He wasn't going to be easily swayed. Of course, if the one doing it was Tara, the situation might be a little different. Joining is entirely your choice, Melanie continued. But you should know that infected individuals and special people are natural enemies. Once an infected person identifies a special person, they will attempt to eliminate them. Charlie recalled the aggressive looks he had received from the infected students on campus. Could it be that they had sensed he was different? So, joining the organization offers protection, Charlie deduced. But it also exposes me to greater danger. Melanie nodded. Exactly. It's a personal choice. Joining us provides access to more resources, intelligence, and learning opportunities. In a world as dangerous as ours, preparing for the worst is a wise decision. Charlie considered the implications. Joining the organization would offer him a chance to better understand and navigate this extraordinary world. Plus, it would help him manage his unique abilities and potentially avoid unwanted attention. In addition to the above benefits, Charlie has another reason for considering joining the organization: the game. In said game, manipulating a hero to go out to do things will inevitably attract the attention of other forces, especially the so-called 9th Special Service Division. However, if he, the manipulator behind the scenes, can sneak into the organization, he will have a better chance to know what they think of the heroes he manipulates and what actions they plan to take, which will also facilitate Charlie's preparations. And there's more, Melanie added. The organization's treatment is quite good. Not to mention that we're a formal government organization, there is comprehensive insurance, and a starting salary of $50,000 a month, not including bonuses. Charlie's eyes immediately shone with a greedy hue. I'm willing to shed my blood for the organization. Charlie immediately expressed his loyalty. Hail Hydra. Melanie noted his enthusiasm. Although confused by his final declaration, she appreciated his desire for wealth, recognizing it as a manageable trait. As they drove out of the city, Charlie had one last question. What if I had said no to joining? Melanie, still maintaining her smile, replied, we would still take you to the headquarters. According to regulations, civilians cannot know these details. If you refused, we would have to erase your memory of this encounter. Charlie understood the seriousness of his situation. It seemed that he had made the right decision. Seeing Charlie remain silent, Melanie couldn't help laughing. Don't worry. We have advanced memory erasing technology that can accurately remove specific memories based on keywords. Usually, we won't accidentally delete other important information. Charlie noticed the word usually and instinctively felt something was off. What about unusual situations? Nothing is perfect, no matter how advanced the technology is. There's always a chance that something could go wrong, Melanie recalled. If I remember correctly, there was once a pair of boys who had their memories erased, forgot they were boys, and ended up with gender identity issues. Charlie, it's not a major issue, Melanie reassured him. The chances of that happening are very small. Most operations are successful. And I think there's nothing wrong with being a girl. Boys who cross-dress these days can be cuter than girls. Charlie remained silent, his expression devoid of any changes. Fortunately, he had already decided to join the group. The risk of this mishap had to be left to someone else. Charlie then sized up the people who got out of the car. Are you all superpowered individuals? In a way, yes. Melanie nodded. What do you mean by that? Getting superpowers is not that easy, Melanie continued. Relatively, the average infection coefficient of idiosyncratic individuals is far lower than that of ordinary infected people. Individuals with an infection coefficient of more than 90% are rare. My coefficient is probably around 52%, Tara's is 30%, and Junpei's is. She gave a slightly embarrassed look at the driver. 27%, the driver answered indifferently. Ah yes, 27%, I remember. This made Charlie realize he was not the only one who thought the driver seemed a bit transparent. The highest among us is Detective Yvonne, he's at 87%. When Melanie introduced him, Charlie peeked at the bald man. Yvonne was still casually smoking a cigarette, and while doing so, he appeared to be humming a strange tune. Charlie had never heard such a melody before, but it sounded like an old song. Turning his gaze back to Melanie, Charlie sarcastically asked, you seem to like answering questions with answers that don't answer the question? Ignoring his remark, Melanie continued, this coefficient reflects the depth of our influence. The deeper it is, the more noticeable our special abilities are. So, generally, the higher the coefficient, the stronger the power. Of course, this only refers to raw potential. Combat ability is more comprehensive. Fighting skills, weapon use, and awareness all determine the outcome. So, with good training, even someone with a low infection coefficient can defeat someone with a higher coefficient. I see. It's like a first grader challenging a second grader. There's a gap because second graders know multiplication, while first graders can only do addition. But the protagonist, a top first grade student, has exceptional mental math skills and can compete with the second graders. Plus, the protagonist has a secret weapon, a calculator that he uses only in extreme situations. Charlie nodded, roughly understanding. You still haven't answered my question. The car stopped quickly in front of an inconspicuous two-story building, covered by lush jungle. Charlie got out and walked toward the gate with the others. You seem a little disappointed. Melanie looked at Charlie with interest. Did you expect our building to be grander? No, I expected you to answer my question. Maline threw Charlie an annoyed glance and continued walking. Looking around, Charlie mused. From what Melanie said earlier, their organization sounded like the ultimate defense of peace, but this two-story building looked less impressive than a community health center. As they walked into the building, they passed by a duty room. The guard on duty sat on a rolling chair, reading the newspaper. He lazily glanced up when they entered, then quickly resumed reading. Through the long corridor, they reached an elevator. Charlie noticed only 2 buttons, 1 and 2, but Melanie pressed a hidden mechanism, and the seemingly old metal plate separated, revealing a dial with a code. She entered a password quickly, too quick for Charlie to see clearly. The elevator started moving without indicating the number of floors. Charlie felt the elevator going down, heading underground. In movies, powerful organizations often hide their real headquarters underground, like the tailor shop in Kingsman. Just as he thought he understood, he felt the elevator stop. Then it started moving forward. Charlie was confused. What the FCK? Can this SHT move forward as well? When the door opened along sliding rails, Charlie saw a long corridor with pale metal walls and LED-like lights. It looked like a sci-fi base buried deep underground. The automatic door slid open to reveal a more futuristic room with floating screens and people in uniforms walking around hastily. The setting finally matched Charlie's expectations. Is this your base? Charlie asked. Melanie smiled mysteriously. Not exactly. A few minutes later, they arrived at an exit near a lake. Ripples suddenly appeared on the lake. The lake's surface rose like a mountain peak, and tons of water crashed back as if a giant black whale had broken through. It was a giant beast of steel, shaped like an aircraft carrier. But unlike regular aircraft carriers, this one could fly. The fan blades of the 6 turbine engines turned into afterimages, tons of water evaporated into steam. The invisible propulsion flame lifted the massive structure like an invisible palm lifting a steel cloud. Standing near this behemoth, Charlie watched tons of water fall against the ground, and the corner of his mouth twitched. How is it? Melanie looked a little proud. This is our mobile fortress, one of only 5 flying aircraft carriers worldwide. Charlie, why does this look like the helicarrier from SHIELD? To be honest, this kind of flying fortress reminded Charlie of something bad. In the movies, Maria Hill, the deputy director of SHIELD, always complained that these things seem to crash often. According to various movies, TV shows, and stories, powerful flying objects often crash, almost like an inevitable curse. Maybe because he's seen too many similar plots, Charlie doesn't like this flashy flying thing. To him, it looked like a flying grave that could crash any day. What's wrong? Noticing Charlie's complicated expression, Melanie asked. It's nothing. I was just wondering about what safety precautions you guys might have. Charlie said honestly. Melanie burst out laughing. You can rest assured about this, she said with a smile. The airbase is very safe. In fact, this may be the safest place in the world, and no outsiders can invade. After hearing this, Charlie's expression became more complicated. He vaguely remembered that people in the Marvel universe also said the same thing about the helicarrier. But as everyone knows, the helicarrier's security system is notoriously weak, like an open door inviting intruders. Of course, that's just a stereotype, and it doesn't mean that everything flying in the sky is doomed. Charlie sincerely hoped that the giant ship could avoid the curse of crashing. Following Melanie through the twists and turns of the complicated metal corridor, Charlie soon came to a bright office. The office was located by the window on the ship. The room was tidy, with a clean desk, a metal filing cabinet neatly placed against the wall, and a water dispenser beside it. Behind the desk was a man in a white coat. Charlie's first impression was that he looked meticulous. He was neatly groomed, with a meticulously trimmed mustache and bright eyes behind thick round glasses. When Charlie entered, he immediately raised his head and enthusiastically stepped forward. You must be the newly discovered specialist. This is Professor Miyazaki, an expert in the study of infected individuals. He will conduct a series of physical tests on you. Melanie introduced. Physical test? Like a medical examination? Didn't I conduct one already? It's more of a fitness test, Professor Miyazaki said with a smile. Don't worry, it's just to see if you're healthy. I see, Charlie said, shaking Professor Miyazaki's outstretched hand. He noticed the professor had a firm grip and a strong build. He also smelled a faint scent of cologne. The professor's meticulous appearance, the cologne, and his enthusiastic demeanor made Charlie instinctively feel the need to keep a distance. The test was basically a fitness test, as described. The main items included running, jumping, boxing, and shooting. For the 100-meter sprint, Charlie took a deep breath and ran with all his might, finishing in 13.38 seconds. Professor Miyazaki looked at the number for a while, his expression saying, "That's it? How useless." For the 3,000-meter run, Charlie barely finished. It was good that his physical fitness improved after playing games for 2 days straight. Otherwise, with his usual sedentary lifestyle, he might not have made it. The jumping and punching strength tests were also unremarkable, at the level of a reasonably fit student, good enough for a school team but still student level. Finally, the shooting session. When a professor handed Charlie a heavy pistol, Charlie said helplessly, "I've never touched one of these." "It's okay, just try it," Professor Miyazaki said. "According to our statistics, some infected people have a natural talent for shooting and may adapt quickly." Charlie reluctantly picked up the gun, aimed at a target 10 meters away, squinted for a long time, and pulled the trigger. A series of gunshots echoed in the confined space. After emptying a magazine and seeing the target on the monitor, Professor Miyazaki first fell silent, then, as if unable to help himself, commented, "Impressive, you hit everywhere but the target." Charlie felt a little embarrassed by the result but knew it was reasonable. After all, he had never touched a gun in his life. It was normal to struggle with shooting. The test results disappointed Professor Miyazaki, who quickly concluded, an incompetent specialist. Although mentally and physically immune to the source of infection, the subject remains ordinary with no notable features. Melanie, also a tad bit disappointed, quickly explained to Charlie that this situation was rare but not unheard of. There are others in similar situations in the 9th Division. Although most idiosyncratic are immune to the mental effects of infection while their bodies are enhanced and may awaken special abilities, a small number are simply immune while remaining no different from ordinary people. They are ironically called absolute extraordinaries. After the test, Tara led him through various entry procedures. The 9th Division was efficient and handled affairs quickly. He visited several departments, signed a few forms, and soon, his position was confirmed. Here, your ID, Tara said, handing over the identification cards. Charlie was surprised. Why are there 3? One is our ID for the 9th Special Service Division, while the other 2 are for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, and the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. Seeing his confusion, Tara patiently explained, the 9th Special Service is a hidden organization, so our IDs may not always be useful. Agents can use the appropriate IDs based on the situation to facilitate their tasks. Got it, Charlie thought. It's like having multiple identities for convenience and to avoid blame. That's about it, Tara smiled. Welcome aboard. Since you're still a student, you won't need to report to work daily. Just stay in touch. Then, there's nothing else for me to do, Charlie asked. After joining, he now had a salary of $50,000 a month without needing to go to work daily. It felt surreal. We'll arrange some low-risk missions for you. You will team up with other agents so you can learn along the way. By the way, Detective Ivan seems to have a pending case, so you can start by learning from him. When Charlie arrived at Ivan's office, the bald detective was absent. So, at Tara's suggestion, Charlie waited in the office. After a brief conversation, Tara left to handle her business. With nothing to do, Charlie casually looked around the office. Compared to Professor Miyazaki's room, this office was smaller. The desk took up nearly half the space. Documents labeled restricted clearance were scattered haphazardly, and an open bag of potato chips lay nearby. He noticed a framed picture on the desk. Inside was an old photo of 2 men in official uniforms, smiling at the camera. I was pretty cool when I was young, right? The voice came from behind Charlie. Only then did he notice that Ivan had entered the room. Sorry, I didn't mean to look. It's okay, Ivan waved it off, glancing at the photo. That was back when I was young and still in the FBI. Look at how fit I was, with muscles and everything. Charlie nodded in agreement. And hair. Ivan's voice trailed off, throwing Charlie a cold and indifferent glance. A few minutes later, Charlie followed Ivan on a mini-transport plane, allowing them to descend to the ground. From what Charlie understood, this plane was like a shuttle bus, taking people from the mothership to the designated ground base at appointed times. On the way, Ivan explained to him that most of the employees on the mothership lived there long-term and didn't often leave. If agents had urgent missions, they'd get a special plane, avoiding the shuttle bus wait. Charlie was simply here to complete the reporting procedures on the mothership. He wouldn't need to visit often in the future. Upon arriving at the ground base, an off-road vehicle Ivan had pre-arranged was already in place. They then drove out of the base and headed back towards Riverdon. As soon as they left the vicinity of the base, Ivan had already lit a cigarette. He opened the window, leaned back in the seat, and hummed a tune while puffing. He once offered Charlie a cigarette. Want one? Again? No, Charlie shook his head. Charlie didn't smoke or drink. He was a clean-living young man with no bad habits except occasionally staying up late at night to play standalone games. Even the vending machine downstairs, filled with nothing but iced coffee and energy drinks, can acquiesce to the fact that he is very healthy. They say smoking is bad for your health. Ivan took another puff and exhaled the smoke out of the window. But it doesn't matter. If there's one thing I've learned throughout my life, it's to enjoy the moment. You never know when you will die, especially in this line of work, so it's better to live for today. Might I ask, how exactly does smoking help you live? Ivan threw Charlie an indifferent glance and then proceeded to focus on the road. Where are we going? Charlie asked, breaking the silence. To find an informant, Ivan said succinctly. We've identified a possible source of impulsive infection, and now we're going to. What is an impulsive source of infection? Charlie interrupted, puzzled by the new term. Oh, right. You don't know about infection sources yet, Ivan remembered. Well, let me explain briefly. There are many types of infection sources, but the 2 main sources are vector type, which are generally objects, such as a pen, a cigarette, a chair, a portrait, or anything. Such agents infect targets in close contact. Targets infected by such an entity aren't able to infect other individuals. Charlie connected the description to the sculpture in the Klein Building conference room. Then there's what we're dealing with this time, an impulsive source of infection, Ivan continued. This type is often a living organism. It's called impulsive because it can't infect others in its stable mental state. Only when one's emotions fluctuate greatly and negative emotions are strong, can they infect those around them. The strength of its infection ability is related to its negative emotions. So, like that time at the school, the arguing duo's negative emotions were high, so they infected those around them. Exactly, Ivan said. But the incident at your school was minor, the source wasn't strong, and the infection level was low, so it recovered quickly. Ivan then showed a serious expression. The infection level of those students was low, so they easily returned to normal. But once it exceeds 50%, recovery is hopeless, Ivan said. And once it exceeds 80%, unless it's one of our idiosyncratic individuals, the infectee's consciousness will die. Infected individuals with an infection level above 80% are no longer human. It would be best if you kept this in mind and not treat them as humans. This is a lesson we had to learn through the blood of our comrades. Charlie sensed a story behind said bloody lesson, but Ivan didn't intend to elaborate. Let's take a look at our target for this trip. He took out a photo from his windbreaker's inner pocket and handed it to Charlie. Right, I almost forgot. Do I get a windbreaker as well? Charlie asked as he looked at the photo. The photo shows a Hispanic-looking fat guy with a baby face. The man's lower belly is exposed under his tight t-shirt. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a big gold chain hanging around his neck. No, Ivan replied. You want a windbreaker? Go buy one yourself. Charlie let out an indifferent shrug. Taking a closer look at the photo, his mind started to churn. He heard that in the early days of gangs, people originally wore gold chains because they were quick to sell in case of emergency. Later, it became a simple accessory for aesthetic purposes. His name is Diego, a member of a local gang. His gang is suspected to have killed several people. We're going there to investigate. If it's a simple killing, we'll proceed with formal protocol, but if it's an infection source, we'll deal with it. What's the protocol? Charlie asked. Ignore it. Anyway, it's none of our business, Ivan said matter-of-factly. Charlie thought about it and agreed. Their organization, built on a flying ship, was essentially a lunatic asylum. As fellow lunatics, it made sense not to care about regular crimes. This reminded him of a meme he saw in his previous life about the IRS. Are you a murderer? It's okay, as long as you don't bother us, feel free to keep killing. Tax evasion? You're done? Even if God comes, he can't protect you? Can't we at least call the police? Charlie asked. No, too much paperwork. Charlie. Well, that still sounded reasonable. After driving for about half an hour, Ivan parked opposite a bar. Charlie looked up through the car window and saw a signboard in flickering neon lights reading Joe's Bar. This is the place? Charlie asked. It should be. This is one of their dens. According to intelligence, Diego should be inside. Ivan unfastened his seatbelt and got out. Stay here and wait for me, he said. I'll ask a few questions and be right back. Understanding, Charlie nodded, staying in the car. He sat and watched as Ivan lit another cigarette and walked across the street to the bar. Charlie sat there bored for a few minutes until he heard a mournful howl from the bar. The shrillness reminded him of Tom's heart-piercing howl in Tom and Jerry. It was followed by fighting, heavy objects being thrown, glass shattering, and even gunshots. A moment later, the bar street side glass shattered, and a chubby guy rolled out, groaning on the sidewalk. His face bore a striking resemblance to the man in the photo, Diego. The bar's door swung open, and Ivan came out, still with the cigarette in his mouth. Through the crack, Charlie glimpsed at the mess inside and the people lying around. Ivan walked slowly to the person on the ground, turned him over, and stepped on his chest. Are you ready to talk now? Diego moaned unceasingly when he was stepped on. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Ivan pulled out a gun and fired without hesitation. The bullet hit the ground near Diego's face, leaving a shallow bullet hole. Diego immediately stopped crying out in pain, but his body twitched slightly due to the severe agony, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Ivan took another puff of his cigarette before speaking. You see, I'm not an unreasonable person, he said. I'm really just here to ask a few simple questions. Personally, I'm not a fan of violence. I prefer peaceful means. At this time, Charlie noticed that the door of the bar behind Ivan slowly opened, and a man in a black vest with blood on his head staggered out. The man was holding something ominous in his hand. It had sharp edges and corners, it loomed with a foreboding presence. Its rough and pitted surface bore the scars of time and weather, each crack a silent testament to the secrets it held. It was a brick. Although not a terrifying ancient artifact, the victorious expression of its wielder made one think otherwise. Charlie saw that the man was about to sneak attack with the brick and wanted to warn his teammate. However, Ivan shot behind him without looking back, shattering the man's knee. The man fell onto the ground with a howl, and the brick he held hit his forehead, knocking him unconscious. This time, Charlie was duly surprised. For one, he finds it impressively remarkable that Ivan can hit a target without even looking, and two, it seems that the brick was, in fact, just a brick. But damn, Charlie found it hard to believe how ruthless Ivan was. Even the FBI has to think twice about shooting, although it's likely because they have to write a lengthy report afterward. But Ivan ransacked a bar in broad daylight, then began shooting without hesitation. Diego, who was trampled underfoot, trembled all over at the sound of the gunshot. He now fully realized that Ivan was not like the authorities he usually dealt with. Seeing that Ivan had turned the gun towards him again, Diego trembled and hurriedly said, Wait, I'll tell you, it's the snakehead. Our boss recently meddled in his business, and he wanted revenge. The recent deaths you're investigating are our guys, they were killed by Snakehead, he's getting back at us. Who is Snakehead? Ivan asked. He's another boss in our area. His business usually involves trading illegal drugs. Without further ado, Ivan put the muzzle of the gun to Diego's waist and fired. The shrill scream echoed throughout the street, the sound heart-piercing. Who is Snakehead? Ivan once again asked, this time lazily puffing out a smoke ring. Diego didn't know how Ivan saw through his lies nor how much information he had. Dirt, blood, and tears covered his face, making him look miserable. Please, if I talk, the boss will kill me. I still have family. Diego sobbed. Ivan didn't speak, he just fired again. The bullet tore through his flesh, bone fragments splashed out along with his blood. Another piercing scream echoed throughout. 1548, assuming that all the bullets I fire remain logged inside your body, that's how many rounds I need to fire to cover the surface area of your body. Hopefully, you're still alive by the time I reach your vital areas. After all, I still need you to answer my questions. You lunatic? Devil. Diego screamed at the top of his voice. Maybe you're right, I probably am a lunatic, but... Ivan once again fired another shot. I'm a lunatic with a gun, Ivan slowly enunciated each word. Now, who is Snakehead? Shivering in either pain or fear, Diego didn't dare to lie anymore. He grits his teeth and endures the pain to confess. Well, those dead people, those murders, they're not ordinary gang affairs. It's us, we've seen the devil. It's a good start, Ivan nodded. Go on. It was just an ordinary business, Diego said, enduring the severe pain. Just a standard transaction. We arrived at the place agreed upon with the seller, paid the money, and delivered the goods. But something went wrong on the way, and we were seen during our exchange. The street where the bar was located was already quite deserted. The commotion scared away the few passers-by. Aside from Diego's heavy breathing and the words coming from his mouth, the street was eerily silent, so Charlie could hear their conversation clearly from the car. When Charlie heard Diego's recollection, he thought the next plot point was that they would catch the person who saw them and argue about what to do with him or her. We didn't care who that guy was at the time. He looked like a homeless man, so dirty that I was too disgusted to remember what he looked like. He must have just been in the wrong place at the wrong time, Diego said reluctantly. He begged us to let him go, but we knew that was impossible. The guy leading our team ran over him with a car several times until he could no longer be recognized. Then, as usual, we poured him into a concrete mixture. Anyone in our line of work knows it. If you mess up, you pay the price. No one knows how many piles of concrete hide human bones in the bustling city. These words made Charlie feel a little uncomfortable. He felt that these words might be somewhat exaggerated. But if he initially felt a bit insecure about Ivan's aggressive tactics, now he felt that this group of people deserved it. This time, Chris and Dimitri from our team handled the pouring. They have a lot of experience in this kind of work. They know the most efficient ways to dispose of the bodies so they're not easily discovered when the concrete is being used. They finished their work quickly, and we went to have a late-night snack together that night. Diego paused, a look of horror plastering on his face. But this time, it was different, he said. The next day, without any warning, Dimitri was killed by Chris. No, killed would be an understatement. His face contorted with pain and fear, and his voice grew thicker. By the time we arrived, Dimitri had turned into a rotting flesh. Chris knelt beside him, murmuring something vaguely. We couldn't properly hear what he was saying since he was also chewing at the time. He then kept stabbing Dimitri's corpse with a knife. He didn't stop until we got to him. Then he stood up, swallowed what was in his mouth, and turned to look at us with blood all over his mouth and face. I will never forget that look. He then laughed and proceeded to talk to us. He said. Diego swallowed his saliva mixed with blood, his face pale from blood loss or fear. Do you want some food? All right, where do I begin? Like I said in the warning chapter, I'm a simple editor, although, I admit, my edits are a tad bit extreme, turning a 1,800-word chapter into 1,100 words. But in my defense, half of the chapter is nonsensical figurative language that poorly aids in the reader's sense of immersion. Although I doubt my random TL notes help either. I'll try to stop doing that. Anyway, this false chapter mainly stems from the previous chapter. I'm editing as I read, so I'm as delighted, shocked, nervous, and intrigued as you are when I get to these chapters. I was frankly stunned when the story suddenly took a dark R17+ undertone. But, guiltily I must admit, I quite enjoyed it. That being said, I'm well aware that some might not. This is mainly for you. I have no idea if the story will take darker turns from here on out, since it seems we are delving into a Thulhu-like plot, or if the story will mellow into sunshine and rainbows. I'm unaware if there is harem in the story, or if there is romance at all. Charlie's fondness for Tara is simply my bad taste at play. It has nothing to do with the author, although I hope they get together. Cute busted chick for the win. I'm unaware of how Charlie will develop as character, although I probably F***ed that up with my random inputs that kinda made him sound like a snarky shut-in who grew up near a mental asylum. His original personality was more of the typical narcissistic, Chinese, I'm the sexiest man on the planet, I care not for jade beauties blah, blah, blah. I had to change it if I wanted to calmly continue this FIC. Now, on the topic of continuing, although I highly doubt that there is, I'm unaware if there is any NTR, and if there is I'm totally dropping this, just putting it out there. All in all, what I'm trying to say is, if the last chap came as a shocker, then, please remove this FIC from your collection. What else? I've wasted an entire chap for this rant that I'll probably regret posting, so might as well add more. Alright Q&A. The original name of the MC is Chu Chang. I've neither gotten rebuked or affirmation at my impulsive decisions, so I need feedback. Do you guys/girls, according to web novel stats, although hidden, you chicks exist? I think, approve of the change or no? Although I'm trying to keep the ratio balanced, I can't deny that this is a Chinese novel. Should I keep more Chinese names or say F***ck it? I can't really think of anything else to add, so let's end this with a confession. Growing up, breakfast time was a sacred ritual in our household. My mother always prepared breakfast for my sister and me, ensuring we started our day with a warm meal and a lot of love. Cereal and milk were a staple, and she always insisted on pouring the cereal first. That's the right way to do it, she'd say with a smile. Tragedy struck our family when I was 10. My mother was diagnosed with a terminal illness, and our once joyful mornings became somber. Despite her illness, she continued to prepare breakfast, pouring cereal first as always. It was her way of maintaining normalcy and showing her love, even when she was too weak to do much else. One morning, she couldn't get out of bed. My sister and I decided to make breakfast ourselves. I poured the cereal first, just like she taught us. We took it to her room, hoping to bring a bit of cheer to her day. She smiled weakly, tears in her eyes, and thanked us. That night, she passed away peacefully in her sleep. In the days that followed, I found it hard to follow our breakfast tradition. Pouring the cereal first reminded me too much of her, of the loss and the pain. One morning, in a moment of grief and absent-mindedness, I poured the milk first. It felt different, and strangely comforting. It was a small act of rebellion against the overwhelming sadness. From that day on, I continued to pour the milk first. It became a new ritual, a way to honor my mother while also allowing myself to heal. It was my silent promise to keep moving forward, to find comfort in small changes and new beginnings. We killed him, said Diego with difficulty. But it wasn't an easy process. Chris almost became a complete monster. I don't know how else to describe it. He had at least a dozen knives stuck in his body. He was covered in blood, but he only seemed to be more alive. Our group couldn't subdue him. Instead, he hacked several of our members to death while injuring even more. Then Dimitri, who we thought was dead, got up and started crawling towards us. His waist and abdomen were shattered, but he still didn't stop. He continued to crawl with a blood-soaked knife in his hand, the same knife Chris used to stab his body and carve out his flesh. We could even see the spine connecting his upper and lower body. What's even more frightening is, Diego held his breath, a nightmarish hallucination clouding his vision, which already started to blur due to blood loss. He was laughing, Diego said. He was covered in blood, his broken body connected by a spine, but he was still laughing like crazy even after we smashed his head to pieces. We could still hear his mad cackles lingering in the air. Ivan listened, flicked away a cigarette butt that was about to burn out. He put a new cigarette in his mouth, took out a lighter, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. We thought it was over, but it wasn't, Diego continued. A situation cropped up with Luke from another group. I wasn't there at the time, but I heard it happened during an unloading mission. Luke suddenly launched an attack without warning, picked up a crowbar, and smashed the head of the brother next to him. He killed 2 of the 7 brothers unloading the cargo. In the end, they said he had to be riddled with bullets before finally stopping, and he was still laughing until the end. That's when we realized there's more to this F-ed-up SHT. The lingering laughter was like an infectious disease. You can kill those guys, crack their heads to pieces, but you can't kill that laugh. Sure enough, 2 days later, another companion went crazy, suddenly laughing wildly and picking up a wine bottle to smash it on the head of the person next to him. And then the next day, another person exploded without warning. Ivan smoked his cigarette calmly, lost in thought. We were going crazy. We all have to be on our toes these days, wary of everyone around us. We can't even trust our best friends. We live in fear every day. Anyone who makes even the slightest suspicious move gets knocked down by those around him. One unlucky guy got riddled with holes because we suspected an attack. Later, before he finally died, we found out he was just trying to get a tissue. Interesting, Ivan said, gaining a general understanding of the situation. He thought for a while and asked again. That homeless man, after you killed him, where did you dispose of his body? If you want to find him, you may be disappointed, Diego gritted his teeth. We took care of that a long time ago. We checked his identity and discovered that his name was Greg Hunter, an unemployed slum dweller who had just been evicted by his landlord the month before. Although the boss didn't allow it, I went with a few brothers to find the place where we poured the body. You know, there are always people who are more superstitious on the streets. We all felt these evil things were caused by ghosts. So we thought about digging him out and burying him, hoping it might help. And then, did you dig him out? Ivan asked. Diego swallowed. No, he shook his head, his eyes empty and frightened as if reliving the scene. We found the concrete mixture, but there was nothing. The body was gone, no residue, no bone fragments, nothing. Are you sure you got the place right? I'm positive we were at the right place. It was right there, that concrete mix, 4th bin on the left. The bin had Thug Life spray painted in red near the bottom, Diego said, full of fear. I'm telling you, it's true, it's that guy Greg. Maybe he's turned into a ghost, maybe he's become something else. But he's after us, and he won't stop until we're all killed by each other. That's the best news I've heard all day, Ivan grinned. One last thing, I need the address of the construction site, the headquarters of your gang, and your boss's address. Under severe pain and the fear of death, Diego became a classic villain who answered every question without hesitation. He spilled everything he knew, driven by the desire to survive. Whether the boss would tear him to pieces later was another matter. It was important to save his life first. Finally, Ivan finished asking his questions and let go of his foot from Diego's chest. This was a pleasant conversation, Ivan said in a casual tone. His tone and smiling expression made Charlie feel like he genuinely meant what he said. If I have any further inquiries, I'll make sure to come back for another conversation. And by the way, you'd better be telling the truth. Ivan, already near the car, looked back and smiled softly. Otherwise, I'll break your other leg next time we meet. Diego was startled, thinking, what does he mean by my other leg? He didn't break my leg in the first place. Before he could further contemplate, Ivan fired another round, hitting his knee with incomparable precision, causing blood and bone fragments to splatter throughout. Diego let out a painful hiss, finally passing out from the severe pain. That took a bit longer than expected, Ivan said, sitting back in the driver's seat and starting the engine. He glanced at Charlie and smiled. What? Do you think it's too cruel? Honestly, the bloody scene did make Charlie feel a little uncomfortable. Although he had seen more thrilling scenes on screen, it was different in person. There are not many opportunities for a student who grew up in a peaceful era to see such bloodshed. Don't worry, those guys weren't good people, Ivan said casually while driving. They've done worse things to others. That's not it, Charlie said. I was just wondering if doing this on the street would attract unnecessary attention. Although this road is relatively remote, and because everyone knew the people in this bar weren't exactly good company, there weren't many pedestrians nearby, but the disturbance this time was so large, it might attract the attention of, say, the FBI. Unnecessary attention? The FBI? Haha, don't worry. Ivan didn't care. This kind of matter will only be handled internally by the CIA. Huh, why the CIA? Won't the 9th Division take care of it? Taking a puff of his cigarette, Ivan continued, if I let our division handle this criticism reports, stating reasons for punishment, demotion, and dismissal, will be the least of what I'll have to go through, and besides, I'll probably have to do a mental evaluation. That thing always makes me drowsy. I prefer to steer clear of such matters. Can't help it. I'm unable to hold back when people upset me. If it weren't for that small issue, I would have been promoted long ago. Hard to change old habits. Did I ever tell you why I no longer work for the FBI? No, you haven't, Charlie answered. Ivan looked relatively young in the photo, it must have been quite a few years ago. It's because I have a problem of being unable to control my temper. There was once a child molester who was arrested and brought to the interrogation room. After he came in, he kept acting cocky, as if he owned the place. Constantly talking sh*t and ranting about how he has connections that will regret arresting him, blah, blah, blah. Ivan slowly took another puff. Then I broke his neck, Ivan calmly exhaled. Charlie. Naturally, I was fired, Ivan smiled. Although he said he was fired, he seemed pleased with how the matter ended. Later, it was discovered that I became a specialist individual. Naturally, I came to the 9th Division. He lit another cigarette and smiled. Fortunately, like today, the people I interact with are usually quite sensible and relatively easy to talk to. Diego answered my questions fairly positively. The ambulance came in time, and he should survive. It rarely escalates to anything serious. Charlie was silent. He had caught their entire conversation. Diego's expression when Ivan trampled on him could be described as mournful. There was nothing positive about it. Do we go to their gang's den next? What are you going to do at their den? Ivan asked. Our task is to follow clues and find the source. According to Diego, said source should most likely be the homeless man they poured into the concrete mix. We'll simply do more investigation about his identity, contacts around him, and so on. We won't go after it, but won't letting it go lead to more people getting infected? Charlie asked. That's the job of the Infection Prevention and Control Department, not ours. Ivan shook his head. Our task is to investigate. Once this kind of thing is reported, the Prevention and Control Department will naturally take care of it. There is a Prevention and Control Department. Charlie quickly imagined a group of heavily armed personnel battling tentacle monsters and demonic life forms. Peaceful my ass, this world is all kinds of F***ed up. I need Superman, and I need him now. Standing downstairs, Charlie watched Ivan's car disappear into the distance, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Even if infection prevention and control are matters for the Prevention and Control Department, the investigation and clearance of the source of infection can't be delayed, right? Even if you're not enthusiastic enough to stay up all night, isn't it inappropriate to get off work early without a valid reason? But, then again, this is also good. This way, Charlie could move about more freely. He returned to his apartment room, turned on the computer, and started the game directly. After a short time, his screen displayed Batman's third-person perspective. He appeared in the same place he had logged off from the night before. Charlie stretched his fingers, adjusted to a comfortable sitting position, and prepared snacks and drinks. The night was just beginning. Charlie, who memorized the address given by Diego to Ivan during their friendly conversation, entered said address on the game map and quickly located the mentioned gang den. On the surface, it was a casino, a dark Gothic building with a signboard displaying the luminous characters "Gangs Get Away." It was unclear whether the sign was simply a lack of creativity or a blatant taunt to the official authorities. Batman landed on a nearby building. Charlie turned on detective vision to scan the casino's structure. During the drive to Charlie's apartment, Ivan said that even if someone dies, it's just an unknown life, an additional number to the death toll statistic. As long as they're not directly related, nobody really cares. Not to mention, it's difficult to hold the culprit accountable. Especially if the culprit is, say, a toothbrush. He was wrong. Well, not entirely. Charlie would be lying if he said he cared, or at least cared enough to put his life at risk. But he can certainly hold the cause accountable. If it is a person, beat them up and break their limbs. If it's a vector-type object, smash it to pieces. He can do that at least. After all, he's Batman. After 2 days of exploration, Charlie discovered another excellent use of detective vision. Like traditional Batman games, the detective mode marks enemies and civilians. It succinctly and clearly tells the player which enemies must be defeated, which are innocent bystanders, and which are teammates. Even when there is no main mission, allowing Batman to roam the streets, this feature helps players quickly scan for enemies and criminals in the nearby area. Players can easily control Batman to go to any street in the city to break a few bones at any time. In this game, this feature helps players identify which targets can be used to earn hero points when defeated and which do not. During the experience of operating Batman last night, Charlie saw with his own eyes that someone initially marked as a civilian in detective mode changed to an enemy while trying to steal a battery. At that time, Charlie speculated that the game system judges the identification of an enemy's identity under detective vision by the illegal acts they have committed. Charlie remembered he had controlled Batman to patrol near this gang's getaway casino. During that time, while passing by this location, no enemies were marked. It seemed all the people inside were recognized as law-abiding civilians. But today, when he came to the same address and turned on the detective vision to scan the building again, the entire area was dense with enemies. Is it because he now knows this place is a criminal lair? Does that mean enemies aren't marked by the crimes they commit but by the crimes I'm aware they have committed? But it stands to reason that the one with this information is Charlie, so, what does it have to do with Batman? Or, can the game probe his thoughts for relevant knowledge? Charlie's first reaction to this idea was that it's absurd. But then he remembered that manipulating game characters to act in reality seemed just as, if not, more absurd. After surveying the outside of the building for a while, he quickly found a suitable entrance. Batman entered the interior through an open skylight, landing silently in a circular corridor of the building. Charlie had never been to a real casino in either of his 2 lifetimes. He only had a little understanding of it from limited performances in film and television dramas. His impression of such a location is simply champagne, roulette tables, a lot of chips, gamblers who spend a lot of money and lose their minds, and ragged croupiers dealing cards. But today, none of the above was available. The beautifully decorated hall was quiet, with no gamblers or croupiers, only a large number of men in black sunglasses with guns scattered throughout. There were faint shouting and cursing voices from further down the hall. Charlie observed and memorized the scattered positions of all the men in the hall and quickly planned the attack route. Batman fell silently against the wall behind the 2 on the high platform. These 2 had the best vision, and it was difficult to avoid their observation range for attacks on other positions, so they needed to be resolved first. Originally, Charlie had already considered what to do if he was discovered or seen by other guards, but he realized that he was thinking too much. These 2 men stood guard on the surface, but they were actually chatting away happily, not paying attention at all. Not to mention a sneak attack from behind. They might not even see it if someone jumped across from them. It took only a split second to settle the 2. Before that, Charlie even hid in the shadows behind and eavesdropped on their conversation with the help of Detective Vision's auditory enhancement. The content of the conversation was simple. The whole gang was frightened by the weird incident. The casino was suspended for this reason. At the moment, the boss was discussing countermeasures in the casino with his top lieutenants. Judging from the current situation, they either had to collectively surrender and seek official asylum or run away, hoping to escape this curse. From their conversation, Charlie learned that the gang leaders were in the casino. He got the information he needed and was not interested in the gang members' plans, so he controlled Batman to step forward and instantly knocked out the 2. Charlie didn't come to find fault, he simply came because he wanted to punish evil, promote good, uphold justice, and, more importantly, gain experience along with hero points. As they were marked as enemies in detective vision, these people changed from penniless gang members to walking experience packs. While beating them one by one, the hero points in the store skyrocketed. Thinking back, Charlie felt more and more that the gangsters who fought in the tutorial were all elites, forming a sharp contrast with the real gangsters in front of him. Although the enemies were inexperienced, there were quite a few in the hall. The detective mode marked 22 enemies, all armed with guns. Avoiding everyone's vision and killing them all was unrealistic, but he could consider taking out a few by blocking their vision as much as possible. Once the numbers diminish to a certain extent, he can finally turn off the lights and use the cover of darkness to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. After dealing with a few more men, Charlie was about to continue along the planned route when he suddenly froze. In the detective's vision, a new guest appeared at the gate. A cylindrical object was thrown into the room from nowhere, rolling to the feet of the 2 men patrolling the hall. A grenade. Boom! Dazzling flames exploded under the bewildered expressions of the men in the hall. The 2 closer individuals were blown away. The shrapnel from the explosion hit several men, causing them to cry out in pain. The door was then kicked open. From the screen on the computer, Charlie clearly saw Ivan, who had just parted with him not long ago. He appeared in the hall with a cigar in his mouth and a submachine gun in his hand. Ivan appeared swaggeringly at the door as if cosplaying Rambo. With a cigarette in his mouth, his arrogant posture seemed to silently shout, "You are all surrounded." The gangsters near the door were stunned by the grenade. Some were knocked down by the shock wave, while others died in a trance. Unfortunately, Ivan only caught them by surprise. Although the hall was full of enemies, not all were concentrated. Neither grenades nor a bullet rain could suppress everyone. After recovering, the gangsters quickly organized a counterattack. Though their aim was poor, they had numbers on their side. Many were also carrying submachine guns. Even without aiming, a barrage of bullets is still highly fatal. Ivan soon had to find cover. The dense gunfire blew the roulette table he hid behind to pieces. Charlie realized that Ivan might not be as cold as he seemed. During the day, he lazily talked about casualties being nothing more than statistics, acting like he didn't care. But, not long after, here he was, with a gun, preparing to put an end to the infection. This caused Charlie to hold Ivan in high regard. However, feelings aside, Ivan's actions are not acceptable. In Charlie's eyes, all the gangsters in the hall were not only criminals but also walking hero points. Every time one was killed by Ivan's bullets, it meant fewer hero points for Charlie. This was undoubtedly a significant loss. He couldn't let Ivan have all the fun. With Ivan attracting all the firepower, Charlie didn't have to be as cautious. Batman descended from the air while still under the cover of the shadows. He approached two gangsters at the back and took them out silently. The dense gunfire and deafening noise covered the sound of his actions. Everyone focused on Ivan, not noticing the silent takedown in the back. Charlie soon realized that Ivan had serious skills. Facing so many opponents, he suppressed them alone. Ivan moved and adjusted while shooting, always finding cover to avoid enemy fire and exposing enemies in his line of sight through his movements. Ivan seemed to anticipate every move, understand every position, and predict every attack. In no time, everyone in the hall was either knocked down or killed. Batman moved through the shadows, unseen by Ivan. But just because Ivan didn't see him didn't mean he didn't notice. All 22 enemies in the hall were down. With a cigarette in his mouth and a gun on his shoulder, Ivan walked through the blood-soaked hall, deep in thought. In a shootout like this, it's usually hard to tell who killed whom. It's a confrontation with firepower. But Ivan knew exactly where each of his bullets went. There were 22 people in the hall. He killed 9. The remaining 13 were taken down by someone else. The most frightening part was that he only realized this at the end, not during the battle. Ivan frowned. Such a thing was almost unheard of. He was confident in his abilities, aware of every slight change in the fight. Even if the other person was skilled, they couldn't completely escape his notice. But someone just did. There was something else here. Like a ghost, silently moving through the battle, wielding a transparent sickle like a grim reaper. It took down 13 people without him realizing it. Interesting. After figuring this out, Ivan laughed. He looked around the messy hall, lit a new cigarette, and continued forward, stepping on the wreckage. He couldn't find the ghost, so he stopped looking. In any case, his purpose didn't change. Ivan thought of himself as an easy-to-understand person. Some people in the city were like maggots in the gutter. If you saw them, you felt sick. If you didn't get rid of them, you couldn't sleep well. He acted on whims, just like when he broke the neck of a criminal in the interrogation room. Besides, while taking out these trash, he might as well clean up the infection. Anyway, if all potential infection targets were killed, the infection wouldn't spread, right? Even without valid reasons or evidence, such a conjecture is enough for him to implement his actions. Ivan walked ahead, and Batman followed silently in the shadows. Operating Batman, Charlie felt a bit strange. Listening to the gangsters earlier, their leaders should all be inside for a meeting. The shootout was intense, with bullets almost piercing the ceiling. They had already taken down all the personnel at the entrance, but the remaining gang members inside did nothing. Finding the conference room, Ivan emptied his magazine through the door to show his goodwill. He then kicked the door open and strode in. But there was no one. The table was a mess, filled with half-eaten food and random cigarette butts. Clearly, someone had been here a few minutes ago. Ivan found a small door in the room. It seemed the gang had prepared an escape route. The gang leaders, led by Nagas, were sneaking out through the back door to the underground parking lot. Nagas cursed as he ran, complaining about his recent bad luck. Business was sabotaged, and personal affairs were a mess. A simple killing of some tramp turned into the awakening of some bad omen. And now, a few minutes ago, a group of lunatics attacked his lair. So unlucky, so unlucky. But it didn't matter. He had risen from the bottom and experienced worse times. He was confident he could make a comeback. Click. Suddenly, all the lights in the parking lot went out, plunging it into darkness. The fleeing leaders felt their hearts tense. Then, they heard laughter echoing in the empty parking lot. Ivan chased through the small door in the conference room to the underground parking lot. As soon as he arrived, he was hit with a strange metallic smell, the sharp tang of blood hanging heavy in the air. The bloody scent immediately set his nerves on edge. Walking deeper into the lot, a chill seemed to creep up from the floor and into his bones, as if he had stepped into another world. A cold wind blew from an unseen source, whispering like the voices of ghosts and demons. The lights in the underground space flickered on and off, casting a surreal, otherworldly glow. Long, narrow shadows danced on the walls and floor, twisting and writhing like ghosts with razor-sharp teeth and claws. Ivan took a few cautious steps forward, soon feeling a sticky sensation under his soles. He looked down and saw that dark red blood had overflowed his boots. The bloody quagmire, mixed with grisly human remains, was spreading, and he stood in the middle of it. Lifting his boots from the pool of blood, Ivan walked towards the ever-shifting shadows on the walls. Then, in the dim, flickering light, he saw them, the leaders he had been searching for. It didn't look like they were going anywhere anytime soon, especially since they were hung from the ceiling by their intestines. All of these people had been part of the underground world, where the lives of many could be decided by their whims, but now, those same individuals are being displayed in such a horrifying way. As the light continued to flicker, Ivan caught a glimpse of a slender shadow standing beside him from the corner of his eye. He was a disheveled shadow with messy hair covering half of his face, but the exposed mouth was pulled to the ears in a creepy arc, showing a horrifying smile. Ivan aimed his gun without saying a word, shooting a barrage of bullets even before he could get a clear look at the target. The muzzle flash illuminated the flickering darkness, and loud gunfire echoed throughout, suppressing the sound of the dripping blood from the hanging corpses. With his senses stretched taut, Ivan notices that there is nothing in front of him. Ivan frowned slightly. An illusion? Then he caught a glimpse of the sports car reflector beside him and saw that unsettling image again, standing in a pool of blood and grinning. Without thinking, Ivan turned his head and shot again. The bullet landed in the pool of blood and exploded, causing blood to splatter, but there was nothing in that direction. The gunshots stopped, and the parking lot became silent again, only the ticking sound of blood dripping remained. Ivan held his breath, his gaze scanning slowly. Without warning, his pupils narrowed as he noticed something. He turned around suddenly, only to find the horrific face very close, standing less than a foot away from him. The smile on his cracked mouth seemed to be mocking. Ivan immediately tried to turn the gun but realized the barrel had been caught in the smiling silhouette's hand. Decisively, he abandoned the gun and drew out another pistol, aiming at the creep's forehead. He fired a single shot. The impact detonated the gunpowder, and the metal bullet tore through the flesh and bone, carrying contents and bone residue through the back of the man's head. But the man didn't react as expected. With one hand, he reached toward Ivan. His entire hand was soaked in blood. Ivan was slightly startled. Although highly infected people do not have pain and tenacity, in most cases, they still die from fatal headshots or piercing the heart. But headshots seemed ineffective on this man. Ivan avoided the opponent's grasp, grabbed the offered arm, and twisted hard to try to remove it. But the arm was motionless as if made of steel. The man's physical strength was incomparable. With an even bigger smile, the opponent's arm suddenly swatted to the side, and with one sweep, Ivan was thrown away by the huge force, smashing the windshield of a Chevrolet behind him. The man's strength was extraordinary. Ivan stood up as quickly as he could, only to see the man approaching again and grabbing his throat. The grip was so strong it felt like his throat would be crushed. His hands instinctively grabbed the opponent's wrist desperately. "You are Greg Hunter?" Ivan gritted his teeth and asked. He had guessed. The crazily man in front of him was probably Greg Hunter, who had accidentally witnessed a gang transaction, was poured into a concrete mix, and then mysteriously disappeared. He was infected, with a very high degree of infection. Maybe being besieged by gangsters deepened his infection. The powerful vitality of the infected kept him alive. The loneliness of being alone, the depression of losing a job, being kicked out by the landlord, eating and sleeping in the open, and then being beaten and killed by gangsters. All these experiences endowed him with huge negative emotions, quickly deepening the infection and granting him incomparably powerful strength. "No, I'm not." Greg Hunter spoke with that grinning mouth, and there seemed to be a smile in his voice. "I'm not Greg Hunter, and neither am I anyone. I am nothing." "What?" Ivan still tried to pull away the opponent's arm, but the hand was too strong, and he seemed powerless. The thing people fear most, Detective Ivan, is nothing, the uncertainty of the future. Force them to look, let them stare at the nothingness called life, trying to find meaning, and the result is nothing but one end. He leaned close, so near that Ivan could smell a rancid odor from the cracked smiling face. "They go crazy." He let out a series of strange laughter. The flickering lights occasionally illuminated that bloody smiling face. "So that's what I'm here for. I'm the embodiment of nothing, the thing everyone fears. All I've done, all this." He looked back at the miserable wretches hanging from the ceiling. "This is just a preliminary test to verify my ability. Among all the boring people, you should understand this best, right, Detective Ivan?" Ivan didn't have time to think about his words. His brain could no longer spare thought for riddles. His throat was in severe pain, his breathing was cut off, and his strength to struggle was weakening. But just as his vision was blurring, he saw a bat. A huge bat spread its wings and glided in this direction. Greg was caught off guard by the swooping bat and was hurled away. Ivan greedily inhaled the foul air, coughing violently twice. The acrid stench of blood, rot, and decay filled his lungs. He didn't notice the shadow falling from above until he recovered, his senses momentarily dulled by the lack of air. When he finally looked up, he saw the silhouette descending rapidly. It wasn't some bat monster, as he first thought, but a man. The figure's appearance was so bizarre that Ivan's initial confusion was understandable. This man had clearly dressed himself up as a bat, with a cape fluttering around him and pointed ears on his mask, suggesting a questionable state of mind. What kind of psychopath would dress up like this? Ivan thought, his eyes narrowing. The flickering lights made it difficult to see the details clearly, but from a rough glance, Ivan could tell that the equipment on this weirdo wasn't cheap. The armor looked like some kind of highly durable fiber material, with reinforced plates at crucial points. With a quick visual inspection, he felt that this outfit's bulletproof and explosion-proof performance was likely better than that of their top-tier gear. Ivan soon remembered that the witness in the Klein building also reported seeing a bat-shaped monster. So unless there's a second lunatic in this city who likes to pretend to be a bat and perform in the middle of the night, it should be this person in front of him. Greg, who had been kicked away, stood up and twisted his neck joints in a grotesque posture, his movements fluid and unnaturally smooth. Huh? What are you? He grinned, tilting his head as he looked at the newcomer with a predatory curiosity. At the same time, Charlie, who was watching through the screen behind him, was also scrutinizing Greg cautiously. This grisly scene, coupled with Greg's unsettling smile and the craziness of the entire incident, naturally reminded Charlie of the infamous Joker. If this was the true Batman, he'd probably think, being Batman isn't easy. The Joker once turned Gotham upside down, putting him in a state of constant distress. Nowadays, it seems everyone wants to play the Joker, turning Batman into the enemy of the whole world. TL note, I'm clueless about what the author is referencing. Can you Batman fanatics, please enlighten me? Now, in a different world, Batman thought he could escape the daily struggle with the Joker, only for a spiritual heir to the Joker to appear out of nowhere. Batman would have been cursing under his breath, thinking, the Joker is still chasing me. Be careful, Ivan said, his voice tinged with concern. This guy is not easy to deal with. Although he wasn't sure who this bat-dressed weirdo was, judging by the signs so far, it was more likely the other party was an ally. The situation, however, was still grim. This bat lunatic might also be infected or a specialist individual. But Ivan didn't think this bat maniac was an enemy. He had just personally experienced it. He knew Greg's power was exceptional, even among the infected. Among all the agents of the Secret Service's 9th branch, Ivan himself had a relatively high level of infection. Except for those with special abilities, few in the 9th branch were better than him regarding physical prowess. While his thoughts were racing, Greg had rushed forward. He was incredibly fast, reaching Batman in an instant and extending his blood-stained hand with a terrifying swiftness. Batman showed no expression, only shifting slightly so that Greg's bloody fingers only brushed near his nose. He then lowered his center of gravity and suddenly extended his right hand from under his cloak, pressing his palm against Greg's chest with a calculated precision. The next moment, under Ivan's astonished gaze, Greg flew backward with a low bang, crashing into a parked car and knocking it over. The impact was so powerful that the car's frame crumpled, and the vehicle skidded several feet before coming to a halt. Ivan was stunned. What kind of power is this? Even for the infected, isn't this kind of power too outrageous? Batman stood there calmly, exuding an air of confidence reminiscent of a martial arts master. Ivan looked at him with complicated eyes. But he didn't know that Batman wasn't infected, nor did he have superpowers. He simply had the ability to make money. As the saying goes, the poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. Batman was undoubtedly the latter. Although he didn't wear a tin can like the playboy Tony Stark, Batman had many portable yet useful gadgets in his utility belt. What Batman used just now was a one-time spray micropropeller. It looked like an inconspicuous little button, but once activated, it would release a powerful thrust, propelling Greg away with astonishing force. Despite this, Greg quickly got up, his smile still intact. His movements were unnervingly smooth as if he were a puppet on invisible strings. Ha, interesting little trick. But, Greg began, his voice dripping with malice. Batman interrupted him, throwing a small blue device that stuck to Greg. It released a powerful electric current, causing him to convulse and emit black smoke. The air was filled with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. The sound of crackling electricity was almost deafening. Amidst a burst of convulsions, Greg continued to walk forward, once again extending his hand forward. His skin burned and cracked, his smile even more ferocious. His eyes gleamed with a manic intensity, and his steps were steady despite the damage. Charlie's raised an eyebrow. Can you still move like this? This guy must have a thick health bar. Batman threw another device that exploded at Greg's feet, releasing a large amount of gel that expanded rapidly, engulfing Greg in seconds. The gel quickly solidified, trapping Greg like a sculpture. He was completely immobilized, his bloody hand frozen just inches from Batman's face. Batman stood there, expressionless, as if everything was under control. Ivan looked at Batman, speechless. Ivan didn't know what to say for a while. The strange man barely moved a step after he landed, he simply stood firm, delivering continuous blows. Ha, it's interesting, it's getting more and more fun. Greg's body was stuck in a large amount of solidified gel and could not move. However, his exposed face still had a weird smile, his rolling eyes were like black pearls, dark, deep, and unpredictable. I see. He stared straight at Batman. You're the opposite of nothing, like light and shadow, water and fire, and, me and you? He seemed to think he had told a perfect joke, so he laughed wildly. The violent laughter caused his muscles, stuck in the gel, to tremble violently. A little too crazy, don't you think? Ivan muttered vaguely. He stood up and walked over to Batman. I don't know who you are, but thanks for your help. Unfortunately, I'll still have to document your identity, so, you'll have to come with me. His words came to an abrupt end. At this time, both Ivan and Charlie heard even more strange, cackling laughter. It wasn't from the madman in front of them but from everywhere. Several laughing voices were superimposed, as if a team of laughing maniacs surrounded the place, reflecting back and forth in the confined space, echoing with distorted clarity. They sounded like a laughing orchestra. Greg, bound by the gel-like substance, was the conductor, and everyone hiding around cooperated with his melody. Shadows appeared all around. The lights continued to flicker with greater intensity. The tubular lights in the underground garage seemed to be dying. Phantoms continued to appear one after another under the flickering light. Those were the infected gang members who were supposed to be dead. Ivan immediately drew his gun and fired at an infected person who was closer to them. But the bullet only passed through the maniacally laughing mouth of the other party and went straight into the wall behind. Spiritual body. Ivan was slightly startled. Is the mental power strong enough to release a spiritual body? If the infected person's spiritual power exceeds the upper limit of physical endurance, the infected person's physical body will destroy itself. In this case, generally speaking, the spiritual power of the infected will be wiped out. However, there is a minimal probability that after the physical body is destroyed, the mental power will remain, and the individual will then take the form of a spiritual body. At this time, Ivan suddenly thought of a very terrifying possibility. Suppose every spiritual body phantom that appears in the underground parking lot is a result of the infectious laugh. Does that mean that all the infected in this incident left their spiritual bodies after death? But shouldn't the residual spiritual body be a small probability event? Is it a unique ability of the infection source, or is there something more nefarious at play? As he was thinking, he saw the laughing shadows elongate and turn into thin black lines, connecting to Greg, who was stuck in the gel. The solid gel quickly cracked and, within 3 seconds, exploded into countless solidified pieces. At this time, Greg had already lost his human form. His skin was replaced by something like jelly, and his size swelled rapidly. Spiny tentacles protruded from the slimy body. One eye after another opened along the surface of the tentacles. The eyeballs moved strangely. The human skin was torn and chunked as if chewed, and the flesh was slowly being eliminated, leaving only the indescribable twisted monster. The underground garage couldn't accommodate the rapidly expanding body, and the ceiling was crushed and cracked. Tons of debris and dust clattered down, and the twisted body broke through the ground and rushed up the block, frantically waving its hideous tentacles. Its body shape was very irregular. Unlike any creature on Earth, it was difficult to describe its shape. Its tentacles were full of barbs, and its surface was covered with eyes. Its countless eyes seemed to observe the whole world from multiple angles. Pedestrians on the street were unprepared for this unexpected situation. After a brief moment of shock, someone soon began to scream. Panic spread and the traffic became total chaos. What followed was madness. It happened to a few people at first. A man on the run couldn't hold back a laugh, as if that laugh was a trigger. The laughter became louder and louder until it was out of his control. Laughing wildly, he kicked down the terrified companion beside him, mounted his companion, and began to pummel him with fists. Soon, more and more people were affected. Laughter spread like a terrible contagion, rapidly infecting more and more people. A laughing child climbed on top of a man and bit off his ear. An old man in an open-air restaurant was out of breath from laughing, picked up a wine bottle and smashed it at a random passerby on the head. A car hit a fire hydrant, and the huge impact deformed the entire front of the car. Water rose into the sky, and the fire hydrant spun and crashed into a shop's glass window. The driver was lying on the airbag, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. While laughing, he controlled the car with a severely deformed front to reverse, preparing to aim at the next target. The monster seemed perfectly content. It happily waved its countless tentacles as if cheering and dancing. The irregular body still had a mouth-like structure, an extremely huge mouth filled with mushy red flesh, like a smiling face carved out from the abomination with a knife. The situation is very grave. Ivan, who followed the creature out of the parking lot, pressed on his headset to communicate with headquarters. Several runaway spirit bodies have merged with the source of infection and become a strange and grotesque monster. What? How did it become like this? How the F***ck am I supposed to know? At this point, the area was in chaos. While trying to avoid the crazed crowd, Ivan approached the giant monster to keep it in his line of sight. Calm down, detective. The fighter jet just took off from the deck, the operator explained. It is expected to arrive at the scene within 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Ivan looked at the group of people who were dying of laughter, causing chaos, and targeting the yet-to-be-affected individuals and the arrogant giant beast among the buildings. He wasn't sure if there would be anything worth saving here 10 minutes later. A sudden gust of wind nearly made it hard for him to breathe. The roar of a rumbling engine shook the sky like the roar of a beast. Ivan turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. A huge pitch-black steel raptor with an advanced structure and streamlined design that resembled a massive bat. It had sharp horns and wings, light blue plasma flames spraying vertically. It looked like a huge bat with wings spread. He was stunned to see that strange man in a bat suit walking past him, raising a gun, shooting it, and attaching the claws to the aircraft hovering in midair. Ivan was stunned. What the F***ck is going on? Batman ignored him. The rapid contraction of the claw gun pulled his body away from the ground and towards the hovering structure, the air. Ivan was utterly confused. Who the hell is this bat maniac? As a well-known second-generation tech mogul in the comic circle, Bruce Wayne naturally possessed an arsenal of cutting-edge gadgets. The bat plane, bat submarine, bat chariot, bat boat, bat glider, and bat motorcycle all displayed his limitless ingenuity. Charlie had no doubt that if Master Wayne deemed it necessary, he might even have a bat tricycle and bat skates stashed away somewhere. Airplanes were reasonably standard equipment for Batman. In past Arkham Knight games, Batman could summon chariots at will, but in this game, the options extended to aircraft and submarines. Charlie received guidance during the novice tutorial on the first day. Players could choose 2 types of Batmobiles, 1 submarine type, and 2 fighter jets before heading into battle. During the battle, pressing the E key summoned the specified vehicle for support. At the moment, the scene in front of Yvonne looked like something straight out of a high-octane action film. The Batfighter climbed rapidly, like a black crow soaring into the sky at high speed. A gorgeous blue flame trailed behind it, and when the trajectory of the flame reflected in Ivan's retina, the fighter jet had already vanished from its previous position. The operation mode of the Batfighter was akin to the Batmobile in the Arkham Knight game but with more functions and a different operational feel. Approaching the target at breakneck speed, Charlie activated 3 different weapon systems simultaneously, locking onto the target with precision thanks to the game system's shooting assistance, and went full salvo. Wayne Group's special cannon, Batfighter customized tactical missiles, and DC Universe's unique black technology penetrating bombs fired at super high speed, delivering an onslaught of utterly devastating firepower. Despite Batman's adherence to a strict no-kill creed, his arsenal was formidable. His conventional weapons were non-lethal, designed for field control and interference. But that didn't mean he lacked lethal firepower. Batman simply refrained from killing people. As a member of the Justice League, Batman frequently joined his superpowered friends in battling alien fleets, space monsters, and other extraordinary threats. Against non-human entities, he was merciless, even capable of slaughtering true gods. As a mortal caught in divine battles, Batman's challenges were immense. What made it harder were his immortal teammates, whose overwhelming power was often paired with baffling incompetence. The Justice League members were like gods, capable of performing miraculous feats. They could move planets, survive the sun's core, and defy all physical laws. Yet, whenever they assembled, their collective IQ seemed to plummet. Even Superman, beloved for his intellect, had his share of brilliant moments in personal comics. The super brain was no joke. Yet, in the Justice League, they often made decisions that left Batman facepalming in frustration. The group's dynamics forced Batman to develop his own extraordinary abilities. The lethal weapons of the Batfighter were designed for alien warships and super monsters, their firepower unmatched. This wave of full-fire bombing caused the monster to emit black smoke and shrink in size. Black matter exploded from its body, disintegrating into a black mist. The continuous explosions painted the sky with gorgeous fireworks. The crazed laughter on the street ceased abruptly. The lunatics stopped attacking, dropping to the ground and covering their heads in pain, screaming in agony. Yvonne, trying to prevent further bloodshed by incapacitating attackers, saw this and felt a spark of hope. It worked. The twisted monster was the source of the infection on this street. Attacking it directly interfered with its control over people's minds. If they waited for headquarters to send reinforcements, it might be too late. For now, only the blackbird circling the sky could achieve this. The monster's attention shifted to the Batfighter. Thick tentacles shot upward, piercing through the air with precision toward the Batwing. But the Batwing, with a burst of tail flames from one side, executed an impossibly swift lateral movement. The tentacles missed, slicing through the afterimage of the fighter. Yvonne was stunned. He hadn't learned to fly a plane, but he had enough knowledge to know that what he witnessed was beyond the realm of possibility. Instant propulsion, evasive maneuvers like the F***CK. Was this even an airplane? And what kind of pilot could execute such moves? Of course, this was just his overthinking. For Charlie, it was merely a matter of pressing the arrow key and shift. The Batfighter performed more gravity-defying maneuvers, dodging tentacles and launching attacks. It could halt midair like a helicopter, bombard targets at will, and reverse direction instantaneously. As the battle raged, a shell exploded above the monster's head. The relentless assault had reduced it further. Endless ice crystals descended from a freezing bomb, covering the monster. In its weakened state, it could not resist becoming an ice sculpture. Yvonne was bewildered. What kind of weapon could freeze such a large target in seconds? Was this a freezing spell disguised as technology? The technology for this warhead was sponsored by Gotham villain Freeze, though not voluntarily. Freeze had extensively researched freezing technology, even developing a freezing anti-aircraft gun capable of freezing entire cities, as shown in the 1997 Batman movie. The Batfighter hovered midair, all machine guns locking onto the target. Frozen and defenseless, the monster was vulnerable. The final full volley expended all ammunition, shattering the frozen monster into pieces. Yvonne watched the fireworks of destruction and the Batfighter in awe. He should have been relieved, but his emotions were complex. What kind of airplane was that? But it wasn't over. Ivan's tense nerves were about to relax when he noticed something. The threat wasn't eliminated yet. Laughter echoed through the city, crazy and hysterical, mocking the world. The monster's dark phantom rose into a whirlwind, a pitch-black and transparent storm sweeping across the city streets. It was the spiritual body. The physical monster was gone, but its spirit remained powerful and vengeful. Damn, truly the embodiment of a lingering ghost, Yvonne cursed under his breath. The entity of the monster was wiped out, but the outbreak into its spiritual form worsened the situation again. It generated a spiritual storm that manifested as turbulent winds. The infected individuals stopped laughing, collapsed, and began to revert back to their previous states, but as the transparent storm rolled through, Their crazy smiles returned, and the chaos resumed. Everyone resumed fighting and biting, and the chaotic dance of demons began anew. The brief pause was merely akin to a halftime break, but now, the referee blew the whistle to start the second half. Yvonne pulled an old man off a girl, flung him aside, shot him in the leg, and continued to communicate with the correspondent at the headquarters through his headset. Reinforcements haven't arrived yet? Help is on the way. It is expected to arrive within 5 minutes. Please hold on a bit longer. Tisk, I have an update. The situation has changed, Yvonne interrupted impatiently, crushing the leg of a madman beneath his foot while talking. The monster has been killed, but the spirit has gone berserk, forming some kind of mental storm. In terms of spreading infection, this thing seems more powerful than before. Even I have been somewhat affected. Yvonne had received special training in the 9th Division. He knew how difficult it is to infect someone of his caliber. But now, he felt an oppressive atmosphere descending like a black cloud, almost suffocating. The crowd laughing wildly and releasing violence seemed to form a black wall, overwhelming him from all directions. There was also that penetrating laugh that seemed to permeate his bones, echoing endlessly in his mind as if playing on a loop. Even as a special agent, he was disturbed, and he couldn't imagine how much impact this storm would have on ordinary people. There was a noise from the other end of the headset, followed by another voice soon after. Yvonne, this is Professor Miyazaki from the Department of Infection Research. Can you hear me? Professor Miyazaki's voice sounded from the other end. I hear you. Crack, crack. Yvonne broke 2 more legs while speaking. Infected people can't feel pain, and physical trauma can't stop them from laughing wildly, but it can effectively limit their actions. We've got a preliminary reading of your location. I have only theoretically deduced the magnitude of the spiritual storm released by the source of infection. To be honest, it is the first time I have seen such readings. It is incredible. The power of these existences is really magical. Professor, can you get to the key points? I'm in a hurry here. Yvonne interrupted, feeling a bit irritated. For some reason, listening to the professor's voice seemed to excite him a little. Can staying around these scientists cause infection as well? Best to stay away from now on. Okay, I'll get to the conclusion. Professor Miyazaki said, in short, the mental storm cannot be perpetually maintained. To maintain such an output, there must be a source of infection at the eye of the storm. Eliminate that source of infection, and the storm will naturally subside. So I should just shoot it. No. If a long-range strike fails to kill it in one blow, it will intensify the storm and cause even greater irreparable damage. Yvonne paused for a moment, then looked at the dark storm. The sky above seemed to twist and writhe as if it were alive, the storm's center pulsating with a malevolent energy. It was a sight both mesmerizing and terrifying. That means I have to go to the center to ensure the source of infection is resolved. Exactly. Someone needs to go in and make sure its head hits the ground. But I doubt this infected individual will die even if his heads are severed, right? Really? So it's one of those. It's fine, even if decapitation doesn't kill it, it will prevent the source of infection from sustaining the mental storm, achieving the desired effect. Professor Miyazaki paused and added, of course, it would be dangerous to do so. The infection intensity of the spiritual storm may be higher than that of conventional infection sources. Honestly, even if a specialist enters, I can't predict the outcome. Yvonne was silent for a moment, then smiled lightly. Professor, are you suggesting that I might end up like these people? Looking at the crazy crowd surrounding him and the chaotic setting that seemed to turn into a distorted nightclub's dance floor, the street lights flickered erratically, casting eerie shadows that danced with the deranged movements of the infected. As the only sober person, Yvonne felt out of place on this chaotic dance floor. I want to remind you that even if you successfully eliminate the source of infection, it may have an irreversible impact on you, said Professor Miyazaki. Even if you save everyone, when the support team arrives, they may not be able to save you. Don't worry. Yvonne lit a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and walked toward the dark and transparent storm while changing the ammunition in his gun. The storm seemed to react to his approach, tendrils of dark energy reaching out as if sensing his intent. I'll save a bullet for myself if necessary. After a pause, he grinned broadly. Professor, by telling me this method, you're implying that this is what I should do, right? I didn't say that. I just told you the solution and the stakes. As for what measures to take, it's your own decision. Immediately, the line was cut, and a crisp female voice sounded in the headset. Wait there for backup. This is an order. It was Melanie's voice. Although she was much younger than Yvonne, she was his superior. Yvonne smiled. Orders? You know those can't restrain me. He lit a cigarette and continued walking toward the storm's center with slow but firm steps. The air grew colder, the laughter louder, and the world around him blurred at the edges. If I really wanted to obediently obey orders and follow the rules, I would be your superior. Melanie's voice softened a bit. Yvonne, you don't need to go. The support is coming soon, and the team at the headquarters is also studying other countermeasures. Even if there is, we can't wait any longer. Yvonne interrupted her calmly. Professor Miyazaki is right. This is the best solution at the moment, and I happen to be the most suitable candidate. My time has long been stagnant. I work for the 9th Division. The only purpose of living to this day is to find a suitable end. If today is that time, it's a worthy death. I will not regret it, and no one will regret it for me. He grinned broadly, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and tossed it aside. The embers glowed briefly before being snuffed out in the storm. because the people who would feel sorry for me are 6 feet under. After speaking, he cut off the communication without giving a chance to reply. By this time, he was already close to the periphery of the storm. Greater layers of wild laughter followed. Distorted phantoms began to appear before his eyes. There were men and women, old people and children, all with horrifying and distorted smiles on their faces. Their eyes glowed with a sickly yellow light, and their movements were jerky, like marionettes on strings. That's just at the outermost edge. He didn't know if he would be safe if he went in, but he didn't care. Because, like coming to this casino tonight, he didn't need a reason for what he was doing. It was just a whim. Even if he was killed, he didn't care. Ending this disaster alone and then taking a bullet sounded like a cool way to die. The corner of his mouth hooked into a determined smirk. Definitely a worthy death. Unfortunately, Ivan won't get the chance to act on his whims, not this time. He felt a tightness in his ankle. Before he had time to realize what was going on, a huge force pulled him to the ground, dragging him far from the storm. Finally, he was thrown head down and feet up, hanging upside down under a street lamp. What are you doing? Ivan, who looked like a tragic hero marching to his death, was interrupted midway and found himself hanging upside down in an undignified posture. His face twisted with frustration and anger. He tried his best to look down toward his feet, only to see Batman standing on top of the street lamp. The Dark Knight looked down at Ivan, his black cloak billowing in the storm, his eyes hidden behind the white slits of his mask. Batman had pulled Ivan back with a grappling gun and hung him upside down on the lamppost. What are you doing? Ivan was furious. There is no time. Someone must stop that source of infection. I have to. Before he could finish speaking, Batman had already jumped down. The Dark Knight didn't say a word, ignored Ivan's yelling, and strode toward the center of the storm with determination. His movements were precise and calculated as if he knew exactly what he needed to do. Ivan was stunned. This guy, does he intend to save me and then go into danger himself? Wait. Ivan struggled desperately, trying to stop Batman. Come back. But still, there was no answer. The Dark Knight disappeared into the storm, leaving only his solid back with his cape billowing. The storm seemed to react to his presence, dark tendrils of energy reaching out as if to grasp him, but he moved forward with unyielding resolve. This city only needs one hero. Batman had already hacked into the communication line between Ivan Petrov and the headquarters, so while they were speaking, Charlie naturally listened to their conversations. As a result, he learned how to stop this spiritual storm and Ivan's plan to sacrifice himself to complete the mission. Of course, he couldn't just sit idly by. Charlie asked himself, if he stood in the position of Ivan, would he be as fearless? The answer was a decisive no. It was precisely because of this that the detective's behavior was more admirable. Fortunately, he didn't need any noble self-sacrifice to accomplish essential tasks. Because he's just a gamer. Since it's just a game, he can boldly do things that his real self dared not do. Because it's a game, he can use abilities that he doesn't have. He doesn't have to worry about getting hurt or dying, and he doesn't have to worry about attracting unnecessary attention. He can do the right thing as he wants. It even faintly coincides with Bruce Wayne's idea when Batman was born. As a human being, no matter how rich and well-trained he is still flesh and blood and will be targeted and killed. But if he becomes someone else by means of a mask, becomes a symbol, he becomes indestructible. And now, relying on the operation of the keyboard and mouse, Charlie has also transformed into that indestructible symbol. Batman calmly walked into the heart of the storm, but soon, the mentally polluted laughter became overwhelming. Charlie's earphones sounded with ear-piercing laughter as if he himself was in the scene. That's a sign of infection. That voice will directly echo in people's minds, becoming deafeningly louder and louder. It is impossible for those who are not determined to go to the eye of the storm. But Charlie's method of dealing with this annoying voice is also very simple. He turned down the volume on his headphones. The weirdness of the laughter is naturally greatly reduced when the volume is turned down. In fact, if necessary, he can even directly mute the game's volume or simply turn on music software in the background playing lo-fi hip-hop on a loop. This is a standard trick players use against horror games. Be it ghosts or ancient gods, those guys who like to pretend to be gods and ghosts are no match for lo-fi. It didn't take long for him to reach the middle of the storm. There stood a man. Although he still looked like Greg, inside, he was no longer human. The irreversible deep infection had turned him into the embodiment of some ancient existence outside of humanity and a mobile source of infection. When the figure appeared in view, Charlie had already controlled Batman to lock on the target from afar. He selected the weapon from the equipment bar and held down the right mouse button to lock it. He then tapped the left button, causing a small dart to fly out of Batman's hand like a bat piercing through the air. Unfortunately, the man seemed to have sensed the approach of the dart from afar. He tilted his head slightly, and the dart flew through the air, nailing into the wall behind him with a snap. Missed, huh? The man's mouth opened in a terrifying arc. It seems that your aim is not very good. But he didn't notice the two dim red lights flashing on the dart nailed into the wall. Soon, the explosives placed inside the dart detonated with a bang. The wall was blown to pieces, and the shock wave carried the fragments flying around. The man was blown to the ground in a disgraceful posture. Batman approached quickly, but he stood up even quicker, just before Batman rushed to his face without even having time to adjust his stance. Greg attacked with a jab head-on, but Charlie skillfully let Batman slide to the flank with a step. Then he manipulated Batman to punch back. The man reacted quickly, spreading the 5 fingers of his right palm to block Batman's punch. But he miscalculated. The moment Batman's black glove hit his palm, an azure blue electric current burst out suddenly, and countless electric arcs bloomed from the front of the fist, blasting the opponent's palm into a bloody mess. Charlie seemed to be able to smell the scent of barbecue through the screen. Batman's gloves are equipped with a powerful electric shock function. Although he would never use lethal power when dealing with street gangsters, he naturally didn't hold back when dealing with non-human beings, and the power was directly maxed out. The effect was outstanding. Although the electric shock couldn't complete the kill, Greg's arms were visibly weakened, and the muscles seemed to be relaxed by the electric shock. On Charlie's side, an execution reminder popped up immediately above the opponent's head. This reminder will appear when the opponent falls into a dizziness state or freezes. You can choose different moves to let Batman complete the final blow. Tossing a batarang to the left, Batman slid up behind Greg, holding him in place. Swoosh. The batarang came back with incomparable precision, slicing Greg's head from off his neck. The headless body twitched twice, then knelt down with both knees and fell to the ground with blood oozing from the neck. Half a second later, the head fell to the ground. It rolled around twice, creating a swirl of blood, finally stopping in a pool of its own creation. The laughter suddenly ceased. But the surrounding storm didn't mean to stop. On the contrary, it seemed to be more intense. The surrounding streets and buildings were all submerged in the boundless storm, and the overwhelming cloud made it hard to breathe. The head that had been severed turned around to face Batman. But when it turned back, Charlie saw that it was clearly not the face of the man Greg. It was the face of a middle-aged man with distinct Western features and a mustache. From that face, one could still see traces of his past handsomeness, but his current tragic state had severely reduced his appearance. The moment he saw this face, the Batman in the picture suddenly took 2 steps back uncontrollably, as if his heart had been hit hard. Father. Father. Charlie's heart trembled violently. At this moment, he realized that this face belonged to Batman's father, Thomas Wayne. But how could he possibly be here? At this time? In this kind of place? Charlie suddenly realized that at some point, the camera on the screen seemed slightly tilted by a few degrees. The screen filter also darkened, and the edges of the screen became a bit blurred. He quickly realized that this is how many single-player action games portray the protagonist as being poisoned or under hallucination. What he saw through the screen was an illusion from the perspective of Batman. In other words, going deep into the spiritual storm, even Batman, who is a game character, can't be immune to the infection? Why didn't you stop him? Thomas Wayne's bulging eyeballs and empty eyes already clearly belonged to the dead. However, the dry and pale mouth was still talking. Charlie, who was familiar with the story of Batman, soon realized that he was referring to the gangster who shot and killed the Wayne couple. You should have tried to stop him, like a man. When Charlie heard this, he knew it was all nonsense. Batman was 8 years old then, just a helpless kid. If he had tried to rush up to fight the thief, there would probably be no Batman in the world. It would not only be the Wayne couple who died but also him. This wasn't the real Thomas Wayne. The real Thomas would never have thought that way. This is simply Batman's inner turmoil. After so many years, he is still blaming himself. He still feels that if life could be repeated, if there had been even a little difference in his past actions, his parents would not have had to die. The Batman in the picture was confused. He stumbled and took 2 steps back, no longer daring to look at the head on the ground. But when he turned his head, a new scene had emerged in the spiritual storm behind him. There was a dark alley with a few street lights in disrepair. A broken necklace, the pearls that were originally strung on it, cracked and rolled all over the ground like the tears of a mermaid. A beautiful woman in expensive clothes fell into a pool of blood, her head tilted, staring at Batman. Bruce, help us, it's dark in here. I'm so scared. Batman shuddered again and stumbled back. Mother. Charlie hurriedly manipulated Batman's perspective to move away from the illusion of the Wayne couple. The WASD of the keyboard could still control Batman's movement, but his pace was significantly slower. He could only walk but not run and jump, and the attack button did not respond. Then he fell to his knees, the alley disappearing, and the surroundings became a chaotic storm again, as if boundless nothingness. A voice came from the depths of nothingness, a piercing laughter. You see, this proves me right, said the voice. Everyone's afraid of nothingness, of uncertainty, of feeling like they're not in control of anything, it continued. You're especially like that, aren't you? I don't know who you are, but I can feel it. You have a strong fear of certain things, more than what most people fear in their hearts. The way you choose to fight that fear is by dressing yourself up in this demonic form. You're trying so hard to fight against the nothingness of uncertainty, to keep things under control, precisely because you're living with a fear that most people can't reach. Batman remained kneeling. A flickering exclamation mark had popped up in the upper left corner of the screen. It was explained in the description of the beginner tutorial. The exclamation mark sign means that the hero is on the verge of the limit, whether it be the health, the stamina, or the mental gauge about to bottom out. Once the hero becomes unable to continue the mission, the system will forcibly recall him. It is basically equivalent to the death of a character in a traditional game. Another burst of laughter echoed in the void. You see, we are actually identical, almost carved out of the same mold, said the voice. You put on this costume, trying to fight your fear this way, while I chose to become the direct incarnation of nothing. That's what my abilities are made for. All those people who are disturbed by the unknown, those who cannot control their own lives, my ability can make them become their own masters again. Everyone can release their true inner thoughts, tear away the rules, and no longer need hypocritical disguises. They can happily be their truest selves, and they can all become nothing, making those who think they have mastered the rules feel the horror of nothing. While speaking, the figure of Greg Hunter appeared again. He smiled wildly and strangely, holding a fire axe that came from nowhere as he walked forward. Charlie was almost slamming the keyboard at this point, but the Batman on the screen still didn't accept the input. The only change caused would be the slight shaking of the POV camera. Greg Hunter stopped before Batman, lifting the fire axe with a smile. Charlie seemed to have seen Batman's fingers move. Almost in desperation, Charlie frantically tapped the right mouse button. That is the key for defense and counterattack, and it can control Batman to counterattack at the moment of being attacked. The fire axe fell. As the sharp and heavy axe was about to split him in half, Batman moved. He suddenly hit the opponent's wrist with a palm, changing the direction where the axe fell. At the same time, he rolled on the ground, completely avoiding the fatal strike in a thrilling manner, with only the corner of the cloak getting cut off. What? The other party seemed stunned that he had recovered his mobility under such circumstances. But it was too late for him to make another swing with the axe. An electric fist punched him twice in a row. The full-power electric current paralyzed his nerves. Batman grabbed his arm and pulled him over, fully embedding another batarang in the man's throat. How? Greg looked astonished, and his crazy smile weakened a little due to shock. You are not even a specialist individual, how could it be that? He couldn't figure it out, he couldn't comprehend it. Only idiosyncratic individuals can be somewhat immune to infection, but even then, they can only resist most infections. This is something that even a specialist individual can't do, let alone this lunatic in a bat costume. Amidst his confusion, he only got a cold but determined answer. Because I'm Batman. The batarang swooshed across, and a head once again fell to the ground. This time, the storm slowly subsided. It is finally over. This time, it was not a hallucination. Charlie relied on his exceptional willpower, nearly at a superpower level, to forcibly suppress the illusions created by the spiritual infection. With a final, resolute effort, he completed the counter-kill against the mental pressure. However, as the kill was finalized, the screen in front of Charlie abruptly went black, and he was returned to the hero selection interface. The Batman character in the column had turned gray, indicating it was no longer selectable. The only heroes available for selection were the Huntress, who had recently been featured in 10 consecutive draws. Charlie navigated the cursor back to Batman. After hovering over the character for a few seconds, a status description appeared below it, detailing, resting in progress, 0%, estimated remaining time, 24 hours. This meant that while the hero character Charlie had been using could be revived from its negative state, it wasn't like ordinary games where a character can instantly return to full health. Recovery required a cooldown period. For instance, Batman would need a full day to regain his full state and be ready for action again. Charlie's gaze shifted to the Huntress, who now stood as his only alternative. He had previously thought the inclusion of such a hero, overlapping with Batman's role, was redundant. Yet, it became clear that it wasn't entirely superfluous. For the next 24 hours, while Batman was recovering, if any urgent situation arose requiring a fighter intervention, the Huntress would be his sole option. In essence, she was a substitute. Just moments ago, Charlie had been in a state of intense concentration, his nerves taut as he operated. Now, as he paused, he realized his entire body was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to him uncomfortably. The sweat-slicked fabric felt like a second skin. It's said that with repetition comes familiarity, but despite having performed similar actions multiple times, Charlie felt more drained than ever. His hands and feet felt weak, and he nearly stumbled when he tried to stand. His eyelids drooped heavily, weighed down by exhaustion. He leaned against the wall for support, feeling his way along it until he reached his bed. As he collapsed onto the mattress, the expansive, plush surface enveloped him in a comforting embrace, drawing him into a deep, much-needed sleep. While Charlie sank into restful slumber, the rest of the team remained wide awake, grappling with the aftermath of the crisis. The 9th Special Service Team swiftly cordoned off the area and took control of the scene. All individuals suspected of being infected were taken into quarantine for thorough investigation. Detective Yvonne, who had been present throughout the entire operation, was brought back to headquarters after undergoing a series of exhaustive body checks that left him both physically and mentally drained. Upon entering the meeting room, Yvonne found the senior leaders and experts from the headquarters already assembled, waiting for his report. Before Yvonne arrived, the experts had engaged in a vigorous academic debate about the monstrous entity that had emerged in the city. To an ordinary observer, the creature, with its grotesque tentacles, bulging eyes, and menacing barbs, might evoke images of madness or supernatural phenomena. However, for researchers, the focus was on how to replicate and harness such extraordinary capabilities. Could they create something similar in their labs? The phenomenon of infection had been known for over 2 years. The 9th Special Service Division was a relatively new department, still in the early stages of understanding and addressing various infection incidents. This incident marked the first time that spiritual entities from multiple infected individuals had merged to form a colossal monster. The 9th Special Service Division had no precedent for dealing with such a situation, leaving the management, who had been blissfully unaware and asleep in their homes, stunned when they received the news. In the past, infected individuals could be dismissed as suffering from insanity, drunkenness, or societal grievances. Larger-scale incidents could be contained or hidden from public view. With their formidable capabilities and resources, the 9th Special Service could have swept this incident under the rug. However, even if they managed to cover it up, there was no guarantee that similar events wouldn't occur in the future. The escaped monster could be part of a larger pattern, and no one could predict if it would happen again. The body of Greg had been recovered and was undergoing standard security checks. Once inspection, isolation, and observation were completed, to ensure safety, the next step would be to perform an anatomical study to determine the source of the infection. Understanding how the infection worked was crucial. Beyond the anomaly of the infection and the monstrous entity, the most intriguing aspect of the incident was the enigmatic bat-like figure. This was the main issue everyone in the conference room wanted to address with Ivan. Ivan began his account with his solo infiltration of the Mafia gang's casino. The details of his mission up to this point were not particularly riveting, so he summarized it briefly. The focus intensified when he reached the part about the bat-like monster. Fortunately, Ivan had activated the video recording equipment mounted on his body during the operation. Despite the low resolution and some less than ideal scenes, the footage provided first-hand data that offered a clear perspective on the events. During the initial segment of the discussion, experts were captivated by the opponent's incredible agility and the cutting-edge technology displayed. For instance, in the casino lobby, the figure had dispatched numerous foes almost invisibly, a feat that was only discernible through the loss of heads that occurred without anyone's awareness, including Ivan's. This highlighted not only the adversary's exceptional training but also the substantial financial resources at their disposal. The technological prowess and intricate gadgets used were equally impressive. The sheer monetary expenditure displayed by the subject was beyond what typical wealthy individuals could afford. Then, when the monster appeared on the screen, a jet-black bat fighter hovered in the air with an imposing presence, nearly eclipsing the wealthy patrons. The bat-like figure demonstrated its prowess by seizing and climbing up the plane with its clawed weapon, leaving an impression of its formidable power and grace. A hovering jet fighter. The speaker at the end of the conference table was a man exuding calm authority. He had remained silent during the previous discussions, but his presence commanded respect. Commander Ross, head of the 9th Special Service Division. Dr. Hines, can we replicate something like this? He asked, directing his question to a figure in a white coat beside him. Dr. Hines, a leading expert in related fields, adjusted his glasses. It's not impossible, there are already prototypes with similar capabilities, but the technology isn't fully matured for practical use yet. He continued, the technology demonstrated in this aircraft appears more advanced than our prototypes in testing. I would be very interested to study how it overcomes the technical challenges we have faced. If possible, this could greatly advance our own developments. After a moment, he added, however, even without it as a reference, I believe that within a year, we could develop fighter jets with comparable systems ready for combat. While Dr. Hines admired the bat fighter on the screen, his stubborn confidence in his own technological advancements remained. However, as the video continued, the bat fighter's rapid, fluid maneuvers, including its seemingly impossible drifting and intricate aerial stunts, began to defy his conventional understanding. The climax of Dr. Hines' shock came when the bat fighter executed a complex aerial maneuver that defied the principles of physics, making even Newton's theories appear obsolete. Dr. Hines was left in stunned disbelief. Is this really an aircraft? Even the most self-assured researchers, those who have spent decades in their fields, recognize that their understanding of infection events remains profoundly limited. Despite the vast amount of data collected, many phenomena defy easy explanation, leaving gaps that must be bridged through further observation, analysis, and exploration. Consequently, when an unusual source of infection and monstrous entities like the ones in this incident emerged, they weren't entirely caught off guard. Over the past year, these researchers have been forced to expand their acceptance of the paranormal. They've witnessed things that defy conventional science, challenging their previously unshakable beliefs. The sheer frequency and variety of these events have numbed them to the point where, if someone claimed that a group of infected individuals were playing football while flying on broomsticks in the sky, they might raise an eyebrow, but they wouldn't dismiss it outright. Their skepticism has been tempered by experience. However, this newfound openness is limited to phenomena directly linked to infection. They've become specialists in the impossible, but only within a specific domain. So when faced with this utterly inexplicable black aircraft captured on the screen, they found themselves struggling to comprehend what they were seeing. The jet-black aircraft, its shape fuzzy and indistinct even on high-resolution footage, seemed to mock the foundational principles of aerodynamics and physics. It defied everything the technicians in the room knew, especially those whose expertise lay in aviation and weaponry. As they watched the footage, the plane hovered for a moment, its presence dark and menacing. Then, without warning, it fired a volley of freezing bullets. These weren't ordinary projectiles, they encased a massive, grotesque monster in solid ice almost instantaneously, shattering it into fragments of ice and frozen flesh. The sheer impossibility of what they were witnessing left one of the attendees unable to remain seated. Impossible. The exclamation came from Dr. Richard, the head of the equipment department. Dr. Richard was a man known for his unflappable demeanor, a rock amidst chaos. But now, his voice was tinged with disbelief, bordering on hysteria. No weapon can achieve such a rapid freezing effect, he declared, his voice firm but shaken. This technology doesn't exist in our world. But this is exactly what I witnessed with my own eyes, and it's precisely what the video equipment recorded, Ivan responded with a calm that belied the gravity of the situation. Dr. Richard fell silent, his frown deepening. His mind raced, desperately searching for a rational explanation, but he found none. His voice dropped to a mutter as he repeated to himself, impossible, unscientific, it just can't be. As the footage reached its climax, the meeting room fell into a hushed silence. They watched, transfixed, as the enigmatic figure in the bat suit now dubbed Batman by the few who had seen him walked into the heart of the dark storm. The storm was a vortex of chaos, a maelstrom that seemed to consume all light and hope. Yet, the Batman walked into it without hesitation, his silhouette gradually swallowed by the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Though everyone present had already been briefed on the events leading up to this moment, seeing it unfold with their own eyes stirred something deep within them. It was a moment of sheer, raw human emotion, courage, sacrifice, and an unfathomable resolve. TL note, just for the sake of sh*TS and giggles, I want to change the name to Batboy, who opposes and who agrees. Detective Petrov, you mentioned earlier that even you were affected when you neared the edge of the storm. It was Professor Miyazaki who broke the silence, his voice measured but with a hint of urgency. Yes, Ivan nodded. That storm contained one of the most potent sources of infection I've ever encountered. The pressure, both physical and mental, was overwhelming. I can't even begin to imagine what might have happened to me if I had ventured into the eye of that storm. Detective Petrov's infection rate is at 87%, making it the highest among the Special Services regular agents. His resistance to infection is exceptionally strong, Professor Miyazaki said, his tone turning analytical as he shifted into the mode of a scientist dissecting a complex problem. And based on your account, that bat-like figure was able to enter the very center of that storm and neutralize the infection source. This raises intriguing questions about his infection level. Could he be an idiosyncratic infected at a level of 99 to 100%? If he's completely immune to all forms of infection, that might explain his ability to do what he did. I don't think that's the case, Ivan interrupted, shaking his head slightly as he reached into his pocket. He retrieved a sleek, silver-gray device, its design minimalist yet advanced, and placed it carefully on the conference table. This is a special identification device that you, Professor Miyazaki, developed, Ivan explained, his eyes locking onto the professor's. There was a weight to his words, a significance that everyone in the room could sense. Unlike ordinary infected individuals, the degree of infection in specific people cannot be accurately measured using conventional testing equipment. These idiosyncratic individuals, people with unique, often inexplicable abilities, required a full suite of physical examinations to determine the extent of their infection. Thus, Professor Miyazaki, always at the cutting edge of technological innovation, had developed this recognition device to detect anomalies in idiosyncratic individuals. However, the device was still in its experimental phase, its functionality limited. It was a prototype, not yet ready to be standard issue for special agents. While it couldn't measure the exact infection level of an idiosyncratic person, it could distinguish between ordinary individuals and those with these unique traits, a distinction that could mean life or death in the field. I managed to scan the Batman during the operation, and the results were, well, perhaps you should see for yourself, Ivan continued, his tone neutral but his words charged with an undercurrent of significance. Someone from the table reached out and handed the device to Professor Miyazaki, who took it with a mix of anticipation and dread. He activated the monitor on the back side of the detection device, his fingers moving with the precision of a seasoned expert. The room held its collective breath as he studied the data displayed on the screen, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing second. Then, a sound of surprise escaped his lips. Wait. No, it's impossible. His voice was barely above a whisper as he raised his head, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Did you scan the wrong person? My first reaction was the same, Ivan replied. I wondered if the device was malfunctioning. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Ivan's mouth as he continued, pleased that the professor was experiencing the same astonishment he had felt. But I can say with absolute certainty that I didn't make a mistake. The device was functioning perfectly. The video footage can confirm the accuracy of my actions, and you can easily verify the device's functionality yourself. Professor Miyazaki, ever the meticulous scientist, didn't waste a moment. He inspected the device thoroughly, running a series of diagnostic checks with the efficiency of someone who had designed it. His frown deepened as he murmured to himself, there's nothing wrong, but how? It shouldn't be, it can't be. No one can do this, no one should be able to. What's the matter, Professor Miyazaki? Someone finally asked, unable to bear the suspense any longer. Professor Miyazaki looked up, his eyes scanning the room with an expression that was almost haunted. That Batman, according to this device, he's just an ordinary guy. A stunned silence fell over the meeting room. Wait, someone finally spoke up, their voice shaky with disbelief. Are you saying he's not a specialist individual? He's not idiosyncratic. That's exactly what the readings indicate, Professor Miyazaki confirmed, though his voice was tinged with the same confusion that everyone else was feeling. He's an ordinary person, nothing more, nothing less. Everyone in the meeting exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions as if they had just seen a ghost. An ordinary person eliminated the source of infection under intense mental pressure so severe that even extraordinary individuals might not withstand it? The very idea was preposterous. Maybe he's an absolute extraordinary, someone suggested hesitantly, referring to individuals who, despite appearing ordinary, theoretically should possess abilities or traits that defied all logic and understanding. No, I accounted for that scenario when designing the recognition device. This device can even identify absolute extraordinaries, Professor Miyazaki replied confidently. That man is definitely an ordinary person, as real as it gets. The room fell silent once more as everyone tried to process this impossible revelation. Is it reasonable for an ordinary person to withstand such an intense infection pressure and eliminate the source of infection? One person asked after a while, their voice filled with incredulity. It's beyond unreasonable, it's impossible, Professor Miyazaki replied, his face etched with disbelief. The very foundation of his understanding of infection was being challenged. Then what do you think could explain this? Someone pressed, almost desperately. How should I know? Professor Miyazaki retorted, his frustration evident as he rolled his eyes. This defies all logic, all science. The room once again descended into contemplative silence. The reason why idiosyncratic individuals are given that name is because they possess a special constitution, something in their very being that allows them to resist infection. How could a mortal, a regular human, withstand the erosion of such a potent infection? As the entire room sat in contemplative silence, Ivan's lips curled into a faint smirk, as if he could barely contain his amusement. Commander Ross noticed this and addressed Ivan directly. Detective Petrov, what do you think? Ivan's smile broadened slightly as he met the commander's gaze. Yes, I do have a theory. But I'm afraid you'll find it hard to believe. Try us, Commander Ross encouraged. Everyone here is an authority in their field and has received professional training. No matter how ridiculous your theory might seem, we won't be easily surprised. Really? Ivan's expression grew serious as he spoke, his tone thoughtful. I believe that the reason he can fight the infection isn't due to any special ability or physique, but rather pure willpower. Willpower. The experts in the room were taken aback. Willpower, as a concept, was familiar to them important, even but to suggest it could have such a tangible, measurable impact was beyond anything they'd considered. That's right, Ivan confirmed, his eyes scanning the room as he continued. It's willpower, far beyond anything any of us here possess. It's a force that drives him, that gives him the strength to do what seems impossible. The expressions around the room became animated, disbelief mingling with curiosity. A mortal body relying on willpower to resist infection? And not just any infection, one of the most potent, devastating sources they'd ever encountered? It sounded like the stuff of legends, not science. All eyes turned to Professor Miyazaki, the foremost expert in this field. Surely, if anyone could debunk this, it would be him. But even he wore an expression of incredulity, as though the very idea was laughable. Yet, beneath that disbelief, there was a flicker of something else, wonder, perhaps, or even fear. See? I knew you wouldn't take it seriously, Ivan shrugged, a knowing smile playing on his lips. You may not understand because you haven't seen him in action. But let me tell you, I've always been very good at reading people, even when they're hidden behind a uniform and a mask. Oh, Professor Miyazaki asked, his interest piqued. And what kind of person do you think he is? Ivan took a deep breath, his demeanor shifting as he prepared to share his thoughts. A man with extreme calmness, someone who can walk into the storm without hesitation. He's a relentless avenger, driven by unshakable beliefs so strong that they override the natural fear of death or pain. He's not just a madman, he's someone whose will has been tempered by unimaginable loss and pain. He paused for a moment, letting the weight of his words settle over the room. In short, he's a hero. When Charlie awoke from his slumber, his energy levels surged all at once. He felt invigorated, more so than when he usually woke up. This wasn't the first time he noticed the peculiar effects of the game. It wasn't just about controlling the heroes of DC and Marvel. The game had also become a sort of fitness simulator, enhancing his body and physical strength in ways that defied normal expectations. During his last visit to the 9th Division headquarters for a physical evaluation, Professor Miyazaki had been visibly disappointed. He hadn't found the extraordinary physical abilities he expected from Charlie, who, in turn, seemed unremarkable on the surface. But for Charlie, his displayed prowess was a significant breakthrough. People have different physical conditions. Some can stay awake and alert all night, while others struggle to keep their eyes open after a few hours. Charlie knew his limits well. He was the quintessential gamer, more at home in a virtual world than the real one. The only thing he excelled at, besides playing games, was consuming copious amounts of junk food. His lifestyle was more about sedentary habits than anything remotely active. Given this, the results of the physical test were actually impressive. It was surprising that he had made such progress in such a short time, especially considering that he had only logged into the game a few times. The efficiency of this physical enhancement was nothing short of amazing. Of course, Charlie knew that improvements would come quickly at first, given his low starting point. But he also understood that progress would eventually slow down. He wasn't sure if this game would allow him to surpass the limits of human endurance, potentially elevating him to the ranks of those rare individuals who could bend steel with their bare hands or crush boulders with their fists. That, however, was a concern for another time. In addition to the physical enhancements, Charlie had his eyes set on the new heroes and equipment available in the store. The new heroes he could unlock determined the strength of his roster. If he could draw someone like Superman or Hulk, it would be a game changer. He got up, headed to the bathroom to wash off the sweat from last night's exertions, and changed into fresh clothes. His stomach growled as he placed a quick takeout order. Despite being mentally recharged after a full night's sleep, he knew he couldn't push himself further on an empty stomach. Playing games was a high-intensity activity, and he wasn't about to risk his health by going out in his superhero persona without eating first. Once his order was placed, Charlie sat back down in front of his computer and logged into the game. After completing last night's mission, Batman had disappeared after exhausting his energy. Charlie had barely managed to keep his eyes open long enough to log out. He hadn't even checked his hero points before collapsing into bed. Now, it was time to see what he had earned. Last night had been intense. He had cleared out a villain's hideout, teamed up with Yvonne to eliminate a dangerous infection source, and faced off against a giant tentacle monster in a battle that had him on the edge of his seat. In the end, with the memory of the Wayne couple driving him on, he managed to defeat the infection source, thus saving the world. The rewards were far beyond what he usually got from taking down street-level criminals. When he logged back in, he saw that his hero points had accumulated to over 2,400 in one go, and he even received a C-level hero coupon, granting him 8 single-draw opportunities in the store. This was a significant haul, especially for someone who had been so poor during the novice period, barely scraping by with minimal rewards. Without hesitation, Charlie headed to the bathroom to wash his hands, hoping to wash away any bad luck. Once back at his computer, he eagerly clicked on the store's C-level teleportation array and activated the first draw, only to be met with a message, "Thank you for participating." But that was just the beginning. It took 50 points to draw from the teleportation array, and with over 2,400 points, Charlie could make 48 attempts. The first failed draw was just a warm-up, a small setback. Charlie clicked again. Draw card, thank you for participating. Draw card, thank you for participating. Draw card, thank you for participating. After 13 consecutive thank you for participating messages, Charlie's face darkened. His hand trembled as he moved the cursor to the draw button for the 14th time. He needed a hero, or at the very least, some decent equipment. Anything to break the streak of bad luck. Draw card. Then, just as Charlie was beginning to lose hope, the screen burst into a flash of brilliance. The new character that appeared had an impressive figure, one that might be considered exaggerated in the real world. She had a pair of long, well-toned legs and held twin sai, reminiscent of Raphael from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Her name was Elektra, an anti-hero from Marvel and a longtime ally of Daredevil. A top-tier assassin, skilled in combat and stealth, she was at least a second-tier character in Marvel's vast roster. But despite her impressive resume, Charlie couldn't help but feel underwhelmed. Her skill set was too similar to Batman's, who was already part of his roster. Elektra's arrival was more of a redundancy than a boon. TL note, can you readers verify that statement? Still, there were plenty of points left to spend. Charlie decided to go for another 10 draws. The results were mixed: 2 pieces of hero equipment, 6 more thank you for participating messages, and 2 new characters. The first new character was another woman with an enviable figure. She wore a jet black catsuit that clung to her body, highlighting her curves in a way that seemed almost impossible. With silver hair and a mysterious air, she stood out immediately. Her name was Felicia, codenamed Black Cat. An anti-hero, skilled in thievery and a member of the Defenders, she was also one of Spider-Man's more complex relationships. Black Cat was essentially Marvel's version of Catwoman, and much like her DC counterpart, she was known for her complicated relationship with the protagonist. While her skills didn't overlap with Batman's as much as Elektra's did, she still wasn't the powerhouse Charlie was hoping for. However, the second new character left Charlie utterly bewildered. The character's name was Crowbar. Charlie stared at the screen in confusion. He couldn't recall any hero or notable villain from Marvel or DC with that name. The image showed a tall, muscular black man with a shaved head, wearing a vest and bearing a skull emblem on his chest, similar to the Punisher. The man held, unsurprisingly, a crowbar. Charlie opened the character's profile, hoping for some clarification. According to the introduction, Crowbar was a minor villain from DC Comics. He had started as an ordinary gang leader, earning his nickname because he preferred to fight with a crowbar. One day, Crowbar was recruited by a supervillain to join a larger criminal organization. When asked about his skills, he had nervously replied that he was good with a crowbar. The supervillain, perhaps unable to think of anything more fitting, had given him a high-tech weapon, a crowbar that emitted energy waves. Charlie couldn't believe it. The story behind Crowbar's name was both absurd and pathetic. The guy seemed like nothing more than cannon fodder, the type of villain Batman would easily dispatch on a nightly patrol. But as Charlie read further, he discovered that Crowbar had once been a member of the Suicide Squad, a group of anti-heroes who worked for the government. Despite his humble origins, Crowbar had earned a place among the other anti-heroes, albeit as a low-ranking member. Charlie sighed. He was beginning to understand how the game's random draw system worked. Just like the cafeteria lady who heaps a bowl full of vegetables with only a few scraps of meat, the game developers had stuffed the character pool with countless third-rate, fifth-rate, and even 18th-rate heroes, making it nearly impossible to get the truly powerful ones. But Charlie wasn't ready to give up. He still had plenty of points left, and he was determined to make the most of them. With renewed focus, Charlie prepared for the next round of draws. He was ready to keep trying until he finally pulled a hero worthy of holding down the fort. Charlie vaguely remembered reading the Captain America Civil War comics from Marvel. In that story arc, when the Superhero Registration Act was enforced to collect all superhero information, it was revealed that over 3,000 registered superheroes were active in New York alone. This didn't even take into account the countless other Marvel superheroes scattered across the globe or the growing numbers of Inhumans and mutant heroes. TL note, I don't want to change the number just in case it is actually true, but something's fishy. And that was just Marvel's world. When you factor in the sheer number of heroes from the DC universe next door, the numbers become mind-boggling. From iconic characters to obscure and little-known ones, the hero pool is vast and deep, filled with both legendary figures and those who have faded into obscurity. As Charlie considered this, the excitement he had felt about his recent draws began to dissipate. It was like being forced to wade through an entire encyclopedia when he had been eager for a thrilling adventure. He had just drained all his remaining hero points in one go, hoping for something exceptional. Instead, two heroes appeared on his screen, both utterly useless in the grand scheme of things. To add to his frustration, he received a piece of equipment during the process, Hawkeye's wrist guard. It seemed like a nice piece of gear, but without the right hero to wield it, it was practically useless. The moment his points hit zero, Charlie, who had felt so rich just moments ago, was now back at square one. He had thrown over 2,400 points into the system, and all he had to show for it was a vague sense of regret and the haunting memory of countless card games that had left him feeling just as empty. But Charlie wasn't the type to give up so easily. After all, yesterday's mission had not only earned him points but also rewarded him with a hero point coupon. This coupon could be exchanged for 8 single draw opportunities, a last chance to change his luck. A great man once said that a hero can't run away from their destiny. Another wise man declared that it's pointless to hold on to something when it should be used. I must draw the card immediately, Charlie thought, his heart pounding with anticipation as he prepared for his final draw. When the penultimate draw was made, a burst of radiant light filled the screen. Slowly, a solid blue figure emerged from the light, standing tall and proud in the center of the screen. The character was dressed in a tight blue uniform, with a white letter A emblazoned on the forehead of his helmet. On either side of the helmet were small, white wings. It was none other than Captain America, Marvel's iconic Avenger. Captain America. The name alone carried weight, evoking images of heroism, sacrifice, and leadership. But to Charlie, what mattered more than the name was the character's abilities and how they would perform in the game. The heroes he had drawn before were no match for the likes of Batman. They were outclassed in almost every way. But Captain America was different. While Cap might lack Batman's vast wealth and advanced technological gadgets, he more than made up for it with his physical prowess. Batman was, after all, just a mortal, a man at the peak of human conditioning, but still human. Captain America, on the other hand, was a super soldier. As the embodiment of the super soldier concept in American comics, Captain America possessed physical abilities that far surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. The exact extent of his powers had always been a topic of debate among comic book fans. The super soldier serum that gave Captain America his abilities was shrouded in mystery and idealism. It was said that the serum responded to the heart and will of the injector, enhancing good qualities in good people and worsening traits in those who were bad. It reflected the inner strength and character of the individual in their physical form. This abstract nature of the serum led to some wildly varying depictions of Cap's abilities. Officially, he was said to be able to bench press 1,200 pounds, a staggering 545 kilograms. But comic book logic is notoriously flexible. For the writers of American comics, consistency isn't always a priority. So, while one story might show Captain America struggling against a formidable foe like Crossbones, another might depict him stopping a helicopter with his bare hands. In yet another tale, he might be seen going toe-to-toe with Thanos, one of the most powerful beings in the Marvel Universe. In the world of comics, there's a joke about Kakashi from Naruto's Konoha village being called the 50-50 guy, meaning that no matter how strong or weak his opponent, Kakashi always seems to fight them on even terms. Captain America had a similar reputation. His strength seemed to adjust to match that of his opponent. Charlie couldn't help but wonder if this idealistic, passive ability could apply to the game characters as well. In the past, he might have dismissed such metaphysical notions as pure fantasy. But after last night's intense battle, he wasn't so sure anymore. When he controlled Batman during the fight, he had witnessed the character's incredible willpower as Batman resisted the infection. There was even a poignant moment when Batman experienced a flashback to the night his parents were murdered. This led Charlie to a startling realization: the characters he controlled in the game had more than just their abilities, they had a piece of their original spirit as well. While it was clear that these game characters lacked true consciousness, they were far from mindless puppets. They followed Charlie's commands without question, whether it was logging out on command or charging into battle without hesitation, even if it meant certain death. Yet, they weren't completely devoid of individuality either. Batman's reaction to the infection, the display of his superhuman willpower, suggested that there was something more at play. Charlie began to think that the truth lay somewhere in between. The heroes in the game were indeed just virtual characters, but they were imbued with more than just their powers and equipment. They carried with them their background, their spirit, and the core elements that made them who they were in their respective universes. For example, Batman's strict no-kill policy, his unresolved grief over his parents' deaths, and his extraordinary willpower were all integral parts of his character. These elements were perfectly preserved in the game. It was almost as if the game characters were projections of the original superheroes from another world. They had all the characteristics of their real-world counterparts, from their abilities to their personalities, but they remained under the control of the player. Players like Charlie drew characters from the card pool, gaining the ability to control these heroes in various missions. However, the players didn't embody these characters, they were more like commanders, directing the heroes from behind the scenes. If Captain America could bring his 50-50 passive ability into the game, that would be a significant advantage. But even without it, his basic physical capabilities were top-notch. Combined with his world-class combat skills that made him one of the best fighters in the Marvel Universe, he was more than equipped to handle the infected foes Charlie would face. Another defining feature of Captain America was, of course, his iconic vibranium shield. This shield was a marvel of advanced technology, exclusive to the Marvel Universe. While it might look like a simple star-spangled shield, it was anything but. The shield was nearly indestructible and had the unique ability to absorb kinetic energy. Cap had used this shield to block grenades, RPGs, and all manner of attacks, emerging unscathed from situations that would have obliterated anyone else. Though in Avengers Endgame, Thanos shattered the shield with a few powerful strikes, this did little to diminish the artifact's legendary status. Drawing Captain America made Charlie feel more balanced. This was the first serious super character he had managed to pull from the card pool, and it was a significant victory. There were still 2 chances left to draw cards. Now feeling more at ease, Charlie's mindset had shifted. The remaining 2 draws were taken with a sense of calm resignation. He didn't expect much from them anymore. The next draw resulted in a simple "thank you for participating" message, a typical result for most players. But the final draw brought a surprising flash of light, revealing a large object in the center of the screen. Charlie stared in disbelief. Was that the bat signal? Within 2 days of the incident ending, Riverton City was abuzz with rumors and whispers. It was as if the city had erupted into a frenzy of speculation and fear. A creature of immense size had rampaged through the streets, a nightmarish monster that defied all logic. Anyone who was nearby couldn't help but see it, their eyes widening in disbelief at the impossible sight before them. The authorities, despite their best efforts, couldn't contain the news. They worked tirelessly, but it was impossible to silence the thousands of voices that were now spreading the story like wildfire. By the second day, it seemed that the authorities had simply given up trying to control the narrative. Posts on social media, forums, and chat groups were no longer being deleted or blocked. It was as if a dam had burst, and the flood of information was unstoppable. The internet, free from its usual restraints, became a hotbed of activity. Descriptions of the night before were everywhere, each more dramatic than the last. Everyone seemed to know someone who had been there, and the stories grew more vivid and terrifying with each retelling. Rumors, like a devil's carving knife, carved deep into the consciousness of the city's residents. Each person who passed on the tale added their own embellishments, shaping it into something even more monstrous and unsettling. Though the authorities appeared to have let things go, the news circulating online was still mostly text. There were no videos, no photographs, just words. And words, as they spread, took on a life of their own. People crafted elaborate tales, their imaginations filling in the gaps where evidence was lacking. It became a contest of sorts, to see who could make their version of the events the most compelling, the most believable. But amidst all the fear and chaos, the focus naturally shifted to something else, someone else. The mysterious figure who had stopped the creature, who had prevented the disaster from spreading further. No one knew who first released the news, but soon, everyone was talking about it. A mysterious, masked knight, dressed in dark, imposing armor, had appeared out of nowhere. This enigmatic figure had eliminated the monster and saved the city. There was no video footage, no clear image of him, only vague descriptions that circulated online. The most common description said he looked like a bat, dark, with wings that seemed to blend into the night. Beyond that, no one knew anything about him. He was a ghost, a shadow that had stepped into the light just long enough to end the nightmare before disappearing again. But that didn't stop people from talking. A flood of witnesses appeared, each claiming to have seen the mysterious hero with their own eyes. He can fly, one person claimed, their voice trembling with excitement. I saw him with my own eyes. He was up there, fighting that monster in the sky. I saw it too, another voice chimed in, filled with conviction. He flew right past my window. And he must have superpowers. I saw him punch that creature so hard it flew back and crashed into a building. He's more than just strong, a third voice insisted. He's a mage? I swear I saw him breathe fire, freeze things with a wave of his hand, and summon storms. I'll bet you anything he's got magical powers. As the stories spread and gained more attention, someone began to connect the dots, pulling up reports from the past 2 nights that had previously gone unnoticed. For example, there was a report of a woman being attacked while walking home. A mysterious knight had appeared out of nowhere, breaking the attacker's legs before vanishing into the night. Or another report, where a street brawl had suddenly been interrupted. The street lights had gone out, plunging the area into darkness. When the lights came back on, the brawlers were lying on the ground, defeated, while the mysterious figure was nowhere to be seen. At the time, the criminals involved had ranted about vampire bats and demons, but no one had paid attention. Now, as people revisited the reports, they realized that the same mysterious hero was involved in all these incidents. Online, someone pieced together all the information and compiled a list of the mysterious knight's abilities. He could fly, turn invisible, had the strength to overturn a car with one hand, and seemed to possess magical powers. As night fell the next day, the authorities finally broke their silence. A unit called 9th Special Service Division, which no one had ever heard of, stepped forward and held a press conference. The spokesperson, dressed in a crisp suit, stood before the cameras with a solemn expression. For the first time, the public was informed about the existence of infected individuals, people who had somehow been altered, given abilities or driven mad by forces unknown. The spokesperson revealed that the official website of the 9th Special Service Division would be launched that very night, allowing everyone to access more details about the infected. This announcement sent shockwaves through society. Though there had been rumors of strange events before, and conspiracy theorists had long claimed that the government was hiding the truth, no one had taken it seriously. It was easy to dismiss such claims as the ravings of the paranoid or the imaginative. But now, the truth was undeniable. The world had changed, and fear spread through every home, every office, every street. That night, the realization began to sink in. The world they had known was gone, replaced by something darker, something more dangerous. From now on, they would have to live in a world where caution was paramount. They would have to adapt to a new reality where anyone around them could be infected, where the shadows themselves might hide unspeakable horrors. They would have to constantly check themselves, to make sure they weren't losing their grip on reality. Crime rates soared that night. Whether driven by panic about the future or by a twisted sense of opportunity, people began to act out. The infection became an excuse for all manner of crimes, and the city plunged into chaos. That night, Ivan was getting ready to leave at the Riverton City office of the 9th Special Service Division. He stuffed his crumpled uniform into a locker, the fabric wrinkled and stained from the day's events. He changed into casual clothes, zipping up his backpack and slinging it over his back with a weary sigh. Ready to go. Melanie's voice broke the silence. She was leaning against the door, her arms crossed as she watched him. Ivan didn't bother to look back. It's just a few days off work, he replied, his tone indifferent. It's not the first time. It was strictly forbidden to shoot at ordinary people who weren't infected without explicit permission. Although he may have killed those who deserved it, many of his targets had been ordinary citizens, uninfected but caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. In truth, the suspension was more of a formality, a way to appease those higher up, who still acknowledged his significant achievements during the recent crisis. Maybe that guy was right, Ivan said suddenly, his voice thoughtful. Who? Melanie asked, her brow furrowing. That madman who was laughing like a maniac, Ivan explained, sitting down and lighting a cigarette. He said that what people are really afraid of is nothingness, the unknown, the uncertain. These fears have always been there, buried deep within everyone's heart. But the infection, the chaos, it's all brought those fears to the surface. Fear drives people to change, to reveal their true nature. The world is starting to show its true face. Is this more of your pessimist talk? Melanie teased, though her smile was strained. It's not pessimism, it's realism. Believe me, the demons created by humans will surprise you. I've seen it all before, back when I was with the FBI. Ivan took a deep drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling around him as he pondered his next words. A new era is beginning, and the extraordinary will be the catalyst, he said quietly. People's fear of the unknown will grow like never before. Anxiety will lead them into deeper darkness. So if you ask me, we're heading into a dark age, where the bottom line will be cheaper than ever. The days when people could sleep peacefully are over. Now, they'll need to be wary of every shadow, every dark corner. They'll have to constantly check themselves, to make sure they're still sane. So you definitely won't like this era, Melanie said, her tone half joking, half serious. Won't like it? Are you kidding me? Ivan laughed, the sound low and almost dangerous. I love this era, he said, a slight smile curling his lips as he stubbed out his cigarette. It means I'll have an endless supply of scum to take down. I'll hunt them down, crush them until there's no one left. Or until I'm the last one standing. Either way, I'm going to enjoy the process, even if I'm doing it alone. Melanie's expression tightened for a moment, but then she burst out laughing, the tension breaking. Haha, sorry, it's just the way you said that so seriously, it's a bit funny. She waved her hand dismissively. But you're exaggerating. She was about to say more when a rush of footsteps echoed down the corridor, interrupting her. Both Melanie and Ivan turned toward the sound only to see Tara appear at the door, out of breath and wide-eyed. Did you see that? She asked urgently, her voice breathless. See what? Ivan and Melanie exchanged puzzled glances. Quick, look out the window. Tara hurried across the room to the window, pulling back the curtain with a sharp clatter. Both Melanie and Ivan followed her, peering out into the night. And then they froze. The night sky stretched out before them, dark and endless. There was no moon, no stars, only the inky blackness of a cloud-covered sky. But in the midst of that darkness, something was glowing. A single light source, bright and golden, pierced through the thick clouds. It cast a circular field of light in the sky, illuminating the night with a warm, otherworldly glow. At the center of this light was a symbol, a bat-shaped figure, stark and unmistakable. There was no visible beam of light leading up to it, no searchlight or projector. It was as if the symbol had simply appeared in the sky, hanging there like a full moon. It was a beacon, a lone light in the darkness. Or perhaps it was a watchman standing vigil over the city. It was a signal. A signal so clear, so powerful, that anyone who saw it would understand its meaning immediately. A new era was coming, and the world would undergo profound changes. But with the advent of this era, there wouldn't necessarily be only darkness. When people walked at night, when they saw shadows and darkness creeping at the edges of their vision, they didn't need to be afraid. Because in the darkness, there wasn't only evil. There were also watchmen standing guard, always vigilant. The headquarters of the 9th Special Service Division, an immense aircraft carrier, floated 8,000 meters above the earth, a leviathan in the sky. It was a fortress in the clouds, a moving citadel that defied both gravity and the conventional understanding of military bases. The carrier's massive structure bristled with advanced weaponry, radar systems, and the latest in defensive technologies, making it one of the most secure locations on the planet. Yet, despite its impressive stature and state-of-the-art design, Charlie couldn't help but refer to it privately as a flying grave. Charlie had always been wary of the carrier, finding the idea of living so far above the ground unsettling. The thought of this enormous vessel hanging in the sky, supported by nothing but the invisible forces of engineering, made his skin crawl. He had tried to avoid being aboard the carrier whenever possible, preferring the relative security of solid ground. However, his superiors and the 9th Division clearly didn't share his concerns. The aircraft carrier was more than just a military platform, it was a self-contained world. Thousands of personnel lived aboard the carrier year-round, rarely touching the ground below. Among them was Ross, the 9th Special Service Division commander, who had made the carrier his permanent residence. Ross and the senior staff had everything they needed on board: cafeterias serving hot meals, recreation areas with state-of-the-art entertainment systems, workstations equipped with cutting-edge technology, and sleeping quarters designed for comfort during long deployments. For those on board, the carrier was home, and no one ever questioned its safety. The vessel's altitude alone, several thousand meters above the Earth at its lowest cruising point, provided a formidable defense. On top of that, its position was never static. The carrier constantly moved, following a carefully randomized flight path that made tracking it nearly impossible. Any potential threats would find themselves chasing shadows in the sky. Dr. Hines, the lead engineer behind the carrier's design, had confidently reassured Ross on the day of its maiden flight. "Ross, you can rest easy," he had said with a grin. "I've accounted for every possible safety loophole. Suppose anyone ever manages to breach this fortress while it's in the air. In that case, I'll personally lead the charge to capture the intruder." Ross, now seated in his spacious office with the best view on the carrier, stared out at the endless sea of clouds. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm, golden glow across the cloudscape, making it look like a vast, snow-white blanket stretching to the horizon. Despite the serene view, Ross's mind was anything but calm. Across the room, Professor Miyazaki was using the projection screen to explain a series of complex theories that seemed to have no end. The professor's voice droned on, a monotonous hum filled with scientific jargon and speculative conclusions. Ross, who had heard this kind of talk many times before, struggled to follow the professor's train of thought. His mind wandered, seeking an opportunity to steer the conversation towards something more concrete. Finally, sensing an opening, Ross interrupted, his voice cutting through the professor's explanations like a knife through butter. "So, you're still telling me that this Batman, according to your analysis, is just an ordinary person?" The name Batman had become a sensation online, circulating through forums and social media like wildfire. According to rumors, when the mysterious figure in the bat suit had taken down a group of gangsters, he had declared, "I am the night, I am vengeance, I am Batman." The name stuck, spreading across the internet like a viral meme. "Yes," Professor Miyazaki nodded, his expression serious. "I'm now 100% certain of it." "But you said it's impossible for ordinary humans to resist that level of infection," Ross pointed out, recalling the professor's earlier statements. Professor Miyazaki's eyes lit up with excitement as he leaned forward, his hands gesturing animatedly. "Exactly, that's the mystery. I've proposed several theories to explain it. It's possible that his armor employs advanced defensive mechanisms that we've only theorized about, technology that shouldn't even exist yet." "Okay, enough," Ross said, cutting the professor off before he could launch into another lengthy exposition. "Everything you've said is hypothetical. It's meaningless without evidence." "Yes, but if we can find Batman, all of these hypotheses can be tested," Professor Miyazaki responded eagerly. "Think about it, he has an advanced suit, sophisticated gadgets, not to mention that incredible plane. There aren't many people in the world with the financial resources to create something like that. Even fewer have the ability to acquire it without leaving a trace. If we narrow down the list, it should be easy to determine who he is." "Yes, in theory, it should be easy," Ross agreed, his tone flat. "But we've already tried that, and it got us nowhere." Professor Miyazaki froze, confusion and disbelief spreading across his face. "Impossible. What about the bat signal? Did we find out where it came from?" "We couldn't," Ross said with a sigh. "The bat signal appeared in the sky without any traceable source. We used every method at our disposal, but we couldn't pinpoint its origin." "What about his weaponry?" "There are only a handful of people and organizations in the world capable of developing such technology. We could have contacted each one." "We've already done that," Ross said, his patience wearing thin. "None of them know anything about Batman. Our agents confirmed that they're telling the truth." But, Professor Miyazaki stammered, his mind racing to process the information. That's impossible. A person with that kind of equipment, that level of skill, it's inconceivable that they could just appear out of nowhere. His voice trailed off, his thoughts spiraling into the absurdity of the situation. Yeah, it's impossible, Ross said, turning his chair to face the window once more. From his vantage point, he could see the endless expanse of clouds, the sun shining down from a crystal-clear sky. It was a view that few ever saw, a reminder of the carrier's lofty position far above the chaos of the world below. After a moment of contemplation, Ross spoke again, his voice quiet but firm. We held a meeting about this earlier. After considering all the possibilities, we came to a conclusion. Batman can't be just one person. What do you mean? Professor Miyazaki asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. I mean, although he appears to be acting alone, there might be an organization backing him, an extremely large, well-resourced organization that we know nothing about, Ross said. The idea seemed preposterous at first, but as Ross explained, it made a disturbing kind of sense. In the past, they had dismissed the existence of such organizations as mere fantasy. Mysterious, hidden groups were the stuff of movies and novels, not the real world. But after ruling out all other possibilities, they were left with a single, unsettling truth. There's also the footage of Batman, Ross continued. Have you seen the videos that have been circulating online? I've seen some of them, Professor Miyazaki admitted. We've compiled every video of Batman's actions that we could find, footage from citizens' mobile phones, road surveillance, security cameras. But there's hardly any clear footage of him in action. It's like he's a ghost. He moves too fast for the cameras to catch. Sometimes the surveillance in the area goes dark before he even arrives. Other times, he uses flashbangs or smoke bombs to obscure the view. He's quick, precise, and methodical. His style is unmatched, even our best agents can't compare. Ross leaned forward, his voice lowering to a near whisper as he added, and from Ivan's perspective, after the source of infection was destroyed and the mental storm cleared, Batman vanished. Our experts analyzed that video for days, but no one could figure out how he escaped. It's as if he evaporated into thin air. Ross's gaze sharpened as he locked eyes with Professor Miyazaki. But the scariest part, Ross said, his voice cold and measured, is the conclusion you just presented to me. He's just an ordinary guy. Professor Miyazaki fell silent, his mind racing to grasp the implications of what Ross had just said. The sheer impossibility of the situation made it all the more terrifying. If Batman was just an ordinary person, what kind of organization could produce someone like him? The question now is, Ross continued after a pause, are there more like him in that organization? Or worse, is he just an average member? A shiver ran down Professor Miyazaki's spine as the full weight of Ross's words sank in. The idea that Batman might be just one of many, a soldier in a much larger and more powerful force, was almost too much to comprehend. Ross shook his head, deciding to change the subject. The implications of Batman's existence were troubling enough without delving deeper into the unknown. Let's leave Batman aside for now. What about the source of the infection? Ross asked, his tone shifting back to a more businesslike demeanor. Professor Miyazaki blinked, snapping back to the present as he refocused on the task at hand. Yes. The source of infection. According to the information gathered by Yvonne, the infected individual was a man named Greg. As he spoke, Professor Miyazaki tapped a few buttons on his tablet, and Greg's photo, along with his personal information, appeared on the projection screen in the office. According to Ivan's report and the footage from his personal equipment, Greg was indeed the source of infection at the scene, and Batman was the one who eliminated him. Ross studied the image of Greg on the screen, a middle-aged man with a gaunt face and hollow eyes. I know this, Ross said, still gazing at the screen. Is there a problem? There is, Professor Miyazaki said, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. I received a report from our investigators just before this meeting. It turns out that Greg died over a month ago. His body was found decomposing in his apartment, killed by his landlord. Ross's eyes widened in shock. If he's been dead for a month, then who was the source of infection 2 days ago? That's the question we're trying to answer, Professor Miyazaki replied, his voice tinged with unease. And right now, we don't have any answers. 10 days ago, the Regulance Mountains. The night crept in slowly, swallowing the last remnants of daylight as the temperature plummeted sharply. The cold was cruel, seeping into every crevice as if determined to outdo the warmth of the daylight hours. As the sun disappeared behind the jagged peaks, leaving the vast mountain range shrouded in darkness, the silence was so profound that it felt like one could almost hear the deep, resonant cracking of ice beneath the Earth's crust. The sky, devoid of moonlight, seemed an infinite void, with only the faint reflection of starlight glinting off the snow-covered slopes. The wind howled through the mountain passes, a piercing sound that cut through the air like a knife. It carried with it swirling snowflakes, delicate as feathers, which danced chaotically across the sky before settling into the growing drifts. The storm seemed to blur the line between earth and sky, creating an eerie, monochromatic landscape where the layers of snow-white mountains melded into one indistinct mass. In the heart of this desolate wilderness, the snow-capped peaks loomed like silent sentinels, their beauty both mesmerizing and menacing. The blizzard transformed the landscape into a deadly but breathtaking panorama, where the unrelenting forces of nature ruled supreme. Any sign of life, a fleeting movement, a struggling form was swallowed by the storm, reduced to a mere speck in the vast, unforgiving wilderness. A lone black off-road vehicle was precariously parked halfway up one of the mountains, its sturdy frame now partially buried under several feet of snow. The vehicle, once a reliable companion on this treacherous journey, had become an icy tomb. A young man, bundled in a thick fleece-lined jacket, clung to the hope that he could still coax life back into the dead engine. His flashlight flickered as he strained to keep his hands steady in the biting cold, his fingers clumsy and numb as he worked beneath the raised hood. 3 hours had passed since the car's air conditioner had sputtered and died, leaving the occupants to the mercy of the relentless cold. Despite his best efforts, the engine remained silent. Frustration bubbled to the surface, and in a moment of helpless anger, he kicked the front tire with all his might, only to stumble back, nearly losing his balance on the slick, icy ground. With a sigh of defeat, he climbed back into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut against the icy wind. Still can't start it. The question came from the girl beside him, her voice barely a whisper. She sat huddled in the passenger seat, her head resting weakly against the frosted window. Her once vibrant face was now pallid, lips tinged blue, and her eyes, though still bright, were dulled by the cold that gnawed at her very core. In the dim light, she looked like a ghost, fragile, ethereal, and fading. The young man forced a smile, though his heart was heavy with fear. He tried to keep his voice light, to inject some semblance of hope into the bleak situation. "It's okay, the rescue team will be here soon," he assured her, though the words felt hollow. Her gaze drifted back to the snowstorm outside, the howling wind muffling everything else. The world beyond the window was nothing but a blur of white, an endless expanse of swirling snow and shadows. It was as if the mountains themselves were closing in, ready to swallow them whole. Her eyelids grew heavier with each passing moment, a leaden weight pulling her into darkness. The cold had seeped into her bones, dulling her senses, and now it was as if she were sinking into a deep, icy ocean, her consciousness slipping further and further away. Even the sound of her boyfriend's voice, so close yet so distant, seemed to fade into the background. "I'm just a little tired," she mumbled, her words slurred, "just need a little sleep." "No, you can't sleep now." Panic laced his voice as he grabbed her shoulders, shaking her as if that would keep her from slipping away. "Stay with me. The rescue team is almost here, just hang on a little longer." His hands were trembling, not just from the cold but from the sheer terror of losing her. He could feel the life draining from her, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. His voice grew more desperate, but it seemed to fall on deaf ears. Her eyelids fluttered, the light in her eyes dimming as she drifted towards unconsciousness. Just then, a bright light cut through the darkness, piercing the snow-filled sky like a beacon of hope. It was a searchlight, strong and unwavering, its beam slicing through the storm as if to guide them out of the abyss. Snowflakes danced wildly in its path, sparkling like diamonds in the golden light. "They're coming," he cried out, his voice breaking with relief. "Did you hear that? They're coming? You did it? We're going to be okay? We're saved." But as he turned back to her, the realization hit him like a punch to the gut. Her eyes were closed, her breathing shallow and labored. He called her name, his voice cracking, but there was no response. In her final moments, she heard his voice, distant and fading, along with the hum of the rescue helicopter. She felt herself being lifted, weightless and free, her spirit rising above the storm. "Are they saved? Good." A small, peaceful smile graced her lips as she closed her eyes, surrendering to the warmth of eternal sleep. 10 days later, now. A burst of flame shot from the muzzle of a gun, and a claw darted out, gripping the edge of a towering building. The line, made of advanced, high-tensile fibers, retracted swiftly, pulling Batman through the air in a blur of motion. His figure, cloaked in shadow, cut a dark streak against the night sky as he flew toward the point where the claw had latched on. As he neared the edge of the building, Batman released the line and performed an acrobatic leap, propelling himself higher. His cape, a marvel of technology, stiffened instantly, transforming into a glider that allowed him to soar through the air with the grace of a bat. The dark fabric shimmered as it caught the wind, making him appear as a living shadow, flitting silently through the city. The cape, crafted from memory fabric produced by Wayne Industries, was typically soft and flexible, but with a jolt of electricity, it became rigid, forming the perfect glider. It was one of the many gadgets at Batman's disposal, tools designed to give him an edge in his nightly patrols, where the line between man and myth blurred. For Charlie, donning the mantle of Batman had become a nightly ritual, a way to channel his energy into something productive. Each night, he would log in, scan the city, and seek out troublemakers to hone his skills. It was a routine that brought him a strange sense of purpose, as if by stepping into the Dark Knight's shoes, he could make a difference in the virtual world. Sometimes, for a bit of fun, he would activate the bat signal, a prop he had unlocked from a prize pool. It was a searchlight that could be triggered to shine in any part of the city for 3 minutes. The circular beam would appear in the sky, an untraceable symbol of Batman's presence. It served no real purpose other than to strike fear into the hearts of criminals, a reminder that the city was under his watchful eye. But if he had his way, Charlie would have preferred to stay home during the day, skipping classes and indulging in his games. After all, earning points and experience was crucial to leveling up and unlocking new abilities. Yet, despite his desire to grind through levels, his body often betrayed him, reminding him that he was only human. Fatigue would set in, forcing him to rest and recharge for the next night's patrol. Charlie had quickly realized that, while the game was exhilarating, it was also demanding. If he pushed himself too hard, staying up all night, he would be drained the next day, barely able to function. So, out of necessity, he began to pace himself, limiting his sessions to the cover of night when the city was most alive with opportunities for experience. Among the heroes he had unlocked, Batman remained his favorite. The others, though powerful in their own right, couldn't match the efficiency and stealth of the Dark Knight. Some were too flashy, drawing unwanted attention, while others, though physically stronger, required more energy and left him exhausted after just a few hours. Captain America, for instance, was formidable, with enhanced physical abilities and a near-indestructible shield. But Charlie found that even with the added strength, the effort required to wield it effectively was draining. After just half a night as Captain America, he was left more fatigued than if he had been patrolling as Batman. For sheer energy efficiency, Charlie discovered that the crowbar-wielding character was the best option. With the crowbar in hand, he could patrol all night and still have enough stamina to make it through the next day. The character wasn't as glamorous as the others, but it got the job done. One night, while patrolling with crowbar, Charlie stumbled upon a group of street thugs. The leader, a burly man with a plasma iron mohawk, was leading his gang in looting a shop, hauling out a TV and other stolen goods. To an outsider, it might have looked like a typical Gotham scene, with criminals taking advantage of the chaos. Anyone else would ignore the situation and try to stay away from the area. However, armed with his crowbar, Charlie wasn't about to let them escape. He blocked their path, the crowbar resting on his shoulder. The leader, mistaking Charlie for another thug, grinned and said, "You're late, man. We've already cleared this place out. Maybe try the shop across the street." It was a reasonable assumption, given Charlie's appearance. The crowbar, his muscular build, and the skull emblem on his chest all screamed bad guy. But Charlie had no intention of letting them off easy. He activated the crowbar's special ability, revealing its true nature, a weapon capable of shooting laser beams. The leader's grin faltered, but he wasn't intimidated. "Oh, a fancy toy, huh? Let's see what you've got." He signaled his men, and they brandished their own weapons, each more menacing than the last. For a moment, it seemed like the situation might escalate into a full-blown brawl. But when the crowbar fired its first laser, cutting through the air with a searing hiss, the thugs' bravado vanished. The beam tore through their ranks, scattering them like leaves in a storm. Some were blown off their feet, while others barely managed to scramble away. In the aftermath, Charlie looked at the crowbar with a mix of satisfaction and disappointment. It was a powerful tool, but it lacked the finesse and versatility of Batman's gadgets. After that night, he decided to retire the crowbar from active duty, sticking to what he knew best. As he soared through the night sky, the familiar hum of the city below reached his ears. It was a symphony of sounds, the distant roar of traffic, the murmur of voices, and the occasional wail of a siren. This was his domain, a playground where he could test his limits and keep the streets safe, even if only in a virtual sense. Suddenly, a small exclamation mark appeared on his HUD, drawing his attention. It was a signal, a sign that something unusual had been detected nearby. Charlie's instincts kicked in, and he opened the map to investigate. The marker led him to a bank, a classic scene for a robbery. A grin spread across his face. Finally, a real challenge. The classic bank heist scenario, where he could put his skills to the test and earn some serious experience. With a quick tap, he plotted his course, ready to swoop in and take down the criminals. It was time to show them what Batman could do. Bank robbery is probably the most common form of crime in the comic book world, but it's rarely just that simple. It seems that every superhero encounters a group of brazen bank robbers at some point during their early days, almost as if they're there to help the hero level up. If criminals were like wild monsters in a video game, bank robbers would have the highest spawn rate, showing up in every city again and again, as if on cue. To be honest, Charlie always found the mindset of these criminals baffling. Why would they rob banks in cities protected by gods and superheroes? Some say that people in the comic book world live under constant threat. Every week, whether from local villains or alien invaders, there's always some maniac trying to cause chaos. You might come back from a business trip only to discover that your entire neighborhood has been wiped off the map. But in situations like that, you can't curse your bad luck. In fact, you might even thank your lucky stars, because if you hadn't been out of town, you might not have survived either. That said, if you're going to be a criminal, why choose the most obvious, dangerous path like robbing a bank? It seems even more desperate. Sure, supervillains attack intermittently. There are always a few days each month when disaster strikes, like clockwork, but at least it doesn't happen every day. There are still enough peaceful days in a month to live somewhat normally. But bank robbers have a different fate. Supervillains might take breaks, but obsessive superheroes never do. They work 24/7, always vigilant, always ready to pounce. Every day you choose to rob a bank, you risk encountering one of these tireless guardians. If you try your luck in Gotham, you might have a slim chance of success after all. No matter how skilled Batman is, even he can't be everywhere at once. But those who rob banks in Metropolis? They must either be hopelessly foolish or simply desperate for a meal in prison. Charlie couldn't understand why anyone would be foolish enough to attempt robbing a bank in Superman's territory. And it's even worse in Marvel's New York, where it seems like every superhero in existence has made the city their home base. It's a miracle that any ordinary criminal in New York manages to survive in such harsh conditions. This particular night marked the first time Charlie encountered a real bank robbery during his nightly patrols, and it was an eye-opening experience for him. When Batman landed at a nearby observation point, he immediately assessed the situation. A van had rammed through the front entrance of the bank, its rear still protruding into the street. The security guards, who had been stationed at the entrance, were down, lying motionless on the ground. The robbers, armed and dangerous, had already breached the bank's main hall. The front door was never Batman's first choice. Charlie, controlling Batman, activated detective mode, scanning the building's layout for a less obvious entry point. Within moments, he found an unguarded side door. Quietly, he picked the lock and slipped inside. The interior was eerily quiet, the silence broken only by the muffled sounds of the robbers shouting commands at the hostages. Once inside, Batman quickly used his grappling gun to ascend to a higher vantage point. From there, he could survey the entire scene. Charlie had learned a crucial lesson in his recent nights as Batman always take the high ground. From above, you can observe the situation with greater clarity, plan your moves more effectively, and remain hidden from the enemy's sight. There were 6 kidnappers inside, 4 of whom were armed with guns. The remaining 2 wielded knives, making them equally dangerous in close quarters. To complicate matters further, 15 hostages were huddled together in the center of the hall, under the watchful eyes of 3 kidnappers. Taking down 6 robbers might seem like a small task, a morning workout for Batman. But the real challenge lay in ensuring the safety of the hostages. Charlie took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. He knew this wasn't just a game. Unlike the footage he could re-record and edit, there were no second chances here. Every action he took, every decision he made, could directly impact the lives of those innocent people. A single mistake, getting spotted too early or failing to take down all the criminals in one swoop, could result in someone getting hurt. Or worse. But Charlie wasn't new to this anymore. If this had been him during his early days, he might have hesitated, maybe even backed off, doubting his ability to handle the situation. But after countless nights of practice, Charlie had grown confident in his ability to control Batman. Detective mode gave him a complete overview of the bank's interior, pinpointing the exact locations of each criminal. It helped him map out his plan of attack and select the appropriate tools for the job. The first priority was to neutralize the 3 kidnappers watching the hostages. 2 of them had guns, the third carried a knife. The gunmen were the primary targets. Batman moved silently through the shadows, positioning himself at the perfect angle above the hall. He crouched down, hidden in the darkness, and began assembling a sleek, black mechanical rifle from the components in his utility belt. Everyone knows Batman doesn't use guns, so this rifle wasn't a traditional firearm, it was a specialized tool designed for a very specific purpose. The weapon in Charlie's hands was an armed jammer, a device with the range of a sniper rifle but without lethal capabilities. It launched miniature jamming devices that could disable firearms by emitting an electromagnetic pulse. Charlie was confident in his in-game marksmanship. He found the right angle, took a steadying breath, and aimed carefully. 2 shots, fired in quick succession, hit their targets with pinpoint accuracy. The jamming bullets attached themselves to the guns of the 2 armed kidnappers. The gunmen felt their weapons vibrate slightly in their hands. Before they could react, the guns exploded, tearing apart in their grip. The explosion sent shrapnel flying, and the robbers screamed in pain as their hands were shredded by the blast. The remaining criminals were instantly on high alert. At that precise moment, all the lights in the hall went out with a loud buzz, plunging the entire bank into a pitch-black darkness. The 3rd armed robber felt something tug at his feet. Before he could react, he was yanked off the ground and dragged, upside down, into the shadows on the ceiling. His screams echoed through the hall before they were abruptly cut off as he disappeared into the darkness. Only 1 gunman remained. As the last gunman scrambled to regain control, his eyes darting frantically in the dark, a shadow fell over him. Batman, moving with silent precision, descended from above like a phantom. In one swift motion, he twisted the gunman's wrist, forcing the weapon from his grasp before the criminal could utter a sound. The gangster cried out in pain, the gun clattering to the ground. Batman followed up with a powerful punch to the face, sending the man sprawling, blood streaming from his broken nose. The final 2 robbers, who had been guarding the hostages with knives, finally snapped out of their shock. They lunged at the nearest hostages, hoping to use them as human shields. But Batman was faster. From across the hall, he threw a batarang with unerring accuracy. The razor-sharp projectile sliced through the air, embedding itself in the hand of the first robber, causing him to drop his knife with a pained yelp. The second robber barely had time to react before Batman was upon him, disarming him with a quick strike and sending him crashing to the ground with a follow-up kick. The entire takedown had taken mere seconds, the criminals incapacitated with the speed and force of a lightning strike. The lights flickered back on, revealing the aftermath: 6 criminals, either unconscious or writhing in agony on the floor, completely neutralized. For a few moments, there was stunned silence. Then, slowly, the hostages began to stir, cautiously getting to their feet. They looked around, wide-eyed, as the realization sank in they were safe. The nightmare was over. High above, perched on a ledge, Batman watched silently. Charlie knew better than to leave without making sure the scene was secure. He scanned the area, his eyes narrowing as he checked for any remaining threats. But then something caught his eye. Among the hostages, a familiar face stood out. Charlie frowned, his curiosity piqued. He activated Batman's detective mode, zooming in on the man's face for a closer look. Recognition hit him like a jolt. It was his good friend, Walter. But something was off. Walter looked utterly exhausted, like he hadn't slept in days. His face was pale, his eyes sunken, and his expression was one of utter defeat. Charlie then noticed the woman standing beside Walter. She was well dressed, with a look of concern etched on her face. There was something familiar about her too, though Charlie couldn't quite place it. Out of curiosity, Charlie activated Batman's auditory enhancement, focusing on the conversation below. The woman's voice was gentle, soothing. "It's all right now. Don't worry, no one will dare to bully you anymore." Walter looked as if he'd rather be anywhere else in the world. His expression screamed resignation, like he had nothing left, and just wanted to go home. "Charlie, it seems that I just stumbled upon something quite unexpected." Realizing he had just overheard something serious, Charlie quickly disengaged detective mode, exiting the first-person view. He guided Batman out of the bank, the shadows closing around him as he moved silently through the night. Charlie's thoughts raced as he retreated from the scene. He had no desire to delve further into what he had just witnessed. The tension on Walter's face, the look of someone bearing a heavy burden, was unmistakable. It reminded Charlie of someone preparing for a task they dreaded, like knowing you're about to face something terrible, yet having no choice but to go through with it. As Batman melded into the dark, Gotham's skyline stretched before him, a vast canvas of brooding towers and glimmering lights. The night patrol was almost over, and Charlie could feel the weariness setting in, his mind craving the comfort of rest. He maneuvered Batman to a safe point, ready to log out and return to the real world. But just as he reached the main interface, something unexpected happened. The screen erupted in a dazzling display of special effects. A large, three-dimensional one, crackling with golden lightning, spun into view. The number flickered and sparked before exploding in a burst of light, transforming into a metallic 2 with a deep, resonant clang. Charlie blinked, surprised. He had leveled up. The hero switching function is now unlocked. Players can now select a substitute hero before entering battle. You can switch heroes at any time during combat, depending on the situation on the field. A 1-minute cooldown applies after each switch. Charlie's eyes widened with excitement. This was a game changer, literally. The ability to switch between heroes during combat opened up a whole new realm of strategic possibilities. It meant he could use a hero with balanced abilities and conserve energy, then switch to a more specialized hero when the situation called for it. It was like having an extra life, an invaluable advantage in any battle. But this was just the beginning. Charlie's thoughts raced ahead, imagining what might come next. Based on his experience with other superhero games, like those centered on the Avengers or the Justice League, he knew that this new feature might just be a precursor to something even bigger: team-based combat. In those games, players could control multiple heroes simultaneously, switching between them while the others were managed by AI. Even in the Batman game Arkham Knight, there was a similar system where two characters could team up, allowing for powerful combo moves and coordinated attacks. If this game followed a similar path, Charlie knew he could eventually assemble a team of superheroes, each bringing their unique abilities into battle. The thought of orchestrating such a team, blending different powers and strategies, sent a thrill through him. And then another prompt appeared, pulling Charlie back to the present. Choose one of your existing heroes upon leveling up. You will randomly acquire one of that hero's skills. Charlie's heart skipped a beat. The game was becoming more and more intriguing. First, he had been thrust into a different world after a freak accident with a dump truck. Then, he had awakened the ability to summon superhero clones through gameplay. He can even summon actual superhero equipment to arm himself. And now, it seemed the system was offering something even more extraordinary: the potential to physically transform him, endowing him with the actual skills and abilities of a superhero. The possibilities were mind-boggling. What could be next? Would he gain the strength of Superman? The speed of the Flash? The possibilities seemed endless. The system offered an explanation, noting that it could adapt the player's body to any type of skill enhancement. However, it didn't go into detail about the specific skills available, leaving that as a mystery. The system merely presented him with a list of the heroes he had unlocked so far. Charlie quickly scanned through the list, dismissing most of the heroes who didn't offer anything particularly useful to him at the moment. His focus narrowed down to two: Batman and Captain America, both of whom had proven to be the most valuable in his arsenal. But here was the catch: the description of hero skill was vague, to say the least. The system didn't clarify what exactly constituted a hero skill, leaving Charlie to speculate. Take Captain America, for instance. If he was lucky, he might draw a skill like Super Soldier Serum Enhancement, which would grant him a significant boost in strength and agility. But there was also the possibility of drawing something less exciting, like Captain America's exceptional shield-throwing ability. While impressive, it wasn't exactly what Charlie needed right now. And then there was the worst-case scenario: acquiring Captain America's artistic skills. As much as Charlie admired Steve Rogers' artistic talents, it wasn't exactly the superpower he was hoping for. The stakes were even higher with Batman. As a human without superpowers, Batman had an extensive array of skills, from combat and detective work to hacking, espionage, and even mastering multiple languages. The problem was that many of these skills, while impressive, might not be what Charlie needed at the moment. And with his luck, he might end up drawing something like Bruce Wayne's charm in social situations, a useful skill, no doubt, but not quite what he was looking for in a superhero battle. After weighing his options, Charlie finally made his decision. He would go with Captain America. The reasoning was simple: Batman, being a human, had too many varied skills, many of which might not be practical in combat. On the other hand, Captain America, with his superhuman abilities, was a pure fighter, and his skill set was likely more focused and combat-oriented. Charlie took a deep breath and made his selection. He chose Captain America, and in response, the screen displayed a small cartoon-style metal box falling with a thud. Brilliant golden light radiated from the box as it bounced slightly on the screen, its lid flying open with a soft click. Acquired the skill Advanced Fighting Technique, Captain America Special Edition. Explanation: Captain America is proficient in various fighting techniques, including boxing, jiu-jitsu, aikido, and judo. His fighting ability is world-class. He has integrated all his non-sport combat skills into a unique street fighting version of Western boxing, creating a mixed martial arts technique that is uniquely his own. Charlie's face lit up with excitement. This was exactly what he needed. While it wasn't a superpower, it was a highly practical combat skill, one that could give him a serious edge in close-quarters combat. Captain America was renowned for his hand-to-hand combat skills. In the Marvel Universe, there were countless heroes and villains stronger than him, but very few could outmatch him in terms of pure skill. His fighting technique was a blend of various martial arts, honed to perfection through countless battles. It was a skill set that could hold its own against even the most formidable opponents. In terms of sheer combat effectiveness, Captain America's unique fighting technique was arguably his most valuable asset. The Super Soldier Serum was certainly impressive, but compared to the potential powers Charlie might unlock from other heroes in the future, it was just one of many enhancements. But Captain America's fighting skills were different. Even as Charlie unlocked more advanced equipment and powers, it would be hard to find anything more effective than these combat techniques. They were versatile, powerful, and adaptable, a perfect fit for someone like Charlie, who needed to be ready for anything. Charlie eagerly confirmed his choice, and the screen transitioned to a new interface that resembled a traditional RPG character equipment menu. The equipment system was divided into different sections for various body parts: head, torso, arms, legs, hands, and feet. Each section had slots where he could equip corresponding items. For example, he could now equip his hands with the wrist guards used by Hawkeye, enhancing his precision. Or he could equip his head with Green Arrow's mask, boosting his focus and awareness. But what really caught Charlie's attention was the ability equipment section. This section was categorized by ability type. It was here that Charlie found his new skill, Advanced Fighting Technique, Captain America Special Edition. He quickly equipped it, watching as the icon for the skill lit up in the corresponding slot. The ability equipment section was organized by different categories: strength, speed, defense, spirit, energy, magic, and an other category for miscellaneous skills. Each slot could hold only one ability at a time, but Charlie could remove an equipped ability whenever he wanted. If he wanted to switch to a different ability within the same category, he would first need to unequip the current one. For instance, if Charlie equipped Captain America's fighting skills but later unlocked Batman's original fighting techniques, he would have to remove Captain America's skills before equipping Batman's. In theory, as Charlie continued to unlock more abilities, he could eventually arm himself with a wide range of skills from different heroes. This would allow him to become a well-rounded warrior with no weaknesses, a true force to be reckoned with, both in and out of battle. The thought sent a thrill through him. But Charlie wasn't naive. He knew that, at least for now, these abilities and equipment were primarily for self-defense, a trump card to protect himself if he ever found himself in a dangerous situation. Even if he gained extraordinary powers, Charlie had no intention of going out and causing trouble. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river, your shoes are bound to get wet eventually. If he ventured out looking for a fight, he would be more likely to get hurt or, worse, expose his newfound abilities. He could easily imagine a scenario where he wakes up one day to find something sinister lurking outside his door. For now, sitting behind his screen, typing away, was the safest option, and it suited him just fine. But if he ever did decide to get involved, it wouldn't be until he had a superhuman body, the speed of the Flash, the energy of Green Lantern, and was fully maxed out in every way. In layman's terms, he'd wait until he reached the highest level before venturing out. Charlie's excitement was palpable. He immediately equipped the newly acquired martial arts skill and stood up, eager to test it out. He needed to feel the power in his hands, the strength in his movements. He walked over to an open area, took a deep breath, and threw 2 casual punches. The difference was immediate. It was as if a floodgate had opened in his mind, and the techniques flowed in like a torrent. Every movement, every strike, was instinctive, guided by muscle memory that wasn't his own. For someone who had only ever known how to throw basic punches, it felt like stepping into a whole new world, a world where he was no longer limited by his own physical abilities. Each punch was precise, deadly, and fluid. The transitions between techniques were seamless, as if he had been practicing them for years. It was a stark contrast to the clumsy, unrefined punches he was used to. Now, every strike had purpose, every movement was calculated. Unable to resist, Charlie decided to try a high roundhouse kick. The kick was executed perfectly, his leg slicing through the air with incredible speed and accuracy. He landed with flawless balance, the motion smooth and controlled. But as he stood still, a wave of nausea hit him. His face contorted in discomfort, as if he had just swallowed a pound of raw kryptonite. The sudden influx of new skills and abilities had taken a toll on his body, reminding him that despite the newfound power, there were still limits to what he could handle. Charlie soon realized that he had miscalculated. While gaining the skills of Captain America sounded incredible in theory, reality quickly set in. Sure, his brain now held the knowledge and experience of one of the greatest fighters in the world, making him a first-class combat master on paper. But there was a glaring issue: his body simply wasn't up to the task. It was one thing for his mind to know the moves, but his hands and the rest of his body had their own ideas. They weren't always on the same page. The result? A disconnect between what he knew he could do and what he could actually perform. The fancy techniques were there in his head, but his body lacked the stamina and strength to execute them with the same precision and power as Captain America. Fortunately, Charlie wasn't completely out of options. He had a unique shortcut to improving his physical fitness: playing more games. For him, gaming wasn't just a pastime, it was a way to push his limits and enhance his physical abilities more efficiently than traditional exercise ever could. The only downside? He was progressing too quickly for his own good. But this wasn't a bad problem to have. In fact, Charlie had started to notice something remarkable: the more he played, the longer he could stay in the game without getting tired. As his physical fitness improved, so did his endurance during gaming sessions. It created a virtuous cycle: the longer he played, the more efficient his workouts became, and the more efficient the workouts, the stronger he got. With that increased strength came the ability to play even longer and harder, further boosting his fitness. In addition to this, Charlie stumbled upon another discovery: certain supplements actually helped him maintain this pace. Downstairs from his apartment was Aunt Linda's pharmacy, a small, old-fashioned shop that seemed like it had been there forever. Among the dusty shelves and jars of mysterious herbal remedies, he found a particularly useful supplement called Vitality Capsules. According to the label, it was designed to help office workers who stayed up late and students burning the midnight oil to quickly replenish their energy. Intrigued, Charlie decided to try them out. To his surprise, they worked wonders. TL note: wasn't this MILF a barber? The FCK consistency author san. Dear readers, should I go back to CH1 and change the name of the barber to Aunt Bob or something? After each night of patrolling in the game and gathering experience, Charlie would take one of the capsules before bed. The results were almost magical. He woke up each morning feeling completely refreshed, as if the grueling night before had never happened. Impressed by the capsule's effects, Charlie decided he needed more. After waking up the next day, he made a mental note to stop by Aunt Linda's pharmacy to restock. This time, he planned to keep a few extra boxes by his bedside so he could take one every night without worrying about running out. The familiar scent of medicinal herbs and old wood greeted him as he entered the pharmacy. The shop was quiet, the only sound coming from the ticking of an ancient clock on the wall. Behind the counter, Aunt Linda sat with a sorrowful expression on her face, her usually bright demeanor overshadowed by whatever was displayed on the computer screen in front of her. Charlie stepped closer, glancing at the screen. It was filled with a sea of red numbers ticking down in rapid succession. He immediately understood she must have taken a hit in the stock market. It was a shame. Charlie couldn't help but think how different the situation would be if that sea of red were a defeated screen in a game. Unfortunately, real-life losses don't come with a try-again button. Charlie had dabbled in stock trading himself in his previous life. He quickly learned that the stock market was a fickle beast, much like a middle-aged man trying to recapture his youth with dubious tonics. Just when you thought things were starting to look up, everything would crash before you could even take advantage of the upswing. You'd feel disappointed, ready to give up, only for the market to show signs of life again, luring you back in. After a year of being jerked around by the unpredictable market, Charlie had developed a golden rule: cherish life and stay away from stocks. Aunt Linda, her frown quickly replaced by a warm smile, greeted him as soon as she noticed him. Oh, Charlie, heading to class today? Yeah, Charlie nodded, returning the smile. By the way, do you still have those vitality capsules from last time? They worked really well. I'd like to order 3 more boxes if you have them. So soon? Aunt Linda's eyes widened in surprise. Though her memory wasn't what it used to be, she remembered Charlie buying a large box of capsules not too long ago. Had he already gone through all of them? You know, she added kindly, even though this medicine isn't toxic and has no side effects, taking too many supplements isn't good for you. Too much energy can be hard for your body to handle, she said, enunciating the word hard. Charlie chuckled softly, appreciating her concern, albeit ignoring the teasing. Don't worry, Aunt Linda. I know my limits, and I'm managing just fine. But as the words left his mouth, Charlie realized how it might sound. It was as if he were bragging about his stamina, assuring her that he could handle even stronger supplements. The thought of this getting out made him inwardly cringe. He could already imagine the neighborhood gossip if word spread that he was overindulging in such supplements. All right, Aunt Linda said with a nod. You came at just the right time. I don't have many capsules left, though. We didn't get much stock this month, and another young man came by a few days ago and bought a lot. Let me check how much is left. She turned and disappeared into the back room, leaving Charlie to lean against the counter and wait. The pharmacy was as quiet as ever, with only the faint hum of the old refrigerator and the creak of the wooden floorboards to keep him company. A few minutes later, the sound of footsteps drew Charlie's attention to the door. Charlie. He turned and saw his good friend, Walter, standing hesitantly at the entrance. But something was off. Walter's complexion was much paler than usual, and his eyes had dark circles beneath them. He looked as if he hadn't slept well at all, which only made Charlie more curious about what had happened to him last night. Are you here to buy medicine? Charlie asked, raising an eyebrow. No, I'm not. I just happened to be passing by, Walter stammered, his face flushing slightly as he tried to come up with a believable excuse. Passing by the pharmacy? Charlie could believe a lot of things, but this was stretching it. Maybe Walter was on autopilot, his muscle memory guiding him here out of habit. Realizing that his excuse wasn't convincing in the slightest, Walter began to panic, quickly searching for a way out of the situation. But before he could think of anything, Aunt Linda returned, holding the last 3 boxes of capsules. Well, you're in luck. These are the last 3 boxes, and they're all yours, she said with a bright smile, handing them to Charlie. Charlie, Walter. A few minutes later, the two friends walked side by side on their way to class. The morning sun was just beginning to rise, casting long shadows across the quiet streets of Riverton City. Charlie glanced at Walter, who was staring straight ahead, looking both embarrassed and slightly uncomfortable. I don't really need all of these right away. Why don't you take 2 boxes back with you? No, I'm fine, Walter insisted, waving his hands as if the capsules were cursed. You keep them. Okay. But you don't look well, Charlie said, concern creeping into his voice as he noticed the paleness of Walter's face. Did you stay up late last night? What? Oh, no, it's just that. I was playing video games late last night, Walter replied quickly, stumbling over his words. His eyes darted nervously, avoiding Charlie's gaze. Charlie raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Playing video games. Yeah, that's it, Walter said firmly, as if trying to convince himself as much as Charlie. I was up late playing video games, so I'm just a bit tired. Charlie decided not to press further. Sometimes it was better to let things slide, especially when your friend was clearly not telling the whole truth. He knew Walter well enough to sense when he was hiding something, but he also knew when to back off. As if eager to change the subject, Walter quickly shifted the conversation away from himself. Hey, what's up with your leg? He asked, noticing Charlie's slightly awkward gait. Oh, I was exercising at home last night and strained a muscle, Charlie explained, trying to sound nonchalant. Walter, exercising at home and straining a muscle? That didn't quite add up. Walter looked at Charlie's odd posture, then at the bag of capsules in his hand, and suddenly, something clicked. His eyes widened as the pieces fell into place. Was his friend secretly pushing himself harder than he let on? Walter had thought he was the one working to the limit, but now he realized that Charlie was on another level entirely. It seemed like everyone was pushing their limits these days. Charlie notices the subtle change in Walter's expression and has a pretty good idea of what he is imagining. His face darkened. Seriously, I'm the one who's actually playing video games here, okay? Don't lump me in with you? Ahem, Walter cleared his throat, sensing that they shouldn't dwell on this topic any longer. He quickly changed the subject again, his face lighting up with excitement. By the way, you won't believe what happened yesterday. He leaned in closer to Charlie, lowering his voice to build suspense. I met Batman. Charlie, seeing his friend's intense and serious expression, Charlie couldn't help but find the situation amusing. For a brief moment, he struggled to suppress a smile. He watched Walter's earnest face, who, in turn, clearly expected Charlie to be as awestruck as he was. But when Charlie didn't react with the astonishment Walter anticipated, a flicker of anxiety crossed Walter's features, and he quickly doubled down on his story. I really did meet Batman? The real one, not some cheap knockoff, Walter insisted, his voice a mix of excitement and desperation to be believed. The need to clarify came from a recent incident in Riverton City, where several people had started mimicking Batman's iconic persona. Inspired by the idea that anyone could be a hero, a particularly enthusiastic citizen had cobbled together a surprisingly decent Batman costume and taken to the streets at night. He hadn't gotten far in his vigilante career, though, as the local security guards had promptly intervened, preventing what could have been a disaster. I didn't say I didn't believe you, Charlie replied, unable to keep the amusement out of his voice. After all, how could he not believe it when the Batman Walter had encountered was him? Walter, however, didn't seem reassured. Eager to convince Charlie of the gravity of what he had experienced, he launched into a vivid recounting of the previous night's events. His words tumbled out in a rush, each sentence more dramatic than the last as he painted a picture of the harrowing bank robbery he had witnessed from the perspective of a terrified hostage. Of course, Charlie listened with half a mind, finding some amusement in Walter's increasingly animated gestures. He couldn't help but notice the discrepancies between the story Walter was telling and what had actually happened. It wasn't surprising, given that Walter had probably spent most of the time with his head down, too scared to move. Charlie knew his friend well enough to doubt that he had observed the scene as closely as he claimed. So, which eye did you use to observe all this, buddy? Charlie thought, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. I'm telling you, Batman is amazing. I saw him in action, he was so quick. The gangsters tried to fight back, but he blocked everything. The whole fight was over before anyone could even react. If you'd seen it with your own eyes, you'd understand. He blew in like a gust of wind, took everyone down, and all we could see was a blur. I've never seen anyone move so fast. Charlie nodded along, though he found it increasingly difficult to keep a straight face. Walter's description made it sound like Batman had the speed of the Flash, when in reality, Charlie distinctly remembered taking a calculated and precise approach. He had jumped from the roof, using the element of surprise to take down the criminals swiftly. If he'd barged in through the front door as Walter described, the situation might have ended very differently and not in their favor. As Walter continued, clearly enjoying the rapt attention of his small audience, Charlie's mind wandered. He couldn't help but think about how easily the Flash could be mistaken for the fastest man alive, at least according to the show's iconic opening line. But anyone who's watched enough seasons knows that there's always someone faster waiting in the wings, ready to upstage Barry Allen. It's just part of the narrative, after all. Charlie's amusement began to wane as Walter's story grew more and more embellished. He decided it was time to steer the conversation back to reality. You still haven't said what were you doing at the bank yesterday? Charlie asked, cutting through the dramatics. Depositing money, Walter replied, the words slipping out casually before he realized his mistake. Oh, came into some cash, did you? Charlie raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with curiosity. Walter's eyes widened slightly as he realized his slip-up, and he quickly scrambled to cover it. Oh, I've been talking about opening that virtual store for a while now. I've been trying to save up, to start a business. His voice trailed off, and he forced a nervous laugh, hoping Charlie wouldn't press further. Selling what, exactly? Happy-go-lucky charms for rich ladies? Charlie wondered, though he kept his thoughts to himself. There was no need to embarrass Walter further. Instead, he simply nodded, letting the matter drop. Walter, sensing that he had narrowly avoided disaster, visibly relaxed, though he wisely kept quiet. As they approached the school's main building, the hum of the morning bustle filled the air. Students milled about, chatting in groups, their voices blending into a low, constant murmur. The sun was still low in the sky, casting long shadows across the sidewalk and bathing the campus in a soft, golden light. Amid the usual hustle and bustle, a striking blue sports car slowly pulled up to the curb, drawing everyone's attention. The sleek, aerodynamic lines of the car gleamed under the morning sun, turning heads as it smoothly came to a stop. The scissor-style doors slid open with a quiet hiss, and a tall boy stepped out from the driver's seat with an air of casual confidence. He had the kind of fair skin that seemed to glow in the sunlight, the kind that would make any girl envious. He stood over 6 feet tall, his height only adding to his commanding presence. Even without the flashy sports car, he would have turned heads wherever he went. His outfit was deceptively simple, a crisp white shirt paired with well-fitted jeans. But there was an elegance to his look, a subtle sophistication that hinted at something more. To the untrained eye, it might have seemed like just another casual ensemble, but those in the know would recognize the understated luxury of his clothing, each piece a high-end designer brand. In a world where appearances often spoke louder than words, someone like him was a standout, the kind of person who naturally drew attention. If those luxury brands were swapped for women's clothing, the effect would be devastating, a true head-turner. Charlie recognized him immediately. Felix, a senior at their school, was a year ahead of them and the son of the Grove Group's owner. He was more than just another rich kid, he was something of a celebrity within the academy, known for both his looks and his wealth. As Charlie walked by, he overheard a group of girls behind him, their voices filled with barely contained excitement. After all, everyone appreciates beauty, and when faced with someone as striking as Felix, even gender seemed to become a secondary consideration. Nearby, a group of boys were having a hushed conversation, their eyes fixed on Felix as he walked by. Wouldn't it be amazing if this senior were a girl? Then I wouldn't have to be ashamed of being so hard, one of them muttered, his voice tinged with a mix of envy and admiration. Another boy, catching the playful tone, grinned. Aren't men even better? Shut up, you perv, the first boy retorted, shoving his friend playfully. Don't make me stay up all night disciplining you. Hearing this, Walter shook his head, his pale face betraying his exhaustion and a touch of sympathy. There was a time when he naively thought that skipping sleep and overworking himself wasn't a big deal, that it was just part of the grind. But now he knew better. You might think you're living the high life, skipping the struggle, and reaping the rewards, but in reality, you're just burning out faster. Sure, young people are full of energy, but that's not an excuse to waste it recklessly, as he was now learning the hard way. TL note, if the above paragraphs sound weird and make no sense, blame the author for being gay. I tried to remedy it the best I could. When they finally reached the classroom, the atmosphere inside was abuzz with the usual chatter. Desks were scattered with books and papers, and groups of students huddled together, discussing everything from last night's homework to the latest gossip. It didn't take long for their classmates to start gathering around Charlie and Walter. Soon, a small crowd had formed, all eager to hear the latest news. The excitement was palpable, the air thick with curiosity and anticipation. The first to approach was a chubby boy named Bing, who leaned in close, his voice barely above a whisper as he addressed Walter. Hey, I heard you met Batman. It was only then that Charlie realized Walter must have posted about the incident on social media. That explained the sudden surge of interest. Unlike Charlie, who was too busy leveling up in his game to check the news, the other students had already heard all about it. No boy could resist the temptation to brag, and with everyone's attention on him, Walter lit up with excitement. He eagerly retold the story he had just shared with Charlie, adding even more flair and drama this time around. His hands gestured wildly as he described the action, his voice rising and falling with the excitement of a natural storyteller. Charlie couldn't help but notice that the story seemed to have evolved in the 10 minutes between tellings. The upgraded version 2.0 now included new scenes, additional details, and even more exaggerated descriptions. At this rate, Charlie speculated that in a few days, when the story reached version 10.0, it might even include Walter fighting side by side with Batman, taking down 6 gangsters with ease. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of excitement as more and more people came over to hear Walter's tale. He was in his element, recounting his thrilling experience over and over again, each time with more gusto. His audience was captivated, hanging on his every word as he painted a picture of danger and heroism. Every man harbors a secret dream of being a hero, and in times like these, the figure of Batman has become a symbol, someone who could stand against the darkness. It was no wonder everyone was so fascinated by him. Charlie could see how much Batman had been deified in people's minds. They wanted to believe he was an all-powerful being cloaked in shadows, the brightest beacon of hope in a dark world. The mythos surrounding him had grown, turning him into a legend. Although Charlie wasn't particularly interested in the content of the conversation, he couldn't deny that there was something satisfying about hearing Walter's exaggerated tales. If there's anything more enjoyable than boasting about your own accomplishments, it's listening to someone else boast and knowing that they're actually talking about you. As Charlie enjoyed the moment, a small smile playing on his lips, he casually checked his phone, scrolling through the notifications. Among the usual updates and messages, a new friend request caught his attention. Felix Grove has requested to be your friend. Attached to the request was a brief note. Meet me on the roof of the Bishop's building if you're free. Charlie blinked, his brow furrowing in surprise as he reread the message. Charlie was a bit perplexed when he saw the friend request. This wasn't just any message from a typical social media platform, it came through a specialized app used exclusively by the 9th Special Service Division. The tech department had boasted about the app's security, claiming it was on a level unmatched by any other software. Every piece of data entered by users was stored securely in the databases of the 9 aerospace satellites of the service division, impenetrable and immune to any kind of data breach, or so they claimed. The encryption technology was described as cutting edge. Even if an agent's phone were lost or stolen, the data within would self-destruct before anyone could crack it, ensuring that sensitive information remained secure. It was supposedly foolproof. But Charlie wasn't one to accept such assurances without a healthy dose of skepticism. From his perspective, the 9th Special Service Division was more like a floating mental asylum than a serious intelligence agency. The external appearance of the agency seemed to pay homage to the frequently downed SHIELD helicarriers, while the internal chaos reminded him of the infamous Arkham Asylum. Whether it was the helicarrier or the madness of Arkham, both had something in common: security that was laughably unreliable. And even public restrooms had more reliable security features, with separate sections for men and women, something these two institutions apparently hadn't mastered. Charlie's doubts extended to the app's encryption technology. He had once toyed with the idea of using Batman's unscientific portable universal decoder to test the app's security, just to see if it was as impenetrable as advertised. But after a bit of thought, he decided against it. The last thing he wanted was to get caught hacking into his own agency's app and draw unnecessary attention from his superiors. For security reasons, the app didn't send notifications to the phone's main interface. If you wanted to see any incoming messages, you had to manually open the app and check. It was a small inconvenience, but it served as a reminder of how seriously the agency took its secrecy. This friend request was intriguing for several reasons. First, the only people who would have access to this app were insiders of the 9th Special Service Division. So, the request itself was a clear indication that Felix, the senior student, wasn't just another rich kid, he was a colleague, a member of the 9th Special Service Division, just like Charlie. The message was brief and direct, simply asking Charlie to meet him on the rooftop. After accepting the friend request and sending a quick greeting, Charlie got straight to the point. Now, he typed. Felix's response was almost instantaneous and just as succinct: yes. The rooftop of the school building was a place filled with potential, at least that's how it was portrayed in the anime and manga that Charlie had devoured over the years. It was a spot where anything could happen, from quiet, introspective moments over lunch to epic battles against hordes of zombies. And in some cases, it was a place where things could get deeply personal, a locale where the boundaries of the ordinary could blur into the extraordinary. Charlie couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up to the idea. Without hesitation, Charlie stood up and left the classroom, his mind already racing with possibilities. Walter, noticing his friend's sudden departure, looked up in surprise. Class is about to start, he pointed out, his voice tinged with concern. Oh, I've got something to take care of. If they pass around a sign-up sheet, just sign my name, Charlie replied, his tone casual as he waved his phone dismissively. He was already halfway out the door, not even slowing down as he spoke. Walter watched Charlie leave, his curiosity piqued. He had seen Charlie receive a message and then rush off as if something urgent had come up. But what could be so important that it would make Charlie skip class without a second thought? As he pondered this, Walter's thoughts drifted back to the morning's events at the pharmacy. He thought he might have a clue about what was going on. A complex expression crossed Walter's face, a mixture of confusion and something else, perhaps a touch of awe. He had joined the No Need to Work Hard alliance, hoping for an easier life, but now he was beginning to realize that even in this seemingly laid-back lifestyle, there were people who were pushing themselves far beyond what he was willing to do. Maybe this path wasn't right for him after all. Leaving Walter behind, Charlie made his way to the rooftop of the main building. The cool morning air brushed against his face as he climbed the final set of stairs. When he pushed open the door to the rooftop, the city's skyline greeted him, a panoramic view of Riverton City stretching out in every direction. The sounds of the bustling school below seemed distant, almost muted, as if this elevated space were a world unto itself. Felix was already there, leaning against the railing, his posture relaxed yet alert. The breeze ruffled his neatly styled hair, adding to the air of effortless cool that seemed to follow him wherever he went. Even without considering his background and mysterious status, Felix was an impressive figure. He had a clean, handsome face that could easily belong to a model, and he stood at an imposing height that only added to his presence. Despite his fair complexion, there was nothing soft about him. He carried himself with the calm confidence of someone who knew exactly who he was and what he was capable of. In short, Felix was the kind of person who would stand out in any crowd, whether among ordinary people or the more extraordinary. As Charlie approached, Felix turned to face him, offering a slight nod in greeting. His expression was serious, but there was a hint of warmth in his eyes, a sign that, despite his composed exterior, he was glad to see Charlie. Felix didn't waste time on small talk. He was direct, getting straight to the point, his voice steady and controlled. "I have something to discuss with you," Felix began, his tone measured. "First, let me explain who I am and why I reached out to you." He started by revealing that he did, in fact, possess psychic abilities, an admission that came with significant weight. Psychic abilities were rare, and those who had them were often viewed with a mix of fear and fascination. Felix explained that he had been recruited into the 9th Special Service Division because of these abilities. His degree of psychic infection wasn't severe, but his talent for learning practical combat techniques was unusually high. He had already earned the status of an official field agent. Felix's body had been enhanced by the psychic infection, giving him physical and mental capabilities beyond those of an average person. After undergoing systematic training and completing real-world missions, he was leagues ahead of Charlie, who had no mutations, no training, and no experience, a true rookie in comparison. Charlie was genuinely surprised by Felix's revelations. In his mind, most wealthy individuals preferred the "I pay, you risk your life" approach to problem-solving. A capitalist willing to get his hands dirty, much like Bruce Wayne, was a rarity, a bug in the system, so to speak. It was Charlie's first time encountering a rich kid who enjoyed going to the front lines and fighting alongside lunatics. "The 9th Division has assigned a task," Felix continued, his voice steady. "Our target appears to be a student at our school." He paused, letting the information sink in before continuing. "Since we're the only 2 members of the 9th Special Service Division in the school, the task has been assigned to us. I'm the team leader. Then I'm the deputy leader," Charlie quipped, his tone light as he tried to inject a bit of humor into the situation. Felix paused, then smiled lightly, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Sure. From now on, you're the deputy leader. Just remember, you have to follow the leader's orders." Charlie couldn't help but chuckle, appreciating the easy rapport that was developing between them. Despite Felix's serious demeanor, there was a sense of camaraderie that made him seem more approachable than Charlie had expected. "Although I'd like to chat with you more," Felix continued, glancing at his watch, "I don't have much time. My car is waiting downstairs. So, take this first." He handed Charlie a sleek, black folder that he had been holding. Charlie took the folder, feeling the weight of its importance. "This is the briefing from our superiors. It contains information about the investigation target and the statements they've made. Go through it this afternoon to familiarize yourself with the details of our mission. I've also reserved a table at Walger for dinner tonight, my treat," Felix added with a small smile. Charlie took a deep breath, processing everything that had just been laid out in front of him. He'd never been to Walger, but he'd heard of it. It was one of the city's most exclusive restaurants, known for its impeccable service, fine dining, and the kind of clientele who didn't flinch at dropping a small fortune on a single meal. Initially, Charlie wanted to decline the invitation, thinking it might be too much, but then he remembered the current dynamic. Felix was the leader, and he was the deputy. Following orders was part of the job, and if the order was to enjoy a fancy meal, who was he to refuse? So, Charlie patted his chest in agreement. "Don't worry, I'll be there on time." Felix nodded, satisfied. "Don't worry, the first stage is just to gather information. If things get difficult, we can pass the investigation on to someone else. But it's probably nothing major. If all goes well, we might wrap this up tonight." Charlie thought for a moment, considering the possibilities. "So why don't we start in the afternoon?" "The afternoon?" Felix gave him a puzzled look as if the answer were obvious. "I have class in the afternoon." "Charlie." For a moment, Charlie was stunned into silence. He had expected Felix to be all business, ready to dive headfirst into the mission. But instead, here he was, prioritizing his afternoon classes as if they were the most important thing on his agenda. Felix caught Charlie's surprised expression and chuckled, a rare, light-hearted sound that momentarily broke through his otherwise composed demeanor. "Hey, just because we're in the service division doesn't mean we get to skimp out on our education. Besides, I'd rather not give our professors a reason to suspect anything." Charlie couldn't help but laugh along, nodding in agreement. "Fair point. I guess even secret agents have to worry about their grades." "Exactly," Felix said, his smile lingering as he glanced at his watch again. "But once classes are over, we'll get to work. In the meantime, take a look at the briefing, and we'll discuss it more over dinner." Charlie nodded, tucking the folder under his arm. "Got it. I'll see you tonight." As Felix turned to leave, Charlie watched him for a moment, still processing everything that had just happened. The rooftop meeting had been brief but packed with information far more than Charlie had expected when he'd first received that mysterious friend request. Seeing Felix's retreating figure, Charlie pushed his stray thoughts aside as he considered what to do next. He had no classes in the afternoon, so after grabbing a quick bite to eat, he returned to his apartment, the documents Felix had handed him still neatly tucked under his arm. He settled into his chair. With the room dimly lit by the soft afternoon light filtering through the blinds, he began to delve into the files. The first document outlined an incident from the previous day. Ethan Ward, a student from the same university as Charlie, had walked into the Riverton City FBI office in a state of visible distress. According to the agents who interviewed him, Ethan's face had been as pale as freshly painted drywall, his expression so unsettling that it left even the hardened agents feeling uneasy. He had stumbled into the office, his breath ragged and uneven, as though he had just finished a long-distance sprint. Despite the sheen of sweat on his brow, Ethan was trembling uncontrollably, as if a deep, bone-chilling cold had seeped into his very being. When he first sat down in front of the agents, he had struggled to form coherent sentences, his words coming out in broken, fragmented gasps. One of the agents, sensing the urgency of the situation, had guided Ethan to a small, heated room in the back of the office. There, they had sat him down, handed him a cup of steaming hot French vanilla coffee, and gently coaxed him to take his time. It had taken a good deal of patience, but eventually, Ethan had calmed down enough to start explaining what had brought him to the FBI in such a state. Through his halting words, the agents pieced together a disturbing tale. Ethan was a student at the local university, just like Charlie. He and his girlfriend, Emma Hart, had recently experienced a catastrophic event that had shaken him to his core. More than 10 days ago, they had embarked on a long-anticipated trip to a snow-covered mountain. It had been a journey they had planned meticulously, hoping to create unforgettable memories. The pristine white slopes, the crisp mountain air, and the promise of adventure had made the trip seem like a dream come true. But that dream had quickly turned into a nightmare. They had underestimated the treacherous conditions of the mountain, and their timing couldn't have been worse. The weather had taken a sudden turn for the worse, catching them completely off guard. A massive blizzard swept over the mountain, bringing with it howling winds and blinding snow that erased the world around them. To make matters worse, an error in the meteorological forecast meant that the warning of the incoming storm had come too late. Before they knew it, they were trapped in the storm's relentless fury. The situation escalated when a rare avalanche was triggered by the storm, burying them in a lethal cascade of snow and ice. They had been caught completely unprepared, with no chance of escape from the deadly avalanche that engulfed them. It wasn't until several hours later that the rescue teams managed to reach them. By then, the storm had finally subsided, but the damage had been done. Ethan and Emma were found buried under the snow, unconscious but alive barely. They were rushed to the nearest hospital, where doctors worked tirelessly to stabilize them. Ethan's injuries, while severe, were not life-threatening. He had suffered from hypothermia and minor frostbite, but with medical attention, he recovered relatively quickly. However, his girlfriend, Emma, had not fared as well. When the doctors informed Ethan that Emma had succumbed to her injuries despite their best efforts, it felt like the ground had been ripped out from under him. He had thrown himself onto her hospital bed, clutching her cold, lifeless hand, and wept until he had no tears left to shed. Time lost all meaning for him as he remained by her side, his world reduced to the small, sterile room that held his most precious person. The bustle of the hospital faded into the background, and the sounds of doctors and nurses moving about became distant echoes. It was as if he and Emma were the only two people left in the world, suspended in a timeless, frozen moment. She looked so peaceful as if she were merely sleeping. Her long eyelashes rested delicately on her pale cheeks, and her face, though devoid of color, was still as beautiful as he remembered. The sunlight filtering through the blinds cast a soft, dappled glow over her, making it seem as though she might wake up at any moment, ready to greet him with a sleepy smile. Then, something impossible happened. Her eyelashes fluttered. Ethan's heart skipped a beat, his breath catching in his throat. He stared at her, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. Could it be real? Could she really be waking up? He held his breath, afraid to move, afraid to blink, lest this fragile hope be shattered. But it wasn't an illusion. With great effort, Emma's eyelids slowly lifted, revealing her eyes. Her gaze was unfocused and cloudy, as though she were struggling to emerge from a deep, disorienting sleep. A tidal wave of emotion crashed over Ethan. Overwhelmed with relief, he threw his arms around her, sobbing uncontrollably. She was alive. Somehow, against all odds, she had come back to him. Dr. Lee, the attending physician, was equally stunned when he heard that Emma had miraculously regained consciousness. He rushed back to the ward, where he carefully examined her, checking her vital signs and looking for any indication of what had just occurred. As Dr. Lee completed his examination, his expression turned strangely unreadable. "What's wrong, doctor?" Ethan asked, his voice trembling with both hope and anxiety as he held on to Emma. Dr. Lee hesitated, glancing at the girl in Ethan's arms as if weighing his words carefully. There was something in his eyes, something that suggested he wanted to say more, but in the end, he chose not to. "She's fine," Dr. Lee finally said, though there was an odd tone to his voice. "She can be discharged today." Ethan, still riding the high of seeing his girlfriend miraculously recover, didn't notice the subtle hesitation in the doctor's words or the way his eyes lingered on Emma a little too long. All that mattered to him was that she was alive and that they could go home. As Ethan recalled these events, he realized that there had been signs, small, almost imperceptible clues that something wasn't quite right. But at the time, he had been so consumed by joy and relief that he had brushed them aside, too eager to embrace the miracle of her survival. The day they returned to their shared apartment, Ethan noticed that Emma was still very weak. Her complexion was unnervingly pale, almost as if the blood had been drained from her body, and her skin was cold to the touch. Though she still had the soft, delicate texture that he associated with her, there was an unsettling quality to it, like the chill of marble. But considering what they had been through, Ethan thought it was perfectly normal for her to be in such poor health. Dr. Lee had mentioned that she was recovering from a severe illness, after all, and needed time to regain her strength. He was determined to take care of her, to nurse her back to health, no matter what it took. That evening, he went out to the market and bought a wide variety of ingredients, everything from fresh vegetables to the finest cuts of meat. He wanted to make sure she had everything she needed to recover, and he spared no effort in preparing a lavish meal, pouring all his love and care into each dish. But when dinner was served, Emma barely touched her food. After only a few bites, she pushed her bowl aside, apologizing with a soft, tired smile that she had no appetite and couldn't eat any more. Ethan was concerned, but he didn't dwell on it. He figured that after everything she had been through, it was only natural for her to be too exhausted to eat. That night, however, something strange happened. In the middle of the night, Ethan awoke with a start. He had turned over in his sleep, instinctively reaching out to embrace her, only to find that the bed beside him was cold and empty. It took him a few moments to fully wake up, the fog of sleep slowly lifting as he sat up in the darkness. His hand rested on the cool, vacant side of the bed, a shiver running down his spine. He called out her name, his voice echoing through the quiet apartment like a small stone dropped into a vast, empty ocean. There was no answer. A sense of unease began to creep into his mind, gnawing at the edges of his consciousness. He stood up, his heart pounding in his chest as he made his way out of the bedroom, straining his ears for any sound. Then he heard a strange, distant sound, almost like laughter. The sound was faint, yet it seemed to come from all directions at once, filling the apartment with an eerie, unsettling presence. It was a high-pitched, distorted laughter mingled with a buzzing noise that circled around his head, making his anxiety spike. He followed the sound down the hallway, his steps slow and cautious, his breath shallow. The closer he got to the kitchen, the louder the sound became, until it was almost unbearable. His hand trembled as he reached for the kitchen door, his fingers curling around the handle. He took a deep breath, steeling himself, and then pushed the door open. There she was, standing barefoot on the cold tile floor, her white lace pajamas flowing around her like a ghostly shroud. Her long black hair hung down her back, and she was facing the open refrigerator, its harsh light casting an eerie glow across the room. What struck Ethan as most disturbing was the way she turned to look at him. Her head moved stiffly, almost as if she were a marionette on strings, her eyes dull and lifeless as they met his. "I'm hungry," she said, her voice flat, devoid of any emotion. "I'm getting something to eat." For a moment, Ethan felt a chill run down his spine. But then, he forced himself to relax, convincing himself that she was simply feeling weak and disoriented. "Is that all?" he asked with a sigh of relief, walking over to her. The girl closed the refrigerator door with a soft click, the sound echoing in the silent kitchen. He reached out to ruffle her hair affectionately, the familiar gesture bringing him some comfort. "I told you to eat more at dinner. You wouldn't be hungry now." Emma didn't respond. When Ethan asked if she still wanted something to eat, she shook her head and said she wasn't hungry anymore. Together, they turned off the lights and returned to the bedroom. As they lay back down, Ethan suddenly realized that the eerie laughter that had filled the apartment had vanished without him noticing. The apartment was silent once more, but the unease lingering in his mind refused to dissipate. Since that night, Ethan's anxiety had only grown. 2 days later, his unease reached a breaking point when a mysterious package arrived at their door. The package was plain and unassuming, with no return address or sender's information. Ethan's name was the only detail written on it. It was a small, tightly sealed square box, the rough texture of its exterior giving nothing away about its contents. Yet, despite its innocuous appearance, the package exuded an inexplicable sense of dread. Overcome by a growing sense of foreboding, Ethan reluctantly opened the package. The moment he saw what was inside, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. The package slipped from his grasp, its contents spilling out onto the floor with a soft thud. Ethan's scream pierced the air, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. Inside the package was a severed hand. Ethan immediately called the police, his hands still trembling as he clutched the phone, relaying the horrifying details of what he had just discovered. Within the hour, security officers arrived at his apartment. Their footsteps echoed ominously in the hallway as they approached his door, their faces set in a serious expression reserved for the most unsettling cases. Ethan's mind raced as he led them into the living room, where the package sat ominously on the coffee table, its mere presence a source of anxiety. With a mixture of dread and anticipation, Ethan watched as the lead officer carefully peeled back the package's flaps, expecting the worst. But when the officer's gloved hands finally reached inside, Ethan's heart nearly stopped as he braced himself for the confirmation of his nightmare, only to be met with empty space. The box was empty. Ethan's breath caught in his throat as he stared at the empty package, his mind struggling to comprehend what he was seeing or, more accurately, not seeing. The sight of the officer pulling out nothing but air sent a wave of disbelief crashing over him. He had been so sure, so utterly convinced of what he had seen. How could it be gone? There was a hand. Ethan's voice cracked as he spoke, the panic rising in his chest. I swear, there was a severed hand in there, I'm not making this up. The officers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from concern to skepticism. The lead officer, trying to maintain a professional demeanor, gave Ethan a sympathetic look that did little to mask his doubt. Sir, are you absolutely sure? Sometimes the mind plays tricks, especially under stress. Ethan's frustration boiled over. He could see the doubt in their eyes, the way they subtly exchanged looks as if to say, another false alarm. He wanted to grab the officer by the shoulders, to shake him and make him understand that he wasn't imagining things, that he wasn't crazy. But all he could do was watch helplessly as the officers packed up their gear. The lead officer offered him a stern warning before leaving. If you make another false report, you could be facing serious consequences. TL note, WTF? How unprofessional. As the officers exited the apartment, Ethan stood frozen in place, his mind reeling. He watched through the balcony window as the squad car pulled out of the driveway, its flashing lights disappearing into the distance. The realization of his isolation hit him like a ton of bricks. Turning away from the window, Ethan's eyes landed on Emma, who was standing quietly at the doorway to the bedroom. Her face was still pale, her expression as unreadable as ever. There was something off about the way she stood there, something that sent a chill creeping up Ethan's spine. He tried to push the feeling away, to rationalize it as his nerves getting the better of him. But as he took a step toward her, a sudden thought struck him, freezing him in his tracks. The hand he had seen in the package, it looked just like Emma's. His mind whirled with confusion and fear. He tried to convince himself that it was all just an illusion, a figment of his overwrought imagination. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the gnawing doubt that something was terribly, terribly wrong. As the days went by, Ethan's behavior became increasingly erratic. His once vibrant personality dulled into a shadow of its former self. He felt as if he were living in a waking nightmare, trapped in a world that no longer made sense. The vibrant love he had once felt for Emma was now tainted by a creeping dread that he couldn't explain. At night, sleep eluded him. He would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, hyper-aware of Emma's presence beside him. Every time she shifted in her sleep, his heart would skip a beat. His imagination conjured terrifying images, visions of her lying next to him, her eyes wide open, staring at him with an unnatural intensity, a twisted smile playing on her lips, blood trickling down from the corners like some macabre lipstick. But whenever he worked up the courage to turn and look, she was always peacefully asleep, her breathing soft and steady. It should have been comforting, but it wasn't. The peace of her slumber felt wrong, like a calm that preceded a storm. Ethan couldn't bear it. The nights stretched on endlessly, a torturous cycle of fear and exhaustion that left him feeling like a hollow shell of the man he once was. It was during one of those sleepless nights that Ethan remembered Dr. Lee. The memory of the doctor's strange behavior when Emma was discharged resurfaced with startling clarity. Ethan recalled how Dr. Lee had seemed hesitant, as if there was something he wanted to say but couldn't. At the time, Ethan had been too overwhelmed with relief to question it, but now, in the cold light of hindsight, the moment seemed full of unspoken significance. Determined to find answers, Ethan decided to visit the hospital. Early the next morning, he told Emma that he had to meet a classmate, but instead, he headed straight to Dr. Lee's office. The hospital was as busy as ever, the bustle of patients and staff did little to soothe Ethan's frayed nerves. After a brief wait, he managed to see Dr. Lee, who recognized him immediately. The doctor's expression tightened as soon as their eyes met. With a quick glance around, he motioned for Ethan to follow him into his office. Once inside, Dr. Lee closed the door behind them, his movements tense and deliberate. The air in the room was thick with unspoken tension as Ethan took a seat, his heart pounding in his chest. Doctor, Ethan began, his voice barely above a whisper, is there something wrong with Emma? Something you didn't tell me. Dr. Lee's eyes flicked to the door and then back to Ethan. There was a long, heavy silence before he finally nodded, his expression grave. Ethan's stomach churned with anxiety as he braced himself for the worst. She's fine, Dr. Lee said slowly, each word carefully measured. Ethan blinked, unsure if he had heard correctly. Fine. Yes, Dr. Lee repeated, though his voice lacked conviction. She's fully recovered. If there's anything unusual, it might just be that she's still a bit weak. But physically, she's fine. Ethan's mind raced. The doctor's words didn't match the tension in the room, the way Dr. Lee had brought him in as if to share some terrible secret. Why would he go through all this trouble just to tell him that everything was normal? It was then that Ethan noticed the way Dr. Lee kept glancing at the door, his eyes darting to the small square window as if expecting something or someone. A sudden dread washed over Ethan as he followed the doctor's gaze. Through the tiny window, he saw a face. A pale, expressionless face pressed against the glass, its features shadowed and eerie. The sight of it made Ethan's blood run cold. His heart pounded in his chest, his breath catching in his throat. It was Emma. She stood outside the door, her eyes locked on them through the window, her expression unreadable. The sight of her there, so suddenly, so silently, sent a wave of fear crashing over Ethan. He struggled to maintain his composure as he rose from his chair and opened the door. Why are you here? Ethan asked, trying to keep his voice steady. The doctor asked me to come for a follow-up today, she replied, blinking slowly as she turned her gaze to Dr. Lee. Isn't that right, doctor? Yes, Dr. Lee stammered, his voice faltering as he nodded. He avoided her gaze, his movements stiff and unnatural. Ethan felt a shiver run down his spine at the doctor's reaction. Something was very, very wrong. Deciding it was best to leave for now, Ethan gently guided Emma out of the hospital, his mind racing with thoughts of what he had just witnessed. He resolved to return the next day, hoping to speak to Dr. Lee alone and get the answers he so desperately needed. But when Ethan arrived at the hospital the next morning, he was met with unsettling news. Dr. Lee hadn't shown up for work. Ethan's concern deepened. He inquired further, managing to track down the doctor's home address. But when he arrived at Dr. Lee's residence, the doctor's family informed him that Dr. Lee hadn't come home the previous night. Dr. Lee had disappeared. It felt as if the ground had been pulled out from under Ethan. A cold, paralyzing fear gripped him, a fear that wrapped around him like a suffocating shroud. He felt as though he were trapped in an invisible net, struggling to break free but only entangling himself further. The next day, another package arrived. Ethan's hands trembled uncontrollably as he unwrapped the package, the sense of foreboding so intense it nearly suffocated him. Even though he had tried to mentally prepare himself, nothing could have steeled him for what he found inside. This time, it wasn't a hand, but a leg. The leg was pale and lifeless, its cold, smooth skin disturbingly familiar. Ethan's breath caught in his throat as he stared at it, his mind reeling in horror. The shape, the texture, it was a near-perfect match for Emma's leg. A wave of nausea swept over him as his thoughts spiraled into darkness. He felt as though he were teetering on the edge of insanity. He couldn't bear to touch the limb, couldn't even bring himself to look at it any longer. In a blind panic, he fled the apartment, running through the streets as fast as his legs could carry him, desperate to reach the police station once more. Coincidentally, an FBI agent was there to collect some essential documents and happened to learn of Ethan's situation. After a moment of contemplation, he brought Ethan to the FBI office. At this time that the existence of the 9th Special Service Division had been made public. Any cases involving strange occurrences or suspected infections were forwarded directly to them for investigation. Infection was a vague and poorly understood phenomenon. Some cases were genuinely caused by supernatural forces, while others turned out to be ordinary crimes, albeit with bizarre or unexplained elements. The most difficult cases to distinguish were those involving mental illness, where the logic behind the actions could be just as baffling as the behavior of the infected. The 9th Division had been inundated with reports of all kinds, large and small. While a few turned out to be genuine, low-level infection cases, most were either misunderstandings or simple crimes that had taken on an unusual appearance. Ethan's case, with its terrifying implications, was assigned to 2 of their nearest agents for further investigation. Those agents were Charlie Cooper and his senior, Felix. To say that Charlie was disturbed after reading the case file would be an understatement. The details alone were enough to send chills down his spine. Whether or not Ethan's story was true, the events described were unsettling enough to warrant serious concern. It was clear that he needed to discuss the case with Felix first. Charlie figured that the dinner invitation was meant to allow them to exchange thoughts and formulate a plan for the investigation. So, Charlie arrived at the designated restaurant 10 minutes early. The tuxedoed waiter at the door asked for his name, then politely led him to a private room decorated in opulent splendor. The soft lighting, the luxurious furnishings, and the quiet ambience all suggested that this was a place for serious business or serious indulgence. As he sat down, Charlie couldn't help but marvel at the contrast between his current surroundings and the grim details of the case they were about to discuss. He waited, and waited. Half an hour passed, and still, there was no sign of Felix. Charlie began to feel a growing sense of unease. Was he being stood up? Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a sleek blue supercar wove through the streets, the roar of its engine echoing off the buildings. The blonde woman behind the wheel, dressed in a crisp-made uniform, glanced in the rearview mirror at Felix, who sat in the back seat, absorbed in the documents spread across his lap. "Weren't you supposed to be treating your colleague to dinner tonight?" she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Yeah," Felix replied without looking up, his tone casual as he flipped through the papers. "Uncle's always going on about how important it is to build good relationships with our colleagues in the service division. I figured inviting the new guy to dinner would be a good start." "Then, why aren't you going?" the maid asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Felix raised an eyebrow as if the question puzzled him. "Why would I need to go? I already invited him." The maid fell silent, her expression a mix of bewilderment and resignation. Felix's reasoning was straightforward. "I've already paid for this, so there's no need for me to waste time on it, right? It's like how boys buy games. 99% of the games on a Game Geek's shelf are untouched, still sealed in their original packaging, yet that doesn't stop them from passionately adding more to their collection. Why should I spend time playing a game I've already paid for?" If Felix were to explain this theory to Charlie, a seasoned gaming enthusiast with a penchant for expanding his collection, he might actually understand the logic. In truth, Felix wasn't particularly concerned about whether or not the host who invited him to dinner was present. As long as the meal was paid for and the necessary appearances were kept up, that was all that mattered. TL note, I want to know what the author is smoking because that's some strong sh*T. Of course, the maid couldn't grasp this line of thinking, but as a dutiful servant, she didn't dare question it. She simply worried in silence, fearing Felix might face yet another reprimand from his uncle for his nonchalant attitude. In reality, Felix wasn't entirely careless. When he received the task list, he glanced over the profiles of his assigned teammates. Name, Charlie. Age, 20. Gender, male. And that was it. Absolutely extraordinary, with no apparent impact from the infection on his body or mind. In other words, Charlie was entirely immune to the infection, had zero experience with any incapacitating effects, and was otherwise unremarkable except, perhaps, for being rather good-looking. Though the mission was only a preliminary investigation to gather information and assess the situation, Felix was somewhat taken aback to see a newcomer with no prior training assigned to the team. It gave him the impression that the task was deemed too trivial for the more experienced agents, so why not include a novice as a learning experience? With that in mind, Felix decided it would be best to treat Charlie to a meal, use the opportunity to complete the work himself and avoid delaying the mission or offending his colleague. TL note, although I think the author is still smoking weed, freshly picked from the HXH Dark Continent, I like Felix, he doesn't seem to be a young master. Okay, fine, no more TL notes for the next 3 chaps. Felix's family owned a sprawling pharmaceutical empire. Under normal circumstances, he should have followed the path laid out for him and taken the reins of the family business, living the life of a typical wealthy heir. However, fate had different plans for Felix. He had been discovered to possess an extraordinary physical resilience, which caught the attention of the 9th Special Service Division, a shadowy and powerful organization. When his family first heard about the offer, they were adamantly opposed. They knew that joining such an organization meant a life fraught with danger, battling threats that could easily end his life. For people of their stature, the notion of risking life and limb was utterly incomprehensible. They were accustomed to a life of luxury, where bodyguards and advanced security were the norm. But Felix had shown an unwavering desire to join the organization, a decision that left those around him baffled. There's an old saying, all roads lead to Rome, but Felix was the type who was born in Rome. He could have had anything he wanted simply by staying put. No one understood why he was so determined to take on such a perilous job. However, considering his firm resolve and the formidable influence of the service division, the family began to see some potential advantages. After all, aligning with such a powerful organization could yield benefits, even if it involved some risk. And so, they reluctantly agreed to let him pursue this path. Despite joining the 9th Special Service Division earlier than Charlie, Felix had spent most of his time assisting other agents on minor cases. His assignments were largely limited to low-risk operations, such as investigating individuals affected by the infection who suffered from severe insomnia or uncontrollable energy surges. It was only now, with this new assignment, that Felix found himself truly leading a mission. Although he was technically more experienced than Charlie, Felix was still a novice in many respects. To be honest, Felix wasn't as composed as he appeared when briefing the team on the mission. But he took solace in the fact that he was, after all, a professional now, and professionals had a reputation to uphold. As Felix made his way to Ethan's apartment, the informant for this case, his earpiece suddenly cracked to life with a connection request from headquarters. It was the results of the background checks on key individuals related to the case, which Felix had requested earlier. The subjects you applied to investigate, Ethan and Emma, both died in a blizzard in the Regulance Mountains 10 days ago. Their deaths have been confirmed, reported the correspondent on the other end. Felix's stride faltered. They're dead. Yes. Both of them. That's correct. I can send you their death certificates if needed. Felix received the results, confirming that both individuals were indeed deceased. There's another strange detail, the operator continued. We reviewed some additional information related to them and discovered that the day after their deaths were confirmed, one of the bodies was stolen from the burial site. Its whereabouts are still unknown. A body? Felix asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Emma's. No, the stolen body was Ethan's, the operator clarified. Emma was cremated a few days ago, and her ashes were taken by relatives for burial. Felix felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Suddenly, he wasn't so sure about what he was walking into. For a moment, uncertainty clouded his thoughts, but the pride of being a professional soon overpowered his unease. He decided to press on and check the apartment first. Ding dong. Felix rang the doorbell, the chime echoing through the quiet hallway like the distant call of a bell in a secluded valley. He waited for a response, but the silence persisted, heavy and oppressive. After a moment's consideration, Felix retrieved a lockpick and torque wrench from his pocket. The apartment door was secured with an old-fashioned tumbler lock, a structure he had been trained to bypass with relative ease. Fortunately, during his last mission, the senior agent had taken the time to teach him the art of lock-picking, a skill that was about to come in handy. Click. The door creaked open. Felix nudged the door wider, only to be greeted by a nauseating stench, a pungent blend of blood and decay that assaulted his senses. The smell hit him like a physical force, making his stomach churn. He gagged, instinctively covering his nose and mouth with his sleeve. It took several seconds of shallow breathing before he could steady himself enough to continue. The apartment was dark, the only light spilling in from the hallway behind him. Felix pulled out a flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom like a knife through thick fog. The air was heavy with the smell of death, the silence so absolute that it pressed down on him like a weight. Felix felt like a lone ship adrift on a black sea, the darkness around him an endless, oppressive tide. The only sounds were the creaking of the wooden floor beneath his feet and the rapid thudding of his heart in his chest. The stench grew stronger as he approached the kitchen. Felix tried the light switch, but there was no response. The suite had been disconnected from power, leaving him alone in the dark with only the weak beam of his flashlight for comfort. He moved towards the refrigerator, every step echoing through the silent apartment. Holding his breath, he hesitated, his hand hovering over the door handle. After a moment that felt like an eternity, he gathered the courage to open it. The light from his flashlight fell upon the interior, and Felix's blood ran cold. The refrigerator was crammed with dismembered human body parts, packed tightly among the cold metal shelves. The sight triggered a visceral reaction. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the floor, a scream tearing from his throat as the full horror of what he was seeing hit him like a tidal wave. The source of the stench was now undeniable. At that exact moment, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over Felix. His instincts kicked in, and without a second thought, he rolled to the side just as a kitchen knife came slashing down, missing him by mere inches and striking the floor with a dull thud. Felix scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest, and looked up to see his attacker. A woman stood before him, her long, disheveled hair obscuring her face. She was dressed in blood-stained white pajamas, and in her hand, she clutched a kitchen knife, the blade dripping with fresh blood. The air was thick with the smell of decay, fear, and something far more sinister. Felix's mind raced, trying to process the situation, but one thing was clear: this mission was far from the routine investigation he had anticipated. With disheveled hair and dressed in white, the apparition looked like it had stepped straight out of a horror movie, a spectral figure that suddenly appeared and nearly sent Felix into cardiac arrest. But years of training as a professional kicked in, and instinct took over. Felix's hand shot to his sidearm, his fingers curling around the familiar grip of his pistol. He barely had time to register the bloody kitchen knife being raised again before he squeezed the trigger. The gun roared to life, the muzzle flashing as bullets exploded from the barrel. Yet, what happened next defied all logic. The woman in white swayed to the side with an unsettling grace, her movements so fluid and unearthly that they seemed to mock the laws of physics. The bullets, meant to end her life, whizzed past her, harmlessly embedding themselves into the wall behind her, each leaving a perfectly round crater as evidence of Felix's increasingly desperate shots. Felix's breath caught in his throat. His mind raced, but his body moved on autopilot. He dropped into a crouch, steadying his aim and firing again. The pistol barked with each pull of the trigger, the confined space amplifying the sound until it became deafening. Muzzle flashes lit the room in staccato bursts, illuminating the surreal nightmare unfolding before him. But the woman's movements continued to defy reason. She twisted and turned, her white dress flowing around her like petals of a ghostly flower, dodging the bullets with an agility that seemed to belong to another realm. As she jumped, her dress flared out, creating a momentary vision of eerie beauty in the midst of the chaos, a haunting juxtaposition of grace and terror. Felix's pistol was a standard-issue Storm Falcon, known for its power and reliability. The magazine held only 8 rounds, a limitation that was becoming painfully clear. In his training, Felix had shown extraordinary talent, hitting moving targets at 15 meters with unerring accuracy. In the world of ordinary men, he was a sharpshooter, a weapon unto himself. But here, in this dimly lit apartment, facing this unnatural adversary, all his skills seemed worthless. At a distance of less than 2 meters, he emptied the entire magazine, each shot meticulously aimed. Yet, the only casualties were the walls and the kitchen dishes, which shattered into fragments under the onslaught. The woman's white dress remained untouched, not even a single thread disturbed. As Felix watched in horror, the woman leaped gracefully across the floor, landing on all fours in a posture that sent chills down his spine. She moved with the fluidity of a predatory animal, her limbs twisting in ways that no humans should. Her disheveled black hair hung down, obscuring much of her face, but Felix caught a glimpse of her features as she crept closer. What he saw made his blood run cold. Her face was ghastly pale, almost corpse-like, with dark shadows clinging to the contours of her cheeks. Most of her features were hidden beneath the curtain of tangled hair, but the corners of her mouth were unmistakably visible, cracked and stretched into a wide, unnatural grin that spoke of madness and malevolence. It was the kind of smile that belonged in nightmares, not in the waking world. With no time to reload, Felix discarded his empty pistol, the weapon clattering uselessly to the floor. His hand found the hilt of his combat knife, a blade designed for close quarters, honed to a lethal edge. He had trained extensively in hand-to-hand combat, particularly with knives, but nothing in his training had prepared him for this. Before he could process his next move, something unexpected happened. The ceiling above him cracked with a thunderous boom, as if struck by an enormous, unseen force. Fragments of reinforced concrete rained down, narrowly missing Felix as they smashed into the floor with a deafening crash. The woman in white, caught off guard, was buried under the debris, a muffled rumbling accompanying her fall. Then, amidst the dust and falling rubble, a dark figure descended from the ceiling, landing with the grace and precision of a predator. Felix's eyes widened as the figure straightened up, stepping into the dim light. Batman had arrived. When Charlie realized his senior had no intention of joining him at the dinner he had so kindly invited him to, he was momentarily baffled. But being quick on the uptake, Charlie adjusted to the situation with ease. He wasn't one to dwell on minor inconveniences. The senior had generously offered to cover the entire meal, but what might have been going through his mind was just how much money Charlie could manage to eat. Not that it mattered, money was of no concern. Charlie was quite pleased when he realized the meal was entirely on the house, so he promptly called the waiter over to ask if the food could be packed to go. After receiving an affirmative answer, Charlie abandoned the idea of dining in. Instead, he pulled up the menu and sorted the items by price, from highest to lowest. He then ordered a portion of every extravagant dish he could find, most of which he couldn't even pronounce, and had them all packed to take home. Returning to his apartment with a bounty of gourmet food, Charlie set up a folding table next to his gaming rig. He arranged the dishes within easy reach, ready to enjoy them while indulging in his favorite pastime. He played for a while, pausing occasionally to take a bite of something delicious, washing it down with a sip of his favorite drink. Dining alone in that upscale restaurant would have felt strange, especially in an environment where others were enjoying intimate, candlelit dinners or showing off their wealth with lavish orders. It was an unfriendly place for someone eating solo. Even animal rights activists might shed a tear at the sight of a lone diner in such a setting. No, it was much better to be back in his room, eating, drinking, and playing games. In hindsight, Charlie was glad he had decided to come home early. If he had been even a few seconds late in launching his game, his senior might have ended up as a headless corpse. Charlie had blasted through the ceiling with a gel bomb, making a dramatic, Batman-style entrance. Despite the sheer power of the reinforced concrete crashing down, the woman in white appeared unfazed. She quickly rolled back to her feet, her movements as unnatural as ever, and sprang into action, brandishing the kitchen knife as she lunged at Batman. The bloody blade sliced through the air with a vicious hiss, but Batman caught it with his armored forearms. The gloves were made of stab-resistant composite fibers and reinforced with alloy plates at the wrists. The knife's blade curled against the unyielding material. Charlie soon realized that when fighting the woman in white up close, the attack warning symbol above her head, which usually appeared before an enemy launched an attack, lingered for only a fraction of the time it normally would. He surmised that this was due to her incredible speed, leaving the player with a much shorter window to react. To survive, the player had to quickly assess whether the incoming attack could be blocked or if it needed to be dodged. When a blue symbol appeared above the enemy's head, it indicated that a counterattack could be triggered with a right click. When a yellow symbol appeared, it required more finesse. The player had to use the arrow keys in combination with a right click to block the knife, then release the button once the enemy's strength was depleted, triggering a counter move. But when a red symbol appeared, it signaled an unblockable attack. The player had no choice but to move Batman out of harm's way with a well-timed dodge or roll. The control scheme was reminiscent of the Arkham series Batman games. Charlie, having mastered those mechanics during his flawless Arkham run, quickly found his rhythm. Felix, meanwhile, was left dumbfounded. The figures before him, one in white, the other in black, were both extraordinary in their own right. The woman in white possessed an almost supernatural agility, while the man in black had honed his combat skills to near perfection, engaging in a fierce duel that defied belief. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like a battle between Sadako and Dracula, two mythical beings locked in a surreal and deadly dance. Charlie saw his moment and executed a flawless counterattack. Batman sidestepped, crossing his arms to trap the woman's knife between the three blades on his arm guard. With a swift, powerful twist, the kitchen knife shattered into several pieces. Disarmed, the woman in white didn't hesitate. She hurled the hilt aside and lunged at Batman with open hands, her fingers clawing the air. But Batman was quicker. He stepped aside and pressed a small propeller to her lower abdomen in one fluid motion. The propeller ignited, a burst of transparent flame erupting from its tiny nozzles. The sheer force of the propulsion sent the woman in white hurtling across the kitchen. She crashed into the entrance door with a resounding bang, knocking it off its hinges and tumbling into the hallway, door panel, and all. As she fell, something dislodged from her and landed on the floor with a soft thud. Felix, still reeling from the events that had just unfolded, stared at the object in disbelief. It looked suspiciously like a wig. A wig? Felix squinted, his mind racing to make sense of what he was seeing. The strands of long, black hair that had so eerily concealed the figure's face now lay limp on the floor. He leaned closer, the faint light reflecting off the synthetic fibers confirming his suspicion. It was indeed a wig. The messy black hair that had added to the unsettling presence of the woman in white was nothing more than a disguise. His gaze snapped back to the figure in front of him, who was slowly rising from the debris-strewn floor. Felix's pulse quickened as he took in the full sight of the supposed female ghost. The figure stood, and only then did Felix notice the details that had eluded him in the chaos. This wasn't a ghost, nor was it a woman. It was a man clad in a white lace nightdress, the delicate fabric starkly contrasting with the harshness of his surroundings. The nightdress, clearly intended for a woman, hung awkwardly on his frame, the lace frills giving the whole scene a bizarre, almost surreal quality. The wig had once brought the illusion, transforming this man into a spectral figure that could easily pass for a ghost in the dim, flickering light. But without the wig, the truth was laid bare. His face was unnaturally pale, as if all blood had drained from it, leaving only a sickly, pallid complexion. His features, no longer hidden beneath the tangle of fake hair, were sharp and gaunt. Shadows clung to the hollows of his cheeks, making his eyes appear sunken and hauntingly dark. The contrast between his deathly pale skin and the blood smeared on the kitchen knife he held only heightened the eerie atmosphere. Felix's mind raced to reconcile what he was seeing. The thought struck him, this wasn't just any man. The unhealthy pallor, the nightdress, the bloody knife, it was all part of a disturbing and elaborate ruse. But why? And then it clicked. So it turned out to be a man in women's clothing? Felix thought, a mix of astonishment and disbelief flashing across his face. His thoughts twisted further. Has the world's strange tendencies spread even to the afterlife? Are even the dead now dressing up in women's clothes? But no, this wasn't a ghost. It couldn't be. His training with the service division had taught him that most so-called paranormal events, those whispered about hauntings and ghost sightings, were more often than not linked to infected individuals. The infection had a way of warping reality, making the impossible seem real. Felix remembered the information he'd gathered before heading into this mission, and a theory began to form in his mind. The man standing before him could very well be Ethan. Reports had said that Ethan had been declared dead, a casualty of a tragic accident. But perhaps that diagnosis had been premature. Maybe the infection had placed him in a state so close to death that the doctors had been fooled. And now, the infection had somehow revived him, pulling him back from the brink. That would explain the disappearance of his body. With this realization, Felix felt a rush of clarity. If this wasn't a haunting or an infected person, he knew exactly how to proceed. After all, this was what he was trained for. Handling the infected was his job, his specialty. Ethan, now standing without his wig, seemed to regain some semblance of awareness. He looked down at himself as if seeing his body for the first time. His gaze was vacant, almost as if he were a stranger in his own skin. Slowly, he raised his eyes to meet Felix's and then looked over to Batman, who stood poised for action. There was a moment of silence, broken only by the faint sound of Ethan's ragged breathing. "You have to stop her," Ethan said suddenly, his voice weak, trembling. The sound of it was barely above a whisper, as if he were forcing the words out. "Emma. I don't know why, but she's not herself anymore." Felix's brows furrowed in confusion. "Emma," he repeated, trying to piece together the fragmented information Ethan was providing. "It wasn't her who came back to life," Ethan continued, his voice cracking with emotion. "It's something else. But no one believed me. Dr. Lee. He's already been hurt. You have to stop her from hurting others." Felix stood still, processing what Ethan was saying. Though he was new to field work, Felix was quick-witted and had an instinctive grasp of the situation. Images and details from the case flickered through his mind like the rapid cuts of a film reel, each piece slowly falling into place. There had been an accident in the snowy mountains 10 days ago. Both lovers had been declared dead. The girl had been cremated. The boy's body had mysteriously disappeared. Ethan's strange reports to the FBI, his appearance now as a knife-wielding figure in women's clothing, the dismembered body parts stuffed into a refrigerator. "You mean to stop Emma?" Felix asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "But how? She's long dead." "I told you, but you don't believe me," Ethan replied, shaking his head as if the weight of the world rested on his shoulders. "She's not dead. She's been here these past days, with me. But she's not normal. She's becoming something evil and terrifying." Felix's eyes narrowed as he considered Ethan's words. There was desperation in his voice, a deep-seated fear that chilled Felix to his core. But there was also something off, something Felix couldn't quite put his finger on. "In that case, where is she now?" Felix pressed, his voice sharper. "If she's really in this apartment, why hasn't she shown herself?" Ethan's response was immediate. He choked on his words, his expression blank and unreadable. He seemed to struggle with something, a battle raging within him that Felix could only guess at. "She's dead. She was cremated last week, and deep down, you know it," Felix said, his tone softening, trying to reach the person still hiding somewhere within Ethan's fractured psyche. "But you can't, or maybe you won't, accept that fact. So you imagine she's not really dead. You imagine that she came back to life and is still the woman you love. But there are times when you can hold on to your imagination, so you convince yourself she's the one becoming strange, becoming crazy, and hurting others. But in reality, it was you who did those things." Standing nearby, Charlie watched the exchange with growing unease. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to come together in his mind, and he found himself recalling a similar plot line from an old movie he'd seen years ago. It was almost uncanny how the situation mirrored that story. Ethan's head drooped lower, his face now hidden entirely in shadow, his features obscured by darkness. He looked defeated, a man who had been stripped of everything: hope, sanity, and maybe even his humanity. Is this really happening? Charlie wondered, a mix of skepticism and fascination. He hadn't expected Felix to be so insightful, so perceptive. Of course, given that his expectations for his teammates hadn't been particularly high, it wasn't a surprise that Felix had exceeded them. So far, the agents of the service division had reminded Charlie of the Gotham City Police Department, capable, yes, and able to handle cases on their own, but still a step below Batman. They had their moments, but they weren't the main act. In fact, they often seemed to adopt a deferential attitude whenever Batman was around, slipping into a follow-the-leader mentality. Felix seemed to be growing more confident with every second. Seeing Ethan lower his head and offer no resistance only reinforced Felix's belief that his deductions were correct. "We all lose people we care about, and I know how hard that can be," Felix said, his voice soothing, almost tender. "But life goes on, and sometimes accidents happen. The dead are gone, and we have to learn to move forward. She wouldn't want you to be stuck in the past because of her, and she certainly wouldn't want you to do something wrong in her name, would she?" Ethan's body began to tremble, the shaking subtle at first but growing more pronounced with each passing moment. He hunched over, his face buried in his hands as he began to sob. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice thick with sorrow. "It's okay. It's not your fault," Felix replied, exhaling a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "We're going to get you the help you need." Felix allowed himself a small smile. He had been trained extensively on how to handle infected individuals, and he knew that sometimes, all it took was helping them see the truth to pull them back from the brink. Similar cases had come up in his training, cases where the infected weren't fully aware of their actions but could be brought back to reality if guided correctly. Of course, the fundamental rule with infected individuals remained unchanged. If their infection level exceeded 50%, they were considered beyond saving, even if they regained some semblance of consciousness. And if it went over 80%, the infected person was effectively dead on a biological level. Given Ethan's case, a man who had seemingly come back from the dead, it was likely his infection rate was far beyond 80%. Even so, the mission was clear. Ethan was dead. The dead should stay dead, buried safely in the ground where they couldn't harm anyone else. Whether he wanted to or not, Ethan posed a danger, a risk of spreading the infection to others. Ethan closed his eyes and slowly knelt on the floor, his head bowed, his body language that of a man who had lost everything. He muttered sorry under his breath, the words barely audible, as if he had completely surrendered. Now, it was just a matter of sending the dead back to their grave, wrapping up this mission, and making a cool exit, maybe by jumping out of the window. Felix could already see the experience stacking up, a successful mission in the bag. But just as these thoughts flickered through his mind, Charlie's sharp eyes caught something, a flashing attack warning symbol on the side of the screen. His pupils dilated, and instinct, honed through countless hours of practice, took over. His fingers moved on their own, clicking the right mouse button in a reflexive motion. Batman shifted his body just in time, deftly dodging a punch that seemed to come out of nowhere, the blow barely missing its mark. But even someone with Batman's experience couldn't predict the follow-up. A powerful kick landed squarely on his chest, sending him skidding across the floor, his armor scraping against the rough surface. As Batman regained his balance, a figure emerged from the shadows, revealing a sinister, smiling face. After just one glance, Charlie knew that the man standing before him was unlike anyone he had ever encountered. The man's disheveled hair hung in greasy strands, his face seemingly smeared with oil, giving his skin an unnaturally slick appearance. But what struck Charlie the most was the grim smile plastered across the man's face, a smile that, despite its unsettling nature, felt disturbingly familiar. Batman, that's what you call yourself, right? The man's voice oozed with mockery, his smile widening as he spoke. I knew we'd meet again. For a moment, Charlie was caught off guard, but then, realization dawned on him. His mind flashed back to the last incident, the one where he had faced a man known as Greg Hunter. He remembered the final moments, the beheading, the end of a seemingly insurmountable foe. But now, standing before this man with that same twisted grin, Charlie knew the truth. These different faces, these varying identities, all belonged to the same person. The previous Greg had been nothing more than a puppet, a mere facade for the true mastermind who had never revealed himself. The enemy had not been defeated, the incident had never been resolved. A low, mocking laugh rumbled from the man's throat. Ha ha ha, you guessed it, didn't you? That's right, it's still me you're facing, and here we are again, he sneered, his voice dripping with dark amusement. Surprising, isn't it? As I said before, I'm nothing no matter what you do, no matter how you try, I can't be destroyed. The man's laughter filled the room, a haunting echo that seemed to reverberate off the walls. Don't pretend you're not surprised, I can see through you. How much less fun would you have had without me? But before the man could finish his taunting, Batman's cloak swept through the air, a dark shadow in the dim light, and a bat dart shot forward with deadly precision. The man's eyes narrowed as he reacted with uncanny speed, turning his body just enough to avoid the dart mid-sentence. You're really impatient, the man sneered, his grin stretching wider as he dodged. I bet you're the type to skip the foreplay and go straight to insertion, aren't you? Batman remained silent, his focus unbroken. He closed the distance between them in a few swift strides, his movements fluid and controlled. With a flicker of movement, he delivered a punch aimed at the man's torso, the glove crackling with the trace of high-voltage electricity. The man twisted his body with almost unnatural agility, sidestepping the punch just in time. Haha, a high-voltage shock hidden in the glove, right? This time, I won't be caught off guard like last time. In their previous encounter, Batman had managed to surprise the man, catching him off guard with his tactical prowess. But now, the man was prepared, his awareness heightened. His reflexes, sharp and preternatural, allowed him to evade each of Batman's attacks with ease. Charlie's fingers danced across the keyboard, his hands moving with lightning speed as he executed a complex series of commands, but no matter how fast he was, the man's reactions were faster. The room became a flurry of movement, the clashing of two formidable opponents. The man's physical strength was staggering enough to rival even Batman, who was at the peak of human capability. Every strike, every parry, was met with resistance that sent shockwaves through the air. And yet, despite his raw power, the man moved with a fluidity that defied the laws of nature. His agility was almost inhuman, his body bending and twisting in ways that seemed impossible. Charlie's mind raced as he tried to keep up, his hands a blur over the controls. The fight was intense, the sound of rapid key presses and mouse clicks filling his small, darkened room. The force of his inputs was so fierce that the keyboard creaked under the pressure, the mouse emitting a low, steady hum as it was pushed to its limits. Then, without warning, a gunshot rang out, cutting through the chaos. Charlie's heart skipped a beat as he saw the muzzle flash, the gun seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The barrel, a black hole of death, was aimed directly at Batman's chest, and before Charlie could react, the trigger was pulled again. The first shot missed, but the second hit home, the impact sending shockwaves through Batman's body. Despite the armor absorbing much of the force, the power of the shot was undeniable. The screen in front of Charlie flickered, the image momentarily distorted as Batman was blasted backward, crashing through a wall with a sickening thud. Charlie's eyes widened in shock. When did he pull out a gun? But then Charlie realized the truth. The man hadn't pulled out a gun at all. His hand had become the gun. The entire palm had transformed into a gun barrel, a twisted mockery of human anatomy. Charlie's breath caught in his throat. What is this? Superpowers? Technology? Whether it was last time or this time, I've been conducting an experiment, a test of my abilities, the man said, his voice calm and measured despite the madness in his eyes. Thanks to the last test, my power has evolved even further. He paused, that twisted smile creeping back onto his face. Your appearance was an accident, an anomaly in my experiment. But I like anomalies, they make things interesting. As the man spoke, Felix, who had been watching and waiting for an opening, saw his chance. With a quick, fluid motion, he raised his gun and fired, having taken the opportunity to reload earlier. The bullet sliced through the air with a sharp hiss, its trajectory true. But the man didn't even flinch. The bullet struck his body, tearing through flesh and bone, but the man remained utterly unfazed. It was as if he hadn't been hit at all. He turned his head slowly, almost mechanically, fixing Felix with that same horrifying smile. In an instant, the gun barrel that was now his hand swiveled toward Felix. Felix's pupils contracted in fear, his body moving on instinct as he dove behind a nearby pillar, narrowly avoiding the gunfire that erupted from the man's arm. But the man was relentless. He moved with terrifying speed, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. With a single, powerful strike, he knocked the gun from Felix's hand, the weapon clattering uselessly to the floor. Felix reacted quickly, ducking low and aiming a kick at the man's knee joint, hoping to destabilize him. But it was like kicking a steel beam. The man didn't budge an inch. In response, the man raised his knee and delivered a devastating kick of his own. Felix barely had time to cross his arms in front of him before the blow landed, the force of it sending him flying backward. His arms went numb from the impact, and he crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, pain radiating through his body. At the same time, Batman took advantage of the distraction, throwing a shock device at the man. But the man twisted his body in a way that defied logic, his movements almost serpentine as he slid out of the device's path. The shock device embedded itself in the wall, releasing a burst of electricity that crackled through the air, but the man was already out of range. I originally planned to use that girl for my experiment, the man continued, his tone indifferent, as if discussing the weather. The one who died in the mountains. But her darkness was too weak. No resentment toward the world, no strong feelings of regret, not even much fear of death. She wasn't a suitable subject for my infection experiments. As the man spoke, Batman moved in again, his experience and skill guiding him as he engaged the man in close combat. Charlie's hands flew over the keyboard, his eyes focused on the screen as he executed a series of defensive maneuvers. Batman dodged the man's attacks with precision, his electric glove crackling as he landed a solid punch to the man's chest. The shock sent the man reeling, his words cut off as the current coursed through his body. But it wasn't enough to stop him. He staggered backward, a strange, hollow laugh escaping his lips as he shook off the effects of the shock. Haha, but this boy, he's a real treasure, the man sneered, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. The guilt of failing to protect the girl, watching the one he loved die, the self-doubt, the regret. Dying in such grief made him the perfect guinea pig. But I must say, the final result surprised even me. Haha, I didn't expect him to create such self-deceiving fantasies. Ethan, who had been standing frozen in place, his mind reeling from the sudden onslaught of memories and emotions, finally recognized the man. His eyes widened in horror, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. It's you? Ethan gasped, his voice trembling with disbelief and fear. You're the one who... Yes, I'm the one who gave you this precious opportunity, the man replied, tilting his head to the side, his grin widening into something monstrous. You're welcome. Pain contorted Ethan's face as the full weight of the truth hit him. The man's words echoed in his mind, each one a dagger to his heart. It was suddenly clear why Ethan had been the only one to become infected. And in that moment of clarity, he realized something even more heartbreaking. Emma had died peacefully. She had no regrets, no lingering resentment, no fear of death. In her final moments, she believed that the rescue team had arrived in time and that at least her boyfriend, Ethan, would be saved. Her last thoughts had been of relief, thinking that she had protected him in some small way. If she had any regret at all, it was that she wouldn't get to see the person she cared about one last time. She had been so kind, so understanding, that even in the face of death, she hadn't harbored any darkness that could be exploited. Even the worst devils couldn't twist her pure spirit into something malevolent. But Ethan had failed her. The realization hit him like a physical blow, causing his knees to buckle. If she could see him now, see what he had become, would she be disappointed? Would she see him as a monster, just like the one who had manipulated him into this state? It was all this man's fault. Ethan's once lifeless eyes now blazed with anger, a fire that had been smothered by grief and guilt now rekindled by righteous fury. His hands trembled, not with fear, but with a growing, uncontrollable rage. A roar built up inside him, a primal scream of anguish and fury that tore from his throat like the cry of a wounded animal. Ha 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 ha, that's it, "You see, you've found your energy again," the man cackled, his voice filled with sick satisfaction as he watched Ethan struggle with his emotions. The man was in the midst of dodging another of Batman's quick gel explosives, the device exploding behind him and sending debris flying. The explosion buried a collapsed table and shattered pieces of rubble, but the man didn't even flinch. Ethan, consumed by his rage, charged at the man with reckless abandon, his movements wild and uncoordinated. His mind was clouded by a single, overpowering desire to tear this monster apart with his bare hands. But the man didn't even spare Ethan a glance. He raised his arm casually, and with a single, almost lazy motion, he fired the gun that had once been his hand. The blast struck Ethan square in the chest, the force of it sending him flying backward like a rag doll. Ethan crashed into the wall, his body crumpling to the ground in a heap. Ethan's attack had failed spectacularly, but it had served one purpose: it had created an opening for Charlie. Batman surged forward, taking advantage of the momentary distraction. His fist crackled with electricity as he delivered a powerful uppercut to the man's face. The impact was brutal. Batman's punch landed with such force that it distorted the man's features, sending saliva and blood flying. But even as his head snapped back, even as the pain registered in his twisted mind, the man continued to laugh, the sound muffled and distorted by his broken, bleeding mouth. Batman followed up with a second punch, but the man, despite the damage he had taken, twisted his body and dodged the blow. His movements were almost serpentine, unnervingly fluid. He reached out with one hand, his fingers clamping down on Batman's fist with a crushing grip, intentionally avoiding the shock ports on the glove. With a sickening crunch, the man crushed the built-in shock device in Batman's left glove, sparks flying from the damaged circuitry. The back of Batman's fist crackled with broken electrical arcs as the device short-circuited. But Batman wasn't finished. He lashed out with his right fist, putting all his strength into the blow. The punch connected with the man's chest, the impact reverberating through his body. At the same moment, the barrel of the man's other hand, now transformed back into a gun, pressed against Batman's chest, the black muzzle aimed directly at the bat symbol on his armor. Both blows landed simultaneously. The force of the gunshot blasted Batman backward, the armor absorbing the worst of the impact, but the sheer power still sent him flying across the room. Batman's body slammed into the wall with a heavy thud, cracking the concrete on impact. The electric shock from Batman's punch spread through the man's body, momentarily disrupting his nervous system, but he shook it off with a maniacal grin, his laughter echoing through the room as he lunged forward, intent on finishing the fight. But Charlie's hands never stopped moving on the keyboard. His mind raced as he executed command after command, his reflexes honed by countless hours of practice. Almost as soon as Batman hit the wall, Charlie activated the newly unlocked substitution ability. This was a chance to test out the new power on an enemy that seemed unstoppable. Batman crashed into the corner of the room, his back smashing through a weakened section of the wall, leaving a gaping hole in the concrete. The man, sensing victory, charged forward, his laughter growing more unhinged as he prepared to land the finishing blow. He raised his fist, his face twisted in a grotesque grin as he brought it down with all his might. Boom! The man's fist slammed into the wall, shattering the concrete and leaving a hole the size of a small boulder. But Batman wasn't there. He hadn't escaped just in time, nor had he hidden in the shadows. He had simply vanished, disappeared into thin air mere tenths of a second before the punch landed. Wah! The man's wild laughter died abruptly, his twisted grin faltering as he tilted his head in confusion. He withdrew his fist, staring at the empty space where Batman had been, his mind struggling to comprehend what had just happened. A sudden rush of wind from behind caught the man's attention. He spun around, his reflexes sharp as ever, just in time to see a blur of movement, a disc-shaped object hurtling toward him at incredible speed. Before he could react, the object struck him square in the face with a resounding crack. The force of the impact whipped his head back, sending him stumbling backward, his vision swimming. Blood sprayed from his nose and mouth, the sharp edges of the disc cutting into his flesh. The man blinked in shock, his mind reeling from the unexpected attack. The disc circled back, arcing gracefully through the air before returning to its owner's hand with practiced ease. Standing tall and imposing, his figure framed by the dim light filtering through the shattered windows, was a burly soldier. He was clad in a blue uniform, the fabric textured and reinforced with advanced combat materials. A steel helmet sat firmly on his head, adorned with white wings on either side, and emblazoned on his forehead was a large, unmistakable A. Captain America. The man tilted his head, a curious glint flickering in his unnerving smile. He seemed almost amused, as though the arrival of this new challenger had piqued his interest. At that moment, Felix struggled to his feet, his arm hanging limply by his side after being dislocated by a brutal kick. He supported his injured arm with his good hand, his expression a mixture of confusion and pain. The towering figure before him, clad in dark blue with a shield emblazoned with a star, was completely foreign to him. Where was Batman? And who was this man with the round shield? Felix and Ethan exchanged bewildered glances, neither of them able to comprehend what was happening. They had never seen anything like this before. How could they possibly understand that Charlie had just used a feature unique to his secondary account, a team exchange? In the world of gaming, Charlie was no stranger to such mechanics. He had encountered similar features in countless other games. After reaching a certain level, players could choose multiple heroes for each battle. If one character fell in combat, the next could step in to continue the fight. The feature also allowed for mid-battle swaps, enabling players to avoid damage or escape dangerous situations by switching characters at the right moment. This was Charlie's first battle since unlocking Captain America, and he relished the opportunity to put the hero to the test. No one in this world had ever seen a figure like this before, and Charlie intended to make the most of it. Without hesitation, Captain America raised his shield and charged directly at the smiling man. The star on the shield gleamed in the dim light as the captain's boots thudded against the floor with a steady, determined rhythm. The man's eyes narrowed as he assessed the approaching threat. With a swift motion, his arm transformed, the hand morphing into the barrel of a gun. He fired directly at Captain America, the bullets zipping through the air with lethal intent, aimed squarely at the captain's head. But to his surprise, Captain America didn't even flinch. The bullets ricocheted off the vibranium shield, bouncing away harmlessly, as though they were nothing more than pebbles striking solid rock. Felix watched in stunned disbelief, his mind struggling to process what he was witnessing. The material capable of withstanding bullets at such close range was impressive enough, but what was even more astonishing was that Captain America didn't budge, not even an inch, from the impact. In the real world, the kinetic energy of a bullet is far more significant than what's often depicted in movies. Even if bulletproof equipment can prevent penetration, the force of the impact is still considerable, often knocking the person wearing it backward. But this shield, it seemed, absorbed not just the bullets but also all the kinetic energy they carried. How was this possible? Almost in an instant, Captain America had closed the distance, his shield leading the charge like an impenetrable wall. The man, recognizing the immediate danger, moved swiftly, sidestepping and firing in quick succession, his body a blur of motion as he tried to maintain distance. But Charlie, now fully immersed in his role as Captain America, expertly adjusted the camera angle with a flick of the mouse. The shield followed the man's every move, deflecting each bullet with precision. The resonating clang of metal on metal filled the room as the vibranium shield intercepted the onslaught, protecting the captain from harm. Seeing his bullets rendered ineffective, the man decided to switch tactics. Abandoning his gun, his arm shifted once again, this time forming into a slender, deadly blade. With a feral grin, he slashed at Captain America, aiming to cut through his defense. The man's shape-shifting ability reminded Charlie of an old series called Parasite, where characters could morph their bodies into weapons. But Captain America was no ordinary opponent. The blade came down in a vicious arc, but Captain America's shield met it head-on. The blade skidded across the shield's surface, sending a shower of bright sparks into the air, but it left no mark. The shield's vibranium absorbed the force of the strike, nullifying the attack with ease. The man darted to the side, his eyes narrowing as he searched for an opening. He feinted to the left, then struck from the right, the blade angled for a quick, lethal stab. But Captain America was quicker. The shield shifted slightly, and there was a sharp clang as the blade was deflected once more. The man's grin faltered for a moment, but he quickly recovered, his expression twisting into one of manic determination. His left hand morphed into a larger caliber gun, while his right hand, still a blade, danced in a blur of motion. He attacked with a flurry of strikes, the blade moving like a whirlwind as he fired shots from different angles, hoping to overwhelm his opponent. But Captain America's shield moved like an extension of his own body, spinning and tilting with impeccable timing. The bullets and blade strikes bounced off harmlessly, unable to penetrate the captain's flawless defense. The man paused, his confidence wavering. Felix, watching the scene unfold, felt a deep sense of awe and disbelief. Was this new hero some kind of indestructible juggernaut? Charlie was beginning to appreciate just how powerful Captain America's shield truly was. Unlike Batman's countermeasures, which required precise timing and strategic planning, Captain America's defense was straightforward and nearly invincible. All Charlie needed to do was hold down the right button, and the vibranium shield took care of the rest. Captain America was practically a walking fortress. Whatever the smiling man threw at him, the shield deflected it effortlessly. What made the shield so remarkable wasn't just its durability. Vibranium, a material unique to the Marvel Universe, absorbed energy in a way that defied the laws of physics. Whether it was kinetic impact, superhuman abilities, or even magical forces, the shield could absorb and nullify them all, making it one of the most resilient defensive tools ever created. And unlike Iron Man's various suits of armor, which were often dismantled or destroyed in battle, Captain America's shield had a long history of surviving the toughest fights. It could block bullets and explosions, smash through enemy defenses, and even serve as an air cushion for high-altitude landings. It was a versatile tool, useful in both battle and everyday life, making it the ultimate weapon for a soldier like Captain America. The man swung his blade again, but this time, Charlie timed his response perfectly. Captain America raised his shield at just the right moment, and the air rang with the sharp ding of metal on metal as sparks flew from the impact. Perfect shield block? In many action games, there's a shield counter mechanic. When an enemy attacks, raising the shield at the precise moment can trigger a counter effect, stunning the enemy and creating an opening for a counterattack. The man staggered back, his blade curling from the force of the block. He struggled to regain his balance, his mind racing as he realized how dire the situation had become. He raised his gun, aiming to fire at point-blank range to keep Captain America at bay. But the moment he pulled the trigger, the bullet ricocheted off the shield and struck him in the face. Though the man's body was tough, able to heal itself from most injuries, being struck by his own bullet was still a humiliating blow. Captain America seized the opportunity. With a powerful swing, he slammed the shield into the man's face. The impact was devastating. The man's head snapped back as he was sent flying out of the room, crashing into the corridor. He slid across the floor, his momentum only stopping when he collided with the wall in the living room, embedding himself in the plaster. A TV mounted on the wall dislodged from the impact and fell directly onto his head. Felix stared in disbelief as the man's body was flung across the room like a rag doll. What kind of power is this? Felix wondered, his mind reeling. Is it really possible for a human to send someone flying that far with a single blow? Which of these two was the real monster? What was even more shocking was that throughout the entire confrontation, the man had been using every trick in his arsenal, shapeshifting, attacking from all angles, trying desperately to find a weakness in Captain America's defense. But Captain America had simply held up his shield, deflecting everything, and when the moment was right, he had delivered a single, devastating blow that sent the man flying. Captain America, simple, effective, and nearly invincible. Yet, the man was unbelievably resilient. After a moment, he began to stir, lifting the rubble and the TV that had fallen on him. Gasping for breath, he started laughing again, the sound filled with a mix of madness and grim determination. Haha, interesting, so what about this? As he spoke, his hands began to shift once more. His forearms combined, morphing into a long, thick, black cylinder. Felix's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the shape. His heart pounded in his chest, panic gripping him. Al Bazooka? What kind of ability is this? Felix thought, his mind racing. Can he even replicate heavy weaponry like this? Before he could process what was happening, Felix instinctively dove to the side, kicking over a table that was already on the verge of collapse to use as cover. A deadly whistling sound filled the air, the unmistakable noise of a rocket launcher firing. The explosion was deafening, the blast so powerful that it felt as if the entire building was shaking. The roar of the explosion rattled Felix's bones, the sheer force of it pressing against his eardrums. Shrapnel tore through the flimsy table, scratching his skin, and the shockwave rocked the entire room, sending debris flying in all directions. The force of the explosion, accompanied by an ear-splitting bang, made it feel as though the entire world was collapsing around him. Captain America was at the center of the blast, taking the full brunt of the rocket head-on. The impact hurled him backward, engulfing his figure in a cloud of smoke and flames. The room shook with the force of the explosion, the walls cracking under the pressure. The man's laughter rang out again, louder and more deranged than before. The corners of his mouth stretched into a grotesque smile, his teeth bared in a mocking sneer. His laughter seemed to say, "Let's see you block that, if you can." But his laughter abruptly stopped, freezing in his throat. As the smoke and dust began to settle, a figure emerged from the haze. Captain America walked forward, his shield held firmly in front of him. The iconic star on the vibranium shield gleamed through the lingering smoke, untouched by the explosion. Although the wall behind him bore the outline of a human-shaped hole, Captain America himself was completely unharmed. Felix, who had been lying on the ground, slowly lifted his head, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief as he took in the scene. Did this guy just take an RPG shot and walk away unscathed? Was this man even human? The man continued to laugh, but the sound was now strained, lacking the infectious energy it once had. His grin, once broad and confident, now seemed forced, and a glimmer of doubt flickered in his eyes as he stared at the figure in front of him, the man with the shield. A moment ago, he had been so confident of his superiority, so sure that his level of evolution placed him above anyone who might challenge him. But now, confronted with this unshakable, indomitable fortress of a man, that confidence was beginning to wane. No matter how powerful he thought he was, no matter how many weapons he conjured, they all seemed useless against this impenetrable defense. The shield alone was a formidable tool. Its size and durability made it an excellent defense, capable of protecting the vital parts of the body. But the man quickly realized that it wasn't just the shield's physical properties that made it so effective, there was something more at play, something almost supernatural. For one, the shield seemed to defy all logic. No matter where or how it was thrown, it always found its way back to its wielder's hand as if it had a mind of its own. Whether it bounced off walls, struck enemies, or simply ricocheted through the environment, it followed a path that defied the laws of physics. Even when enemies managed to catch it, there was an eerie tendency for them to throw it back, as if compelled by some unseen force, much like how Luke, who once tried to wield it himself, ended up hurling it back as though it belonged to the captain alone. But the shield's most peculiar attribute was its ability to draw the attention of every opponent it faced. It was as though the shield itself taunted them, daring them to focus all their attacks on it. It didn't matter whether the enemy was a human, a monstrous creature, an alien, or even a machine, every single one of them seemed driven to attack the shield first as if their survival depended on it. This inexplicable compulsion made the shield not just a defense but a weapon of distraction, ensuring that its wielder remained unscathed while his enemies exhausted themselves trying to breach its defenses. This peculiar quality of the shield was what allowed Captain America, despite his otherwise average physical abilities compared to his more superpowered comrades, to charge headlong into the front lines of battle, time and time again. Whether it was a barrage of bullets from lesser foes or the devastating blows of a godlike enemy, everything seemed to gravitate toward the shield, as if under some cosmic decree, it must be shattered before victory could be claimed. Charlie, who was operating Captain America, was well aware of these properties. He knew that the shield wasn't just a piece of equipment, it was an extension of the captain himself, a symbol of his indomitable will and his unyielding spirit. And right now, Charlie wasn't about to give his opponent a second chance. After blocking the initial RPG shot, Charlie swiftly maneuvered the captain forward, aiming to close the distance. The man, realizing that the RPG was useless at such close quarters, frantically tried to summon another weapon, but it was too late. The shield crashed into his face with bone-shattering force, driving him backward into the wall. The impact was so intense that it seemed to reverberate through the entire building. Before the man could recover, Captain America's fist connected with his lower abdomen in a devastating punch. The force of the blow was so immense that the man's body crumpled inward, his stomach nearly expelling its contents as he was launched through the wall. The drywall and brick gave way like paper, and the man tumbled to the ground amidst a shower of debris. Ha, ha ha, impressive. He gasped, his voice ragged, his earlier bravado all but gone. Despite the agony racking his body, he forced out another laugh, a hollow, desperate sound that echoed in the room. Charlie couldn't help but feel a grudging respect for the man's persistence. Even after such a beating, he was still trying to keep up appearances, still clinging to the remnants of his pride. But respect wouldn't stop Charlie from finishing the job. Without hesitation, he operated the captain to move in once more, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. The man, still half kneeling on the ground, desperately tried to defend himself. He stretched out his right hand, which began to deform and shift, rapidly expanding into the shape of a shield, a crude imitation of the captain's own. It was a hemispherical black shield, a solid, heavy-looking object that seemed as if it could withstand a significant impact. The man's face contorted into a sneer as he held it up, clearly thinking he had found a way to counter the captain's attacks. But Charlie could see through the man's ploy. The hastily formed shield might look formidable, but it was nothing compared to the captain's iconic shield. The captain's shield wasn't just a physical object, it was an extension of the man's spirit, a symbol of his resilience and determination. There was no way this hastily conjured imitation could stand against it. The captain didn't even hesitate. He didn't change his move, didn't try to evade, he simply punched the black shield with all the strength he could muster. The impact was explosive. The captain's fist collided with the black shield, and for a moment, it seemed like the entire world had stopped. Then, with a loud crack, the black shield began to buckle. The force traveled through the shield, shattering it from within, and the man's arm, which was holding the shield, twisted and snapped with a sickening crunch. The man's entire body was flung backward, his shield disintegrating into shards as he was thrown across the room. His pupils dilated in shock, and for the first time since the battle began, his manic grin faltered. This punch, it was impossible. No human should possess such power, such overwhelming strength. Before he could fully process what had just happened, the captain was already on him again. With a fluid motion, the captain took 2 steps forward, leaped into the air, and delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest. The force of the blow was catastrophic. His ribs crunched under the pressure, his internal organs twisted and compressed, and his entire body was propelled through the room, smashing into the large window behind him. The glass exploded outwards with a deafening crash, shards flying in every direction. The impact sent spiderweb cracks racing across the remaining glass, the whole window teetering on the brink of collapse. But Charlie wasn't done. He operated the captain with precision, throwing the shield with a flick of the wrist. It soared through the air, slicing through the remaining glass as it homed in on its target, the man's head. The shield struck with a resounding thud, snapping the man's head back and shattering the glass behind him completely. The force was enough to send the man tumbling backward, out of the window, his body dragging a trail of blood as it plummeted from the 6th floor. The man hit the ground with a sickening crunch, his body crumpling like a rag doll against the concrete. Charlie watched through the captain's eyes as the man lay there, motionless, his once menacing laughter now replaced by ragged gasps for breath. For a moment, the street was silent, save for the faint hum of city life in the distance. Then, slowly, impossibly, the man began to stir. His bones cracked and groaned as they realigned themselves, his flesh knitting back together with an almost unnatural speed. Blood continued to ooze from his wounds, but the man forced himself to rise, his body trembling with the effort. He managed to get to his feet, his grin returning, though it was twisted with pain. As he stood, hunched, and gasping, he let out a weak, wheezing laugh, a pale echo of his previous bravado. His joints popped and creaked as they settled back into place, his arms shaking as he raised his hands to his mouth, trying to stifle the blood that poured from his lips. But before he could fully stand, before he could even catch his breath, the shadow of the captain loomed over him once more. From above, the shield descended with a terrible swiftness, slamming into the man's skull with a bone-shattering impact. The concrete beneath him shattered like glass, and his skull burst open like a ripe melon, splattering blood and brain matter across the pavement. Standing by the shattered window on the 6th floor, Felix stared in disbelief at the scene below. He couldn't comprehend what he had just witnessed. Did this guy really just jump from the 6th floor? Did he really just deliver such a brutal, unrelenting assault on that man? For a moment, all Felix could do was stand there, his mouth hanging open, his mind struggling to process the sheer brutality and power he had just witnessed.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.